Sidewalk.
Hey now, sidewalk.
Hey now.
Hey now.
I love my darling. Hello, sis. I
He's gonna cross there
Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Fuck! I was there saying, everyone, you're too fucking early. I mean, this one, she's way too early. She never comes this early. She normally takes a long time to come. That's what she said. Anyway, how are we this morning? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I was muted. Bollocks. Bollocks. I was saying good jokes as well. Oh well, Dana's fault, so it's all good. I don't know why, but we missed the intro of my new intro. Let me play I'll play 10 seconds of it. This is my new intro. That didn't play right at the start. Maybe it's because it's so big. That's what she said. But yeah, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, that's the new intro. It's 7 minutes long, so it just gives people a bit of time. If they want to be in here early chatting, great. If they don't, we got 7 minutes to wait until the stream starts. I will obviously redo some of it as time goes on, but yeah, that's going to be the new intro for a while now. Also, a special because on replay you won't be able to watch it because I've got to edit it out every night because of the music. So anyway, Badaza, how are you? Yaya Trucker, hello to you. Yaya Trucker says, I don't know if you know the lamp, but his daughter Caitlin got a deal. That's why she's testifying. Yeah, so we knew she had a deal. We just don't know how long the sentence is. The sentence was based on her testifying. So I'll be interested to find out what her actual sentence will be. Sarah P, late as always. How are you, my darling? Please hit the like button on the way in. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Most of you haven't. Half of you have not even hit the like button yet. You motherfuckers. Hit it. Hit it, baby, one more time. So, yes, if you want to help the channel grow, then you obviously know what to do. PayPal, Buy Me Coffee, or GoFundMe. Those are the best ways, as always. Thank you very much. Right, who else is in here? Morning, Sarah. Who else is in here? Oh, yeah, my wish list. Thank you to those that have already contributed. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Dave, how are you? Blue Collar Dave, how are you, sir? Nice to see you. Jersey Jen, nice to see you, my darling. How are you? KD, no worries, my darling. You come back when you're ready. Dana, how are you, buddy? Hope you're doing well, bud. Who else? This motherfuckers came too early. Muted, everyone said I'm muted. Fuck's sakes. SRP and Mexi love it when I'm muted. They're like, hey Mexi, how are you? Another CG, hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Rhonda, good morning, my darling. Hope you're doing well. And chat, getting my nails done, but listening. There you go, Rhonda. Thank you for being here. I was talking mad shit about you, but I did repeat some of it afterwards, Bex. But I just was surprised to see you. Just surprised that you came so early, you know. So there we are. Right. So we have the trial now. We have verdict watch as well. So closing statements and verdict watch. Closing statements will be an hour each. So 60 minutes each. The only provision that the judge has put in on the state is that they can't save more than 30 minutes for the rebuttal. So yeah, you know, your husband was surprised as well. He was surprised. He did a good job this morning. Fair play to him. Shake his hand for me, Bex, and say good job. So yeah, hope you've all had a good weekend though. Hope you've all had a great. What's the weather been like? It looks like it's been nice in America. From all pictures I've been seeing from people, it looks really nice. Here, it's been a bit hit and miss. I got my southern accent years on today. Southern, the draw. Oh, yeah, the Mississippi, yes. So they do have. So they started at 9. I'll pause a little bit because obviously we've got lots of time to go through this. So I'm not going to rush getting to testimony. But yeah, they agreed on an hour, 60 minutes each for closings, and then so we'll listen. Although closings have nothing to do with the verdict, I will still wait for what do you call it? Before I put a poll up, I will wait for everything to finish, even though it shouldn't even matter because you should have made a decision by now whether. Because closings have nothing to do with your decision. But we all know that everybody bases it on closings as well. Well, it's a statistic. Statistically, most jurors have made their minds up. What influences them the most is opening statements, statistically, to help them make their minds up. How are we doing? Good day, mate. Good day, Dan. How are we? Lovely, warm, rainy night in Adelaide, Australia. Hello, Widows. Much love. Hello, Widow. How are you, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Hope you got another. You guys say prawn on the barbie, but I say shrimp on the barbie. Hope you're doing well, buddy. I did actually. I think you made a comment. I think. Was it you? Maybe not. Somebody made a comment somewhere. I can't find it now. But I'll take a look later. Anyway. So, yes, we are here bright and early. Sarah P was here bright and early. See the marks that Sarah P gave me this morning? She gave me a whipping today. I got marks all over my face today. Yes, I'm very well. Thank you, buddy. And hopefully everyone down under is very good as well. So, I saw pictures of Boston yesterday, Rhonda, and everyone's in shorts and T-shirts and all sorts, you know. So that's why I was like, what's going on? Let me pause this for a second. Because let's chat. Before we get into it, let's chat. Lady Di. Oh, Lady Di's in the chat. Sorry, Lady Di. I missed your chat for some reason. I don't know why. I wasn't ignoring you, I promise. I'm just going back through to see... there. So I see. Did you see your part in this? Did you see the ladies of the night? Day one, Testy's comment. There you go. I'll take a look at that, Dan. Thank you, buddy. Miss Rhonda. There you go. I think we're up to date. But yeah, I tried to do a new intro that represented a lot of the chat, you know, the boobies, the Sarah P, Erin Hack, obviously, and hopefully when I get in Boston, we'll have new pictures to put up and represent as well. Some people we've had on the channel, Matt Moore, Solomon. We're also coming up to Zachariah's appeal before long, I think December. So also as a reminder to everybody, if the Brian Walsh case continues as it's supposed to, then you will have a new host, and her or his name is Mexi Texi. Actually, they know you're a woman. I was going to pretend you're a man, but everyone knows you're a woman. Used to be a man. But yeah, so Mexi will be streaming that for us. She'll be the DJ. Boop, boop. So I hope you all have a good time with that one. And then after that, we got to go into Courtney Clenny. Titties. Yeah, so I think she hasn't had the operation. I still might, yeah. So maybe haven't had. She's got the boobies, but maybe she hasn't cut off the bow bow. So you might have a surprise if you put your hands down there. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. I am going to. I'll be this time in 3 weeks. I'll be in Ireland. Actually, I will be in Ireland. I will be in Dublin in 3 weeks' time, and then 3 weeks tomorrow I will be flying to Boston. So exciting times. A lot going on before then. Still got stuff I need to sort out. Oh, but we'll get there. We will get there by the end. What else has been going on? What else has been going on the weekend? Anything interesting for you people? Have you been doing anything good? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Anything good? Chat's gone quiet. You're all working, so I'll give you that. You're all working. I need to wake you up. There's still people who haven't liked the stream yet, so I'm sorry, but I have to do it. Why is it playing up a bit?
Press
now,
the
then?
like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
I don't know why there's such a delay to the back end. I don't understand. Lady Di with the Antifa riots. Dana Leonard, I sadly closed the pool yesterday. Dana. Rhonda, I don't want it. The rain. Is it? Because I'm surprised it's raining. Cooking mac and cheese. Oh, nice. That sounds nice. So, Dan. Bex says, that's it. I'm taking my like back. Good. Fuck off. Bex, I love you. You know that. Thank you, Bex. And you, Lady Di. You can fuck off as well, then. The ladies of the night. I love it. Jersey Jen, quack, quack. Your chat seems like the only people that work in America. I know. It's unbelievable. It is surprising, though, that some of you work. I'm surprised. But I'm glad we're covering this because Mexi Texi as well. I'm glad I made her happy for the first time ever. We have tropical systems off the coast. No, have you? Pecs. No kidding. Oh, really? Because I'm on Google Chrome. That's what I'm using, Google Chrome. Is it? And I can switch to Edge, but it's a nightmare. The pausing and stuff like that. But we'll deal with it as we do. But yeah, so I'm super happy that we're coming to a conclusion in this trial. This trial started off as like, Mexi, you fucked me over here. This is a boring trial. But it just got better and better and better. And now we're finally down to closing arguments. And hopefully we're going to be done today. Verdict watch. I can't see it being more than a couple of hours. Do you know what I mean? For a decision, that is. They might want free food, though. So, as I say, they got 2 hours before for closings. Right, it was a good try. It was the first day dragged. I was thinking, Mexi, Mexi likes to play with me. She likes to play with me, so I'm her play doll. Do you know what I mean? So I thought she's fucked me here. She's literally has fucked me here. Not that I would complain if she had, because nothing better than being fucked by Mexi Texi. But I thought she's put me on this trial just to mess with me. However, it turned out to be a very good trial. But I'm very disappointed how it went. Yeah, I am very disappointed as well, which we'll discuss later after closings. I don't understand how we're a trial, if I'm being honest. But Robin G. So Robin G, congratulations to your nephew, I believe, for winning a medal, gold medal, I believe, is in the Special Olympics. I should have looked it up beforehand, but Robin G's nephew did win the competition riding through the Glen. He was riding a horse yesterday, and he won. So congratulations to him. That was amazing to see. I totally forgot about it. So I was very pleased for you and the family, and it was a great photo of him. So congratulations to him as well. That's amazing. Great stuff. I didn't not understand I was on a horse either, so no problems at all. No problems at all. And also, you might want to go back to the intro. You are in the intro a couple of times as well in our new intro. Well, you can watch it tomorrow. Anyway, so there you go. Well done. Nice. Congrats. Good morning, Mexi. Thank you. No worries, everybody. There you go. Hey, Robin G. Now, fuck you. Robin G comes in. The chat wakes up. The fuck? Me either. And my assumption would be, were elections going on and was there pressure on the DA, etc.? Seems like that is typically the case with cases like this. Well, maybe that's a good point actually. That which is surprising coming from you. You don't actually make good points normally, so that is a good point. That is a very good point. I'm glad he was happy. He looked very happy. So, right, shall we see where we're standing with this trial then? Robin is the real reason why we're here. Fuck you. You're such a bitch. Bex is so new, but she's such a bitch to me. Like, literally, I would say that you were Lady Di's daughter or something. Literally, you're the same person. You're like Lady Di's daughter. Lady Di is like old enough to be a grandmother. She's like 65 or something, so Bex, fucking bitches. Right, let's have a look to see where we're at. We are behind on the stream, by the way. Before people go, we're behind. Yeah, we're behind. We're behind. And don't pretend you don't like it. So we're behind. I love it. We do. I do love it. Yeah, so let's not pretend that you don't like it from behind, ladies. We all love it. Bex fits right in. I love her, and I'm 27 all day, every day, plus another 20 odd. Jersey Jen, you have been very nice lately, Jersey Jen. You have been. You've been very nice. And you've changed your profile picture again. I kept my bitch at bay for a few weeks. You have. I hope you're doing okay, though. I hope you're feeling much better than you were, Jersey Jen. Hope, yeah. I know you were ill last week. Hope you're feeling better. There you go. Rhonda's always lovely. Rhonda's probably one of the nicest people in the chat, to be fair. Until Lovely comes in. Lovely is obviously with a name like Lovely, you have to be the loveliest person here. But then you got fraudsters like Sarah P trying to be lovely as well. So yes, we are behind, as requested. Oh shit! Right, okay, they're so behind. Right, okay. I change my pick all the time, lol. Yes, feeling better, thank you. Good, I'm glad to hear. Well, time to change back, Jersey Jet. Good morning, Robin G. Congrats to your nephew. That is, yeah. Hang on, let me. Send me a picture, or maybe try to see if I can find the picture, Robin G. Of him yesterday. It was a great picture. I enjoyed seeing it. I just don't remember where it was. I do know it was in Resisted Silence. And let me see the picture. Where is it? Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Put the Chevy to the left. Here it is. I got it, Robin G. I got it. But you might want to hang on. Is the other one there as well? Yes, hang on. Then let me just do this. Actually, yeah. Thank you, Robin G. I was going to say. Actually, it's easier if you just. Oh, I got one. Have you got the other one as well? Send me the other one as well. I'll show that one first and then the other one. It's great. I love both pictures. There you go. She's done it. Happy days. Oh, hang on. Let me download it because it's too small. Oh, okay. No. Okay, just a pre-warning for you, Robin G. The quality sucks. However, it doesn't matter. I'll still show this. Let me make it. So that's him. This is Robin G's nephew right here, standing on the podium. And hang on, Robin G sent me more pics. So hang on. I love this. This is my favorite picture. I love this picture, by the way, people. Share. How happy does he look? How happy does he look on the horse? Like his auntie. The only difference he's not chasing all the men like his auntie is. How happy is he there? Do you know what I mean? That's amazing. Thank you for sharing, Robin. That is a great picture. That's a great picture. Oh, there's more pictures. Hang on then. Here's another one. Here's another one. That's it. He looks really happy. So I'm happy for you and your family and for him. So well done him for that. Congratulations again to him for winning that first place. Right, hang on. Right. I'll play the next one. Hang on. And then we will get back to stream. Don't worry. I got one more from Robin G and then there you go. There you go. Happy days. That's good, isn't it? It's nice to do that. And as you all know, family is everything. So thank you for sharing those with us, Robin G, for that. Right, I will put the stream back on. Not that I care if people are being impatient. Right, we got a few things here before we get started. Mexi's probably like fucking screaming at me now. Shut the fuck up and get on with it. Dylan, you just haven't seen me on my bitchy days yet. No, you never a bitch. Never. Money to get my hair did. Ooh. My dad always tell me when you get older, the first thing that goes is your memory. Shut up. I was talking about being nice to Dylan. I thought you meant my pick. No, that's funny. Congratulations to your nephew. There you go. Everyone says, there you go. Happy days. I'm glad everyone's. Vex has not been a bitch for once. Happy days. Yeah, great stuff. Way more talented than myself. Well, to be fair, pretty much everyone here is more talented than you, Lady Di. So that goes without saying, you know. There you go. Don't change. Well, actually, I could care less about the verdict in this now. That's how disappointed I am. Okay, well, we will listen to the closers now, and maybe that, you know, we'll get your input then. be back in a bit, guys. Don't worry, my darling. I'm only a bitch to those who deserve it. Fucking hell. You're all on heat today, aren't you? You motherfuckers. Right. Let's get on to this then. Oh, shit. He's stopped it again. The mofo. Right. I'll zoom up a little bit. Right. Here we go. From here then. Oh, congratulations. 2 medals, gold medals. Nice. Did he learn from you? Did you teach him how to ride the horse?
An amended D5. We're back on the record on jury instructions. When we left on Friday, I gave the defense an opportunity to comment further on S3, dealing with the timing of the robbery versus the alleged killing versus alleged robbery, whether the intent to rob had to be formed prior to the alleged killing. I was the opinion that as long as it's a continuous transaction, it didn't matter, and advised defense that's what the court's opinion of the law was, and gave it an opportunity to provide me with any law that rebutted that. I didn't receive any, so I'm working under the assumption that you doesn't have anything to rebut that theory, that statement of the law. I'll let you make any arguments that you want at this time anyway.
They haven't proven a robbery. They haven't proven a robbery.
I think that's a question for the jury. I just get into the law. The jury gets into the facts anyway. As there's testimony of what property it was traditionally in the possession of the defendant, Mr. Carpenter, and what was no longer there anyway. And I think that that's a jury question whether there was a robbery or not anyway. All right. I'm going to give S3, which says, court instructs the jury that state is not required to prove the defendant had the intent to rob Kirby Carpenter prior to the killing to support a conviction of capital murder with the underlying felony of robbery. It is sufficient for conviction if the state proves that the crimes murder and robbery were connected in a continuous chain of events. Intent to commit the robbery may be inferred by all the circumstances surrounding and connected with the killing of Kirby Carpenter. I'm going to give at S3. We also left here Friday with the question of whether the defense was entitled to an alibi instruction. I think at that time there was a D1, D2, and D5 that all dealt with alibi instruction. The court's opinion that is the defense theory of the case, and the defense is always entitled to an instruction on its theory of the case if there's any evidence, even more, regardless how scant, that supports the instruction. So I'm going to give an alibi instruction. We're down to which one of these instructions that I'm going to give. We had some emails yesterday, and the state was objecting to the first paragraph of D5, and I've taken the liberty of, and I agreed with that, and took the liberty of deleting the first paragraph of D5. So we're down to D1, D2, and an amended D5. The defense has indicated they want alibi instruction, and they are entitled to a alibi instruction. We're just arguing over which one it's going to be now. Mr. Hill, I'll give you an opportunity to express which of the three you think is the appropriate instruction. I'll give the defense state an opportunity to express.
I could skip all that bullshit, so we'll go into the they're on a break there. Yeah, ask away, Christine. Ask the question. Yeah, you'd be even the family. The family have even said that they were very pleased with her testimony. Well, the family that run the Facebook group anyway. Gavin Fish made a statement. He's close to the family, saying how great she was, and people like, yeah, she's the best witness ever. But I don't think they understand. Like it's not a time to bash somebody. It's like, oh, because that was more like a counselling session. They're like, oh, it's great that she got that all out. But it's like none of that was relevant to the charge. So, I mean, what are we doing? You know. So, good morning to you, Brenda. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I'm Irish, Northern Irish family, both sides. Of course, the family. Yeah, I've lost respect for Gavin Fish. Hey, James, nice to see you again. The jury instructions are critical. If not done correctly, the case can be overturned on appeal if found guilty. Absolutely. Totally agree with you, James. Totally agree. That witness was awful. I agree. There you go. So you don't. So you got the same education then. No, it might be a little bit different, maybe. Right. This is now the jury are back in, I believe. So let's listen to it.
36 is, it's been admitted. Safety box, easement and log.
Sidebar straight away. Hang on then. Oh, let's see the crowd then. So they did the jury instructions on Friday. They're just confirming some of the things they had to do. So, but it was all done on Friday. If people want to watch that section of it, it's about an hour long. Christine, I think you were not doing Brian or Walsh on October 20th. I'm trying to talk about, but are there lots of documents? I don't have any documents for it. I'm not, but Mexi is the channel. Will be doing it. Mexi Texi will be doing it. But in terms of documents, I've not done anything. I'm just gonna let Mexi do her thing, going blind. So, yeah. But good luck with it, Christine. I'm sure there are documents somewhere, darling.
I'm not rushing anybody, but are you ready? Which is sort of like rushing you.
Well, it's slightly different because the education level, board is different in Wales than what it is in England. Because obviously we have a lot more Welsh modules and stuff like that. So, so that's why I thought that the Northern Irish one might be a little bit different as well. That's the only reason. But some of it's obviously the same, but there will be differences as well.
If they're ready.
So part of the second daughter testimony was horrible. She did not make a good witness. She did more harm than good. I agree, but everyone seems to have loved her because she got to bash the guy, you know. So, but I just hope the jury see like that. I hope the jury aren't like the majority of the public, you know. Morning, Terry. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. You have to see Dylan's great. Yeah, we'll play that quickly once the jury come in then.
Correct way of pronouncing this word is great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Once more time. Great tits. Great tits. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
tits.
tits.
Great
tits. I hope that the pronunciation of this
Looks like
word
everybody
is clear to
survived
all of
the
you.
weekend. Good
So,
morning,
the
all.
correct pronunciation of this word is great
Football game.
tits.
All, good football game. Some turned out the way I wanted, some turned out the way I didn't want anyway. I trust no one had any problems with the court's instructions not to investigate the case, not to discuss the case, not to perform or express any opinions about the case. If you've had any problems in that regard, let me know. If not, if you don't let me know, I'm assuming you haven't. All right. At this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you the instructions of law, what the root law is. As I told you, if we started this thing, I get to decide what the law is. Y'all decide what the facts are. After I've read the law to you, the state will make its opening, closing arguments. And then the defense will make its closing argument. And because the state bears the burden of proof, they'll get the last bite at the apple and have the last closing argument. So pay attention as I read these rules to you. Members of the jury, you have heard the testimony, received the evidence introduced in the course of this trial. The court will presently instruct you as to the rules of law which you will use and apply to this evidence in reaching your verdict. When you took your place in the jury box, you made an oath that you would follow and apply these rules of law to the evidence in reaching your verdict in this case. It is therefore your duty as yours to follow the law which I shall now state to you. On the other hand, it is your exclusive province to determine the facts in this case and to consider and weigh the evidence for that purpose. The authority thus vested in you is not an arbitrary power, but must be exercised with sincere judgment, sound discretion, in accordance with the rules of law stated to you by the court. Both the state of Mississippi and the defendant have the right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence and apply the law of the case, and that you will reach a just verdict, regardless of what the consequences of such verdicts may be. It is your duty to determine the facts and determine them from the evidence produced in open court. You should not be influenced by bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Your verdict should be based on the evidence and not upon speculation, guesswork, or conjecture. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. Your exclusive province is to determine what weight and what credibility will be assigned to testimony and supporting evidence of each witness. You are required and expected to use your good common sense and sound, honest judgment in considering and weighing the testimony of each witness who has testified. Although you are the sole judges of facts, you are duty bound to apply the law as stated in these instructions to these facts that you find them from evidence before you. You are not to single out one instruction alone as stating the law, but you must consider these instructions as a whole. Neither are you to be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law. Regardless of an opinion you may have as what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your sworn duty to base your verdict on any other view of the law than that given. Arguments, statements, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law, but are not evidence. Any arguments, statements, and remarks having no basis of evidence should be disregarded by you. The evidence which you are to consider consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits offered and received. Production of these evidence in court is governed by rules of law. From time to time during the trial, it has been my duty as judge to rule on the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with the reason for the court's rulings, since they are controlled and governed by rules of law. You should not infer from any ruling by the court on these motions or objections to the evidence that the court has an opinion on the merits favoring one side or another. You should not speculate as to possible answers to questions which the court did not require to be answered. Further, you should not draw any inferences from the contents of those questions. You are to disregard all evidence that is excluded by the court from consideration during the course of the trial. You are not bound by any rules of parliamentary procedure in your organization or in your deliberation. But the court suggests that you choose a person to speak for you. You may vote on your individual beliefs either by show of hands, secret ballots, or any other method you choose. If in stating the law to you I repeat any rule, direction, or idea, or if I state the same rule in a different way, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any emphasis therefrom. The form of your verdict is suggested in another written instruction or instruction. Your verdict may be in one of the suggested forms. It should be written in handwriting or printing on one of the individual drawers on a separate sheet of paper furnished to you for that purpose. None of the individual drawers has to sign your verdict. The order in which these instructions are given to you and the manner in which these instructions and exhibits are numbered has absolutely no significance. You will have with you in the jury room all the papers and evidence applicable to this case. Although during the trial other papers, documents, exhibits, or charts may have been mentioned to you, once you have entered the jury room for deliberations, no other documents, papers, exhibits, or charts may be given to you. Transcripts of the trial testimony or parts of the trial testimony are not available. When you enter the jury room for deliberation, the court suggests to you that you discuss the facts of the case and review these written instructions before you begin voting or attempting to decide the case. The burden of proving the defendant guilty of every material element of the crime with the defendant is charged is upon the state of Mississippi. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence, but requires that before you can return a verdict of guilty, the state of Mississippi must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty from all the evidence in the case. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent. This presumption places upon the state of Mississippi the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence attends the defendant throughout the trial and prevails at its close unless overcome by evidence which satisfied the jury of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to offer any evidence at all. The verdict of the jury must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it would be necessary that each juror agree thereto. In other words, all 12 of you must agree on a verdict in this case. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in view of reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to your individual judgments. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion, if convinced that your previous opinion was erroneous. But do not surrender your honest convictions as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Upon retiring to the jury room, you will select one from among your number to act as a foreperson. The foreperson will preside over your deliberations and will be your spokesperson before the court. If it becomes necessary during your deliberation to communicate with the court, you may send a note by the bailiff. During deliberation, no member of the jury should ever attempt to communicate with the court by any means other than in writing, and the court will never communicate with any member of the jury on any subject touching the merits of the case, otherwise in writing or orally here in open court. Bear in mind also that you are never to reveal to any person, not even me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise until you have reached a verdict, unless asked by me in open court. Notes are only a memory aid, and the jury's notes may be used only as an aid to refresh that particular juror's memory and assist that jury in recalling the actual testimony. Each of you must rely on your own independent recollections of the proceeding. Whether you take notes or not, each of you must express your own opinion as to the facts of the case, and the individual jurors may be used by that juror only and may not be shown to or shared with other jurors. Jeffrey Dean Spence has entered a plea of not guilty. This means that you must presume or believe Jeffrey Dean Spence is innocent. This presumption of innocence stays with Jeffrey Dean Spence throughout each stage of trial unless the presumption has been overcome by evidence that satisfied the jury of Jeffrey Dean Spence's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Jeffrey Dean Spence is not required to prove his innocence. Jeffrey Dean Spence is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Because Jeffrey Dean Spence is claiming an alibi for his defense, that is, he was elsewhere on the date and time of Kirby Carpenter's death, the state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Jeffrey Dean Spence was not elsewhere at the time of Kirby Carpenter's death. The court instructs the jury that the state is not required to prove the defendant had the intent to rob Kirby Carpenter prior to the killing to support a conviction for capital murder with the underlying felony of robbery. It is sufficient for conviction if the state proves that the crimes murder and robbery were connected in a continuous chain of events. Intent to commit the robbery may be inferred by all the circumstances surrounding and connected with the killing of Kirby Carpenter. Robbery as referenced in these instructions means that the state proved the defendant unlawfully, willfully, and feloniously did take from Kirby Carpenter or from his presence his personal property with the intent to permanently deprive Kirby Carpenter of the property, and this was done against Kirby Carpenter's will by violence to his person or putting him in fear of immediate injury to his person by the exhibition of a deadly weapon. The defendant, Jeffrey Dean Spence, has been charged with a felony crime of capital murder. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt from the evidence in this case that Jeffrey Dean Spence, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, in Tippah County, Mississippi, y'all approach.
Thank you to Dan. I think it's Dan from Atlantis who sent me a PayPal. I think, hang on. Says, it was you. Thank you, Dan. Says,
Over the weekend, I forget.
short lap
All right, I'll
done.
start instruction over. The defendant, Jeffrey Dean Spence, has been charged with felony crime of capital murder. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt from the evidence in this case that Jeffrey
So yeah, it says, give a short lap dance. I will give that to Sarah P. She loves the lap dancing. So
Dean Spence,
thank you, Dan.
on the 30th day of November 2022, in Tippah County, Mississippi, unlawfully, willfully, and feloniously killed and murdered Kirby Carpenter, a human being, with or without deliberate design to effect the death of Kirby Carpenter, while engaged in the commission of robbery, without authority of law and not a necessary self-defense, then you shall find the defendant guilty of capital murder, in which you should write your verdict on a separate piece of paper provided by the court for that purpose in the following form. We, the jury, find the defendant Jeffrey Dean Spence guilty of capital murder. If the state has failed to prove any one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you shall find the defendant not guilty of capital murder under the indictment, in which case you should write your verdict on a separate sheet of paper provided by the court for that purpose in the following form. We, the jury, find the defendant Jeffrey Dean Spence not guilty of capital murder. All right. Those are the instructions of law that are to govern the case. These will go back with you, and these written instructions will go back with you into the jury room. Y'all can consult those when you begin your deliberation. Is the state ready to make its opening and closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Y'all guard the door now. Don't let anybody come and go during this portion of the.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's fine. May I proceed? Sure. Thank you. Good morning. The judge has instructed you on the law. As I said in my opening statement, you're the trier of fact. You judge the credibility of all the witnesses that you heard last week. Now, when you go back and retire and go back in the jury room and deliberate, you'll apply the evidence to the law and make your decision. And as the judge has said, you can take the instructions, should take the instructions back into the jury room with you. Now, Mr. Spence is charged with capital murder. We have to prove all the elements of capital murder beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is that on or about November 30th of 2022 in Tippah County, Mississippi, while Jeff Spence was engaged in the commission of robbery, Jeff Spence unlawfully, with or without deliberate design, killed Kirby Carpenter, a human being. Those are the elements. November 30th of 2022. Kirby's last words to Caitlin were at 6:37 p.m. on November 30th of 2022. He was traveling past Gino's, which is a tire store in Boonville. Kirby is never heard from again. You can review the text messages. They're entered as an exhibit, and you will see that there are no outgoing texts or calls from Kirby's phone. Scott Watson, who was the deputy coroner that day, and Dr. Erin Robinson, who didn't testify, but her report and the death certificate were admitted into evidence, declared that the date of death was November 30th of 2022. We can see this from the death certificate, which is right here, admitted into evidence. And highlighted there is 11/30/2022 in the right-hand corner is the date of death. Chippewa County, Mississippi. His body, no question, was found at 6071 County Road 600 in Chippewa County. That's Kirby Carpenter's home. Now, let's talk about robbery. Robbery is just what you would think it would be. It's taking someone else's property by violence using a gun, in this case. A person is in the commission of robbery, even if the robbery occurs after the killing. And the judge read you an instruction that tells you that as long as the state has proved that this is a continuing chain of events, the murder and the robbery, we don't have to prove which one occurred first. So even if Jeff robbed Kirby after killing him, he is still in the commission of a robbery. Now, let's talk about the property. You heard testimony early on in the trial from Bart Adams. Bart Adams is an attorney in Ripley, Mississippi. He knew Kirby for about 12 to 15 years, knew him, did some legal work for him, and he knew him as an acquaintance. He did business with him. He traded gold, silver, and collectible coins with Kirby. He also testified that in his dealings with him, Kirby always carried a satchel. I think Bart called it a man purse. And in that, I'm going to call it satchel. In that satchel was cash and business documents. Now, he also always carried a pistol with him. The gun and the satchel were never recovered. They weren't on Kirby's person, they weren't in Kirby's house, and they weren't in Kirby's truck that was locked in the driveway with the groceries he had purchased at the Kroger in Corinth on 11/30/2022. 22 Magnum shells were found on Kirby's person at the crime scene when the body was discovered on December 2nd of 22, but no gun. Where'd the gun go? Something he always carried. Now, let's talk about the personal property, including the business documents. Where were they found? You got to look to the Chilhowie, Virginia branch of the Bank of America.
Hippie chick, lady die, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
Morning, hippie chick, Spacey Stacy. Always show up together. Well, that means a certain crate has just finished. I did watch a little bit of it today, actually. I didn't see you both in there, but I was watching this morning. But yeah, late as fuck. It's fine though. We're just in the closings here. I put a new intro in and everything, and you missed it. You're all in it. Fuck. No, I hope you're both doing well. Hope you both had a good weekend as well. We'll get back to this one and then we'll chat later. Always tree walking.
These pictures have been entered into evidence, and the actual evidence you can take back into the jury room and examine. Now you'll see some, what Mr. Hill calls the commercially packaged items that you can buy on Royal Street in New Orleans, but you also see a lot of loose coins. These are all items that were part of Kirby's business. North Mississippi gold, silver, and coin exchange. Also contained in the Chilhowie branch were miscellaneous papers. I'll have more to say about that in a little bit. Jeff killed Kirby with or without deliberate design. Deliberate design. Now, what is deliberate design? Deliberate design means we don't have to prove that Jeff Spence intended on killing him. He killed him, but we don't have to prove intent. Jeff Spence shot Kirby in the right shoulder and the chest with a shotgun. Kirby's death was caused by a shotgun blast. Where do we get that information? From the death certificate. And the pictures that you saw that were presented in trial that showed the wounds, Kirby Carpenter's neck and chest area, right shoulder. The doctor, the medical examiner, ruled this a homicide, and the cause of death, which is in the right paragraph, gunshot wound, gunshot to right shoulder and chest area. Now, there's a lot of evidence in this case. We're going to take it one at a time because once you put all the pieces together, everything points to Jeff Spence. The timeline. In my opening argument, I suggested to you that the timeline is critical in this case. Kirby's timeline, Caitlin's timeline, and Jeff Spence's timeline. Again, Kirby's last words to Caitlin, to anyone, was at 6:37 p.m. in the form of a text message when he's passing Geno's. Again, here's the text message. You can see it 6:37 p.m. on November 30th of 2022. Where are you? Geno's. Now, if you recall, Caitlin's testimony was that on the night of, actually on the 29th, Jeff Spence suggested to her that she go out with Bailey Reeves, her friend, on the night of 11/30/2022. That didn't work out because Bailey had her baby, her husband was home, whatever. They did not get together. But Jeff suggested they get together. You gotta ask yourself why. Because he did what he had to do. We know where Caitlin was. We know Caitlin was at Walmart in Boonville. And we know she went to the parking lot. And how do we know that? Because we've got video evidence that's been entered into the evidence showing her at the Walmart parking lot, and she stays there until 7:52 p.m. Her testimony was that after she left, after breastfeeding, she went to pick up Chinese food and then headed home. 15 to 20 minutes to Kirby's house, where she lived. So that puts her, even if she's speedy picking up her Chinese food, that puts her home about 8:15 p.m. Kirby was murdered approximately 7 p.m. Now, Jeff and Karen left Mississippi after being in Mississippi for an extended period of time to, quote, help with the baby on 11/29/22, one day before the murder. 19 hours. I want you to remember that number. You heard the officers from Virginia testify that it was about an 8-hour drive. Caitlin said it was 10. Say it was 10. You've got an hour time difference. So when you're traveling to Virginia, you pick up an hour. When you're coming back to Mississippi, you lose an hour. 19 hours. So if the Spences left Mississippi 1 to 2 p.m., giving them a 10-hour drive, adding an hour for the time change, that puts them home in Saltville, Virginia about midnight on 11/29/22. Kirby's killed at 7 o'clock p.m. on the 30th. That's a 19-hour gap. Plenty of time to get something to eat, to take a shower, to fill up with gas, get a good night's sleep, and drive all the way back to Mississippi. And again, Kirby was found at 12:30 on December 2nd of 2022. When did the Spences say they come back? They came back on the 3rd, and they stayed for the funeral on the 17th, and then they left on the 20th. 19 hours. The bank box. The first bank box that was opened by Jeff Spence was opened on December 2nd of 2022. Guess what? The same day Kirby's body was found. There's the safe deposit box lease opened by Jeff Spence, co-owner Karen Spence. But what's significant is the box entry log. When does he enter that box? On the same day he opens it. At what time? 11:40. That's Eastern Standard Time, which is 10:40 Mississippi time. That's almost 2 hours before Kirby's body was discovered. If they didn't know he was dead, why they're opening up the bank box? And Mr. Hill made a big deal that, hey, you open up a bank box, nothing unusual about going into that bank box. But if you look at the Saltville branch documents, that box was opened up on December 12th of 2022, and the contents are in evidence. He doesn't enter that box until June of 2023. Why does he go into that box? On the day that he opened it, 2 hours before Kirby's body was discovered. Well, on December 4th of 2023, pursuant search warrants obtained by Virginia law enforcement, what do they find in the Chilhowie branch box? Number 11. This. And more importantly, more incriminating, not commercially valuable, is a check to David Barnes. Kirby M. Carpenter, 6071 County Road, 600 Boonville, Mississippi, $90. How'd that get there? Miscellaneous paperwork that Chris McAllister testified to. First is a simple envelope that you get from a bank and you withdraw money. Where's that from? People's Bank, Ripley, Mississippi. Bands are used to band money together. People's Bank, People's Bank. You gotta ask yourself, where's the money? It's in his pocket. And the receipts. Here's a receipt from Panthers Den in Dumas, Mississippi. Kirby's MasterCard. And here are some receipts that Chris McAllister testified that he verified that they were from Kirby Carpenter's account. Now, what do these documents do in that box? Because Jeff Spence grabbed Kirby's satchel and left. Testimony is that his satchel contains business papers, documents, and cash. All that's found in the Chilhowie box. The confession. Caitlin Spence testified that in December of 2022, he had gone back to Mississippi on the 30th and delivered a package that he implied were narcotics, pills. Placed him in the shed, I believe, underneath a bucket. So here he's confessing to going back to Mississippi on the 30th. And then we had the waterfall conversation that Caitlin testified happened between April and June.
Objection, Your Honor.
2023. After she's
Hearsay.
written all these social media posts, she's gone through counseling, and she just comes out flat out and asks Jeff Spence, did you kill Kirby? What did he say? No, I didn't kill him. What are you talking about? The less you know, the better. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Down south, we would say that don't thump a pretty melon. If you say anything, you'll lose, and no, let you kill me. I did what I had to do. And Caitlin Spence testified that this was a confession. Now, Mr. Hill has made a lot of the purported enemies that Kirby had throughout his life. Drug dealers in Memphis, business transactions gone wrong. And all the people, Caitlin could have said, "Hey, look, he was dealing drugs with Joe Blow in Memphis. He killed him." Who did she point her finger at? The guy that confessed to her father, his own daughter. The shotgun. Carolyn Aguayo, Caitlin's sister, Jeff Spence's other daughter, younger daughter. First grade teacher, wife, mother. Has no reason, nothing to gain from her testimony. She doesn't want to be anywhere around him. She doesn't want him to know where they live. She doesn't want him to know how many children she had. And he made the statement to her while watching TV that if he had to kill someone, he'd use a shotgun. Jeff knew it was easier to get away with using a shotgun because if you only fire one shot, the casing's not going to eject. Chris McAllister testified that it was a single shot from a shotgun. Now, significantly, again pursuant to a search warrant in December of 2023, Smyth County law enforcement found a hidden, muddy, fully loaded shotgun under Jeff's bed. Pictures are in evidence. The shotgun was wrapped in a man's jacket. Muddy at the end of the barrel. Also important is the ammunition that was contained in the shotgun. He wrapped it 6 times, 6 shells ejected. I submit to you, the testimony was that the red shells are double aught buckshot. Chris McAllister gave me his opinion at the coroner that Kirby was shot with buckshot. Jeff's phone. Caitlin testified that she tried to call Jeff on November 30th of 2022. She couldn't get it. And she asked him about this. And he said, "Oh, my battery was broken." All day? What was recovered in A1 storage was labeled a Faraday bag. You heard testimony what a Faraday bag is used for. Put your phone in there, nothing's coming in, nothing's going out. Easy way to hide your phone. Carolyn's testimony. What did she say about phones? She said that when Jeff had to cross state lines, he would give his phone to his wife so he couldn't be detected. You see a pattern here? Jeff's MO, modus operandi, how he gets things done. The shotgun. Kill with a shotgun, hidden underneath his bed. Why do you hide the shotgun underneath your bed? Wrapped in a jacket. Because you're trying to hide the murder weapon. Again, what the comment he made to Carol, if I was going to kill somebody, I'd kill him with a shotgun. The phone. Carolyn testified, gives the phone to Karen so they couldn't detect him going across state lines. His phone has gone dark on him. The day of 11/30/42. The security cameras. Now you heard Carolyn testify that things had gone south with her parents. They had basically evicted him off their property. He came back to get his stuff out of the garage, and they watched him on the camera walk behind the shed, and then the cameras go blind. They go back to check it out, camera's been cut, cold. Why did he do that? Chris McAllister testified that Kirby Carpenter's security system, the cameras, had been disabled. Now, Mr. Hill said, oh, he didn't have access to the house. Yes, he did. Caitlin testified that she had told her parents where the spare key was located. So he didn't have to break into the house. There was no sign of forced entry because he didn't have to. He knew where the key was. He lived there for several months. The aggression. I wrote this down. During Carolyn's testimony, when they met at McDonald's to see if they could straighten things out, these are Carolyn's exact words. I saw an anger and a violence in his eyes that I had never seen before. I saw an anger and a violence in his eyes that I had never seen before. That's Carolyn's testimony. Someone has nothing to gain about being here. Caitlin testified at the waterfall, her father had never talked to her like that. He was angry. JDC, Jeff doesn't care. A text from November 5th of 2021, about a year before Kirby's murder. Jeff says, you hire the talent. The older I get, the less life in prison is a deterrent. Jeff doesn't care. The older I get, the less life in prison is a deterrent. That's a text in response to Caitlin's question, tired of a job, hey, what other work can I do? And he says, Assassin's Inc. That full text chain is entered into evidence. Kirby's house. Again, Jeff knew about the spare key, knew where it was. Jeff disabled the cameras. Because if he doesn't disable the cameras, all this is for naught. Jeff shot Kirby, dragged and tried to hide his body. Picture of Kirby's house in January 600 in Tippah County. Picture of the carport area. Looks like there'd been some kind of scuffle. And I say that because behind that white garbage can were found Kirby's house keys. Mud on Kirby's pants from being drugged. And that's where he ended up. Underneath the curtain, secured by a toolbox from a pickup truck. Now, Jeff's alibi. The court has instructed you that's the state's burden, and we accept that burden, to prove that Jeff Spence was in Mississippi. And I just went through the litany of evidence that shows that he was in Mississippi. But listen, so we've got that burden, but let's look at the alibi. The alibi is based on one text, supposedly from Karen Spence to Caitlin. One text. About to cook hamburgers. Dad worked really hard today. The hounds are on the porch. That message. That brings the obvious question. Where was Karen? This is an unverified, unsworn, self-serving text message. Anybody can grab a phone, go into another room saying, hey, I'm having fun in Alaska. Why didn't Karen Spence come into this courtroom, be sworn in by the court reporter, sit down and testify under oath? I sent that text message. I was in Virginia when it was sent, and my husband, Jeff Spence, was with me. Where was she? I don't know where she was, but she wasn't here. Now, if you're accused of capital murder, and you're claiming you were somewhere else, and you see the number of just miscellaneous documents that are in all these bank boxes. It's almost like you hoarded receipts and things. Where are the receipts? Where's the receipt from the gas station where you filled up with gas in Saltville, Virginia on November 30th of 2022? Where's the receipt saying you bought a Coke and some naps?
Pardon me.
Well, yeah, I was just about to say, shifting the burden, it's their case. They got to prove it, not the other way around. It is that I thought, Joe, I was about to say something like you, Lady Di. He said about his wife not testifying. Okay, it's not their case to prove. Why didn't you put the wife on there?
Why aren't there any receipts? Because he wasn't in Saltville. Why isn't there someone to come in here and testify and say, yeah, Jeff and I were together on 11/30/22 in Saltville. We sat on the porch, had a Coke, because he wasn't in Saltville. This alibi, this unsworn, unverified, self-serving text message is not an alibi. What they're claiming to be an alibi, thank you, but it's unsubstantiated. Why wasn't Karen here? Maybe she was tired of staying strong for the family, to continue covering up for Jeff. I don't know. All we know is she wasn't here. And you've got to ask yourself a question: how does a man with the financial troubles, with no continuing or employment whatsoever, how does he accumulate all this cash? If you look at the inventory sheets on the two bank boxes, he's got $62,000. That's just in the county cash. That doesn't count the money that was wrapped in aluminum foil when he was arrested on November 30th of 2023, 1 year to the day Kirby died. I believe that was about $10,000. He claims that he deals in gold, silver, and valuable coins. There's there any dealer that came in here and said, yeah, I'll show you? And finally, the three people, his immediate family, who should be the most important people to him, his two daughters, both testified against him, and his wife didn't testify. That's got to say something. Confessed to Caitlin, Carolyn, again, a first grade teacher, wife, mother, credible, no reason to come in here and lie. They broke ties with, I think she called them Bonnie and Clyde. Scared of her. Don't want to know where she lives, where her family is, how many kids she has. Jeff Spence had the motive. Let's agree. Jeff Spence had the opportunity in 19 hours. Jeff Spence took this man away from Maddie Jane, his mother, his sisters, Casey and Wendy, and most importantly, his two children, Towns and an elder. Jeff doesn't care. Prison's not a deterrent to him. A deterrent to what? A deterrent to murder. He's guilty. Find him guilty. Thank you.
You let me know if you want a break. You could have to, Mr. Hill has up to an hour to have his closing arguments. I don't know if we'll use all of it or not, but if you'd like to have a break now before we start that, we'll give you one. You think you need one? Nobody says yes, I'm gonna say no. All right? You may make your closing argument for the state. For the defense.
If I don't speak loudly enough, let me know. Just give me a sign. Let's review the timeline again because they're leaving a lot out. The Spence baby was born, the Carpenter baby, Enola, was born on July 23rd, 2022. From that day forward, Jeff Spence and Karen Spence, either both of them or one of them, was in Tippah County, Mississippi, helping Caitlin learn how to read, taking care of the baby. I think Karen Spence was here almost the entire time, the entire 4 months. And Jeff would be here, go back, take care of their place in Virginia, come back, go back, and did that for a month period. On November the 29th, that's a Tuesday, they both returned to Virginia. And that's a 10-hour drive. Unless you are going a lot faster than you should. That's 10 hours. They left about 3 p.m. That's an evidence. 3 p.m. on Tuesday the 29th. Arrived in Virginia in the wee hours of the morning. I'll come back to the timeline shortly. Jeff opened the bank box on the 2nd of December, I'm sorry. He opened another bank box on the 12th. The bank boxes that he opened on the 2nd and the 12th were visited repeatedly in 2023. The pictures that you see up here are items that were in these bank boxes a year later. They talk about the Chill Howard bank box. What you see, the pictures wasn't on December 2nd. It was in December of 2023, after search warrants were obtained a year later. Okay? The government claims, I told you when we started, the government claims things that they can't prove. They can't prove that Jeff Spence was in Mississippi on November the 30th, 2022. They can't prove that he was at Carpenter home. They can't prove that he did anything. There's no proof. No hard proof. There's nothing. No scientific evidence. Nobody saw him. He came all this way, did all this stuff, and nobody saw him. Now, on November the 30th, which is Wednesday, he was, in fact, with his wife at their home. And bear in mind now, they haven't been together in this home at that point for 4 months. She's been here in Mississippi. He's been coming and going. This is their first night, their first dinner as a couple in their own home in 4 months. Now, how do we know he's there? Well, 2 reasons. Number one, Karen and Caitlin have a text exchange. We all know what that is. We've got a cell phone. You write back and forth. I do it with my daughters at night. You know, just casual checking in sorts of emails. And this is qualitative evidence. You don't have to have it notarized. You know how I came into possession of this? Just so you know how this whole system works. This is not something I found and I didn't find it, but it's not something I produced. This is the product of what's called discovery in a lawsuit, in a court case. Discovery, that means giving information. And you know where this information was obtained? By them. This came from them. This text message between Caitlin and Karen came from the government. You know, when you get arrested, trust me, law enforcement types want your cell phone. They love your cell phone. They love to go through it and see what they can find. And that's what they did in this case. This is what they do in every case. They get your cell phone, they get a warrant to go into it, they go into it, and you've heard the word dump it, they dump it, extract it, dump it. And this produces information. It produces information. And the information that they produce, they didn't know I would find it. When I get the phone dump, it's thousands. It's not just, oh, look here. I have to go digging for this. I guess they thought I wouldn't find it. Caitlin and her mother, y'all have this with you when you're back there. Caitlin and her mother are having this casual evening checking in sort of exchange of, what's for dinner? Really enjoy seeing Noah. She's such a doll, that sort of thing. And then Karen says, Dad and I are eating hamburgers in a few minutes. He just got up from a good nap. He worked hard today, inside and out. The hounds are back. I don't know what that's in reference to. Love you lots and lots. And then Caitlin writes back, LOL, good. I'm glad to hear that. I know you missed his hamburgers. Thank you so much, both of you, for helping out so much with the Noah. You are the best grandparents. I don't have to have that notarized. This is qualitative evidence that they discovered in a cell phone search, and it tells you that Karen and Jeff, on November the 30th, are about to have dinner for the first time together in 4 months. First time together in their own home in 4 months. Help you understand how to read these things. If you look at some of the small print on this text message right here, you will see that it was sent on November the 30th, 2022 at about 8 p.m. I hope you were paying attention when I had Caitlin on the witness stand the other day. She didn't know I had found this. I don't have to tell her what I find. They have to give me the phone number, but I don't have to tell her what I found. I could bring it up in court, which is what I did. And when she was sitting right there, and I started quizzing her about this, you were paying attention, I hope you were. She was stunned. She didn't know what to say. And when I asked her, kind of difficult to kill Kirby Carpenter in Mississippi on November 30th, 7 to 8 p.m. and be in Saltville, Virginia, having hamburger dinner at the same time. Isn't it, Caitlin? Isn't it? Difficult. You remember, all she could say was, this is a quote. That's what it said. It's an only retort to my question of how do you explain killing somebody in Mississippi and being in Saltville having dinner with your husband? Well, that's what it says. And that's what it says. She didn't need this waterfall confession. Waterfall confession never happened. This is, Caitlin Spence is up to her eyeballs in all this. I'm not sure you'll ever hear her truth. And she knew she was up to her eyeballs in all this. She was the first one investigating. She was the first one to lawyer up. And what she did in April of this year is get herself some relief. And you don't get relief from the government just because you want some relief from the government. You gotta give them something. And so she makes up this story about a waterfall confession, wanted to hear it from her father. And she knew on November the 30th, 2022, exactly where her father was, exactly where he was on November the 30th, 2022. Because on that day, she was communicating with her mother about hamburger dinner they're fixing to have. And then Caitlin says, I know you've missed his hamburgers. She knew where her father was on November the 30th, 2022. She didn't have to go ask him. It never happened. She's making it up. That's, you know, what got Jeff Spence arrested initially was a statement from this guy named David Barnes. David Barnes was was in trouble, just like Caitlin was in trouble. David Barnes was facing life imprisonment because he's a career criminal. And he went and gave a statement in 2023, a year after the time frame that we're talking about with Kirby. He went and gave a statement to Chris McAllister about something he heard at the funeral. Well, Caitlin, you heard her say, I asked her about that. Something that Caitlin said to him at Kirby's funeral. And Caitlin says, that's a lie. It never happened. David Barnes is making it up. He's making up something that he can sell to the government to get him some relief. And it's got him some relief. He's not shipped off to prison yet. Interesting facts. That's what got Jeff Spence arrested. David Barnes' statement in November 23. Well, what David Barnes did in November 23, trying to get himself some relief from law enforcement, is exactly the same thing that Caitlin Spence did at the waterfall. She's making it, nothing happened at the waterfall. She's making it up. She's making it up to be as plausible as possible. She didn't have to go ask where her father was on that day, on that night, November 30th. She did. It was right there. She and her mother were talking. I hope you take note that David Barnes, who started this criminal case against Jeff Spence, was not brought into court. They didn't bring him. And there's a reason. But he's not present. And another reason they didn't bring him is because they have two competing witnesses. One saying one thing, no, you're a liar. Okay? When we first met each other last week, I told you to make sure that you make the government prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Make sure you make them prove that Jeff Spence was in Mississippi on November the 30th at 7 p.m. beyond a reasonable doubt. Following the timeline further, they want you to believe, I told you, that they concocted this theory that Jeff, Mississippi and Virginia, came back to Mississippi, did the deed, went back to Virginia, with no proof. There's no proof of any of that. None, zero. Is that beyond a reasonable doubt? And to follow up their preposterous, foolish, almost theory, they create this almost impossible allegation that we left Mississippi in the afternoon of the 29th, drove all the way to Virginia, turned around the next day and drove all the way back to Mississippi, and then turned around and went all the way back to Virginia. Now look, they're saying that he drove 30 hours over the course of 36 hours. If he left Mississippi at 3 p.m. on the 29th, drove 10 hours, he got to Virginia in the wee hours of the morning. He turned around and drove back to Mississippi. That's another 10 hours. It would be from 3 p.m. on the 29th to 3 p.m. on the 30th would be 24 hours. right? That's a bet. 24. Kirby is supposedly killed at 7, that's 4 more hours. And then we turn around and drove back. And that's another 10 hours or so. They're saying he drove 30 hours in 36 hours. 30 hours or 36 hours. That's over 2,000 hours. And what makes their theory of his conduct even less believable is that, you know, the evidence is that Kirby was a very independent-minded sort. Lived life on his terms. You don't like what I'm doing? Heck with it. You'll see me when you see me. I'm not coming home, I'm not coming home. And there is no expectation. Jeff going from Mississippi, Virginia, back to Mississippi, and he is just coming back to Mississippi on the hunch that he might encounter this man. I'll just drive to Mississippi and see if I can run into it. Well, who in the world is going to do that? It makes no sense. It's foolish. So the notion that we did that is not plausible. It's not credible. The notion that we would even attempt, a man that age, I mean, he's no spring chicken. And I see some younger folks in this jury box, y'all might be able to pull that off. But not many of us my age should. It's not far behind. No. We have several items to talk about. Please bear in mind that a search warrant was had on the Jill Howie bank box on December 2nd, 2022. And Mr. Miller has shown you also his photographs. Those photographs aren't from December 2nd, 2022. Those photographs are from a whole year later. They don't have any proof as to what was open in that box on December 2nd. You can just open the box and then anything in it. Certainly not what you saw on the screen. And then the next box was opened on December 12th, 22. And it didn't have anything in it until June of 23. Jill Howie box was visited 4 times in 23. All the stuff going in before the photographs were taken. The softball, the box opened on December 12th. Didn't have anything until June of 23. And certainly nothing was put in it that looked anything like the photograph that you saw on the screen. These photographs, trust me, are not contemporaneous with this time. They are different. They are not contemporaneous at all. When we bring a witness in named Karen, who hasn't even seen these people in 7 to 8 years, hasn't even seen them, and they're going to use her testimony some sort of convincing effort. She hadn't been around Jeff Spence, Karen Spence, our sister Caitlin Spence. She hadn't been around the entire family for a year. And she's so full of hate and vengeance, I'm pretty sure they don't care. You know, she lost me when she told y'all that her mother's illnesses were a matter of convenience. That when her mother needs an excuse, she's got help on her. A matter of convenience, that's the least respect you can show your mother. I'm not going to want to talk to you. And I'm damn sure not going to do it. They haven't proven anything in this case. They haven't proved our presence. They haven't proved our any conduct at Kirby's house. They haven't proved that we knew how to get to the house. They haven't proven that we committed a robbery. What did we rob? They haven't proven any robbery. They haven't proven anything. They haven't proven that there was any attempt to go into Kirby's safes. No damage, no attempt, nothing broken, no locks picked. From the November the 30th supposed murder. I doubt it was murder, but it wasn't Jeff Spence. I haven't figured out yet, I've been sitting here for a week, I haven't figured out yet what exactly they claim was taken on November the 30th, the day that Kirby was murdered. What do they claim was taken? Do they honestly want you to believe that all of this stuff right here, all of this stuff that Kirby's killer killed him at 7 o'clock and loaded all this up before Caitlin got home at 8:15? That's what they say. I don't agree with that. That's what they say, using their timeline. All of this stuff? No, this is evidence of accumulated activity over the course of a long time. You remember, I had Mr. Johnson, a young investigator from Virginia, on the stand for a couple of hours, going through every item in that box, and that box, and that box, and that box. Every item. And every item in there, they showed some loose coins. There weren't any loose coins that I saw the other day. I asked him about loose coins. And he said, they're not loose coins. They are commercial properties. You'll get to see it. You can look at it yourself. Individual silver piece, silver dollar, or whatever. And it's packaged in a hard plastic container that could be bought. I always say Royal Street because I had bought stuff there myself when I knew Portland was. But you can buy it in Memphis. You can buy it in Birmingham. Anywhere where there are products of this nature sold. And Mr. Johnson was asked, have you seen any evidence, Mr. Johnson, of when Jeff Spence came into possession of these items? No. Nothing. No. Couldn't say. Could have had them for 40 years. Could have had them for a year, 2 years. Who knows? They don't have any proof. They're just, I told you the other day, they're just trying to squeeze whatever evidence they can and make it as punitive as possible against Jeff Spence. Trying to put, I think I use the analogy of trying to put a square peg into a round hole. They've been doing that for right? And they always want to couch it. They want to couch everything they do. It's a government tendency to make it as bad sounding, sinister sounding as possible for the accused. And the example that I'll use for you, if you look at they make out a term when they do evidence. They have a limit. There's a list. You'll see the list. And they accuse Jeff Spence of possessing, on the day that he was arrested, $8,200 counterfeit money. Well, that sounds pretty bad. $8,200 counterfeit money. He didn't have one red cent. He saw me have Mr. Johnson. Let's look in this bag. Let's open it up and see what's in here. Remember that? And we opened the bag with $8,200 in supposed counterfeit money. Well, it wasn't counterfeit money. It's play money. It says it. You look at it. It says it right on the document itself. You flip it over on the back side. It says prop. That's a prop. Money, movies and stuff. Prop. It's a prop. What's simple about that bit? It's not counterfeit money. Most of them wouldn't even try to pass it. What's left will take it. It's not right. If Kirby supposedly, if Jeff supposedly brought pills that Caitlin Spence brought, why were they never found? Didn't happen. Caitlin's just making stuff up to protect herself. Caitlin's making stuff up to shift the blame. Caitlin's making stuff up to earn her freedom. She's free. She is a free person with her daughter. They say I blame her. I might have done it myself, but that doesn't mean she gets to pass it off to somebody else, which is what she's trying to do.
I will be honest. I don't think this is a very good closing. I really don't like. My worry is for this guy Jeffrey Spence is that this is not a very good closing in my opinion. So I know what you mean about listening to a drunk uncle. It's shit. I agree. I mean, he could just be found guilty just based on this fucking closing argument. It's what are we doing? He doesn't even need a full hour. There's literally nothing being put in. I just this guy could end up convicting his own client. Jeepers.
I think you need to bear in mind how much animosity Kirby had going on at the time, how much animosity he has generated over the course of his young life. How many people wanted to do him harm? How many people threatened to shoot him in the face?
He's confusing them even more. So I agree, James. Literally, there's zero passion, and he's confusing stuff. Dude, just say your client didn't do it. It's not your job to prove who did do it. Just state your facts, and that's it. And just mention it's not your burden; it's their burden.
I just shoot him in the face. I many people wanted to drag him out into the street and beat him to death in the city of Ripley, where nothing would happen to him, is what he said. And when the people got mad at him over manipulating business deals, I mean, the people got mad and said that's the kind of money you killed over. All sorts of questions. Somebody killed Kirby Carpenter. Who was it? Have they proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Jeff Spence? No, they don't have any proof at all. Besides, I did show you. On November the 30th, at the time he supposedly was in Mississippi to do this deed. He was at home in Virginia with his wife, and she is telling the daughter that. And the daughter knew it when she went to talk to her, or claimed she went to talk to her husband, or her father. And what year was it? 23 or 24? 23. April of 23, June of 23. No. Just didn't happen. The government wants to direct your attention to some other specific facts, like a shotgun found in a house in Virginia. What's so big about that? There's no connection. There's no evidence at all connecting that gun to Mississippi. No, zero. It's just another example of trying to make the evidence. Let's see if we can make it. How many people own a shotgun? I own 5. So there's nothing wrong with owning a shotgun. Nothing wrong with putting it wherever you're going to put it, back or whatever you're going to do.
We approach her.
Jeepers.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Oh my days. That's tough. That's tough. But I literally, his closings could have been 5 minutes and it done. Let the prosecution do all the work because they've not proven it. But the way he's speaking, he's going to convict his own client. My days.
I told you that you should pay particular attention to Caitlin Spence and her effort to get out of trouble and whatever she said about her father, and analyze these facts carefully as to her. Kirby was a drug dealer, and she was right there with him. Okay. Kirby sold methamphetamine, she was right there with him. Kirby sold pills, she was right there. Drug dealer, trust me. 50-year lawyer. There's a lot of violence associated with drug dealing. And she was right there with him. You know, going to Virginia, driving back, going back to Virginia. That's a lot to believe when you got this woman right there in the house. You got this woman right there in the house. And not only do you have her right there in the house with him, but they had a history that wasn't always flowers. It wasn't always positive. She told you, and other people told you, Kirby was a difficult man. He had temper. He had a tendency to violence. If you didn't agree with the way he wanted to live, Kirby was emotionally abusive to her. When I say emotionally abusive, I'll come on if I want to. If I don't want to, I'm not going to. And if you say anything, I'm liable to give you a black eye. And he did. I don't believe Caitlin was happy in that relationship, and I think she's glad it's over. And one of the things that I found interesting that I didn't even know until this case was being heard, Jeffrey Spence was on the witness stand, and he wanted to play the 911 tape. And you heard after the dispatch answers the phone, answers the 911 call, then we have a very emotional, crying, upset young woman. And Chris suggested to you that that was an act. And I suggest to you that it was an act for her to cover her own interest here. Remember what Chris said. A 911 call is recorded. It's recorded before it's answered. And when that 911 call was made, Caitlin wasn't crying before the phone was answered. She wasn't upset before the phone was answered. She was upset when she acted upset when the dispatch said, hello, or what's your emergency? That's when the crime started, in that space of time between making the call and it being answered. There was nothing. Caitlin was manipulating the situation. Caitlin was trying to deflect attention away from herself, just like she's done with this supposed waterfall story. It doesn't hold water in view of her discussions with her mother on the night of November 30th, 2022. Dad and I are fixing to have a hamburger supper at the same time that Kirby's supposedly being killed. Just doesn't wash. Doesn't hold water. You know, Chris McAllister is a long time Temple County coroner and a long time Temple County investigator. I've known him a long time. He usually shoots straight with me. And I think he shot straight in some areas, but basically in this case. I don't recall anything from his investigation, what he did, that in any way connects Jeff Spence to here, to this case, to this murder on November the 30th, 2022. Of Chris did all this investigation, and I can't think of a single fact that he could testify to that points the finger at us. There's no connection between cameras. There's no connection. There's no proof of any connection between surveillance cameras. There's no proof of any connection concerning any sync module. There's no proof of any connection between any attempts to steal money from inside safes. There's no proof of any connection between any supposed hard evidence, scientific evidence, forensic evidence. All we've got here is theory and everything they can do to make whatever they find fit that theory.
Relating to that article.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Fingerprints off Kirby's door to his truck. If somebody's going into that truck, you know, it self-locks. Anybody going into that truck, they have to open the door. No fingerprints on the supposed toolbox outside. Nothing hard as evidence that you would normally see in a criminal case connecting Jeff Spence to this place at that time. That day, that time, nothing. Caitlin, on the other hand,
Hippie chick, lady die, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
To protect, she claims that she, and I find it interesting, see if you can help me out here. Kirby is supposedly killed around 7 p.m. on Wednesday, November the 30th. And somebody does what they do to him. That's not the sort of conduct that you would expect of somebody who would be in a hurry if he has driven all the way from Mississippi to Virginia back to Mississippi, and he's going to kill him. He's going to steal all this stuff, and he's going to go to the trouble to get him around by the metal coverall, put him underneath the toolbox. That's not somebody who has driven 2,000 miles, has driven all these hours in a very short period of time. That's somebody more local, somebody who's got time, somebody like Caitlin Spence and whoever she might have a friend to help her. She's not in any hurry because she's living there at the time. She's not living, she's not in a hurry to leave. Whoever kills Kirby at 7 o'clock, 7:15, going to steal all this stuff, steal stuff out of a supposed satchel that we've never seen. He's not going to be hanging around. If they were, wouldn't she see him when she gets there a little after 8 from Boone? Yes, of course she would. So the simple facts of how this supposedly is happening does not support Jeff Spence. It more likely supports Caitlin Spence and whoever she had as friends. And she's called some of the names of her friends. I'm not going to call them again. But y'all heard it. She's protecting herself and somebody else. And she's sacrificing her father in the process. There is. Well, I'm not making it. I'm going to waste time. Kirby Carpenter had a habit or practice, I'm not sure it was a habit, practice of he owes me money, so he writes me a check. And I say, can you cash this? I give him the check back, and he cashes it for me. I put the cash in my pocket, and off I go. That check handed back to him that he had written becomes a receipt. It's like a receipt. And that check to David Barnes was dated April the 21st, 2022. It's here somewhere. Let's see it. All that check proves is this, that at some point after April the 21st, 2022, at some point, Kirby and Jeff did business. And Jeff was there a lot. After August, he was there almost all the time. They did business together. And they had done business before then. But after that check, and why it comes into Jeff's possession, is because inadvertently it was put into a bag or a box where Kirby was delivering stuff to Jeff that Jeff had bought. Some of the stuff that you see over here. That's all. Had done business together. You know, we've heard from Caitlin, we heard from Christopher Townsend that the inside of Kirby's house was basically a mess. It was full of papers and clutter. And the fact that we end up with papers and clutter in some of Jeff's possessions in the bank boxes, it's nothing more than inadvertently grabbing something and sticking it because of all of that. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything else. There is no connection between anything that the government claims that we did that they have proven beyond a reasonable doubt. All right. And remember, there were plenty of people who wanted to do Kirby. Ray Palmer, David Hancock. Remember the guy who, Adam Gates, chased him down in Louisville and assaulted him in a parking lot with a gun. Memphis, biker gang, Nashville, diamond guy. All had reason to want Kirby gone. drug dealing in and of itself. It's enough to raise your eyebrows. The government tries to they tried to lend credibility to Caitlin's supposed waterfall confession that she calls it. And I just don't. I have a two-layered response to that supposed waterfall happening. The first layer is it never happened because she knew where he was. The second layer is assuming that it did happen. What she said is not nearly as telling as they want it to sound like. It didn't happen. But, you know, I have two daughters, and I can imagine if either one of my daughters was living life with Caitlin's reality, I could end up saying something very similar to her myself. If I had a daughter who was living with a drug dealer, involved in drug dealing, if I had a daughter who was living with a man who had people engaging in high-speed chases, Adam Gates, for example, chasing my significant other down, assaulting him with a gun, I had a daughter who was living with a man who was emotionally abusive, wasn't committed to a relationship, show up when he gets good and ready. If I had a daughter who was married to a man, or living with a man who had propensity to smack you, if you had anything to say, leave marks on you, black eyes, bruises. If I had a daughter who was living that reality, I could very well see myself saying, look, honey, you got your daughter. You got a lot to live for. You're out of a bad situation. You're no longer living with people who are doing what this guy was doing to you, what he was doing to make a living, what he was doing to make money, the exposure, the high misconduct. Don't look a gift horse to mouth. Move on with your life. I can hear myself saying that. Sure as heck. And I think a father that would say that to a daughter would be a good father. It doesn't mean what Caitlin mean, but it never happened because Caitlin knew exactly where her father was on November the 30th, 2020. He was at home with mom. First time they had together a dinner in their own home in 4 months. Spent the day working, took a nap, cooking hamburgers. You see it? You'll see it right here. This is digital proof. The cell phone, you know, that little guy follows you around. And he's recording evidence when you don't think it's recording. It follows you around, recording evidence. And to the extent that Caitlin says, or they want to make out like Caitlin says she can't get in touch with her father on November 30th. Batteries is broken, whatever. This little guy is not to be denied. And I don't, if that were in fact the case, let me tell you what happens. Let's assume that my battery's broken. And you can't call me because my phone's not working. It's not answering. Or let's assume that, like I do every Friday night, I turn the dead young thing on. It's off. Well, it's off only to an extent. Because if this little guy is not really everyone, if you're calling me and my battery's broken, and you leave me a message, and you call me again, and leave me a message. Those messages don't go into outer space. When this phone is powered back up with a battery, or I turn it back on, you know what happens to those messages? You got 100. They come flooding in. They come flooding in. They're not gone. They come flooding in. And if Kate called her dad on November 30th, now she's late, there's something sinister's going on because I couldn't get in touch with him. If you left a message, it comes through on the phone, battery up, or turn back on. And we don't have any such evidence because it didn't happen. They're trying to bolster. They're trying to bolster their evidence. They're trying to make stuff go.
You have 4 minutes.
That's all? Thank you. Exhibit 50. Exhibit 50. This is proof of the being in Mississippi. November 30th, 2022, at 8 p.m. And this is nothing more than foolishness, playfulness, foolishness between a parent and a daughter. That's all it is. There is no assassination, never will be. There is no business if they're in together. This is just foolishness. And don't be misled by it. You've got all the returns, the entry log, one bank box, another bank box. Just bear in mind that those boxes were visited. This one's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 times in 1 year. This one's 4, and another one's 7. So these pictures were after all of these visits. The stuff was being put in. Those pictures aren't contemporaneous with Kirby's death. The pictures are a year later, over a year later. Search for this guy. Don't be missing it. Sit down and talk. Start talking about this case. Remind each other. When you leave here, you should feel good about the decision. If you don't know who Kirby's killer is, and we don't, and if you're not sure, then your vote's not guilty. Because I don't have to prove anything, even though I have to. I don't have to. He doesn't have to. That's not the way the game is played. That's not the way the system works. The government claims they have to prove everything to make it good. Thank you so much.
Correct way of pronouncing this word.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, let's start.
Great.
Just take a little break. I've been out there a good while.
Great.
Make it pretty quick.
Dates. Great dates. Great dates. Great dates. Once more time. Great dates. Great tits. Repeat it with me.
Great
Great
tits.
tits.
Great tits.
I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great tits.
Fuck me, please. That I honestly thought that's where Sarah P whipped me this morning. I honestly thought that all he had to do was go up there and just the state haven't proven it, they haven't done this, blah blah blah. He went on somewhere that I think he completely lost everybody. I genuinely think he's lost the jury now, and the prosecution have got a break now. They're going to come up, reassess, and just plow on with their speculations again. Just be like receipts, blah blah blah, and in the end, they're just going to be like, "Oh, okay, guilty." I have never heard a worse closing than that, and I have heard worse. But I mean, the client, the prosecution have nothing in this case. Literally nothing. The guy could have killed him, but they haven't proven anything. But his defense attorney has just proven that he's a fucking big bore, and you probably get convicted of that because the jury are so bored. The defendant, if he's found guilty, needs to kick this attorney to the curb, get a new one, and say ineffective counsel. Because literally, the state have zero evidence. And the guy could end up in prison because of that closing. I know the majority of people, not in his chat, but everywhere, is going to be like, yeah, he deserves it, he's guilty. You don't put people in prison for that. He may well be guilty, but the state have not proven it. They just put this case together. There's no wonder that the daughter and the mother both got sweetheart deals. I couldn't understand why they had sweetheart deals. Now I understand it. There's nothing in this case to prosecute and put somebody in jail for the rest of their lives. If this man gets prison, then I'm saying now, this is pure injustice. Because they haven't proven it. Now, did he do it? Quite possibly all three are involved and probably did it. But you have to prove a case. You have to. And the state have nowhere near proven it. They're not going to deliberate that long, Dave. To be fair, it's hard to speak clearly in that courtroom. The room swallows your voice and makes you sound weak. It doesn't matter what we think about the closing. We are not there live. But it does matter, though, James, because the people on the jury are basically us. You know, it's not just his tone. I don't, his tone is whatever, but he just mumbled it through. There was nothing. If you're a juror, as we all potentially are, that's pathetic. That's weak sauce. That is really bad closing for any defendant. There's no substance in what he just said. So the 12 jurors are going to be us, 12 random people. And if you heard that, I'm betting my bottom dollar that the majority of people in this chat especially would think that was a very, very poor closing. So if we think that, I think the jury are going to think that. If you disregard the tone of it, fine. Maybe his tone would be better in there, but just what he was saying, literally, he could have stood up and said, "I'm not giving a closing," and that would probably have been better for him than what he just did there. That is awful. And if we think it's awful, I'm betting you my bottom dollar that the jury probably think it's awful. I just hope that they forget about what he just said and just based it on the evidence. Dan says worst closing ever. That probably is. I literally just hope the jury just base it on the evidence they have. But we also know what jurors are like. And I'm not saying this guy's innocent. I don't know. He probably did do it. But I'd rather see him walk free than be convicted based on this. This should never gone to trial. This is another case where it should never ever have gone to trial. If we convicted people on this, then jeepers, there's no hope in the world. Imagine your loved ones go to trial over what we've just watched there. But also, I'm telling you now that although the Kirby family probably do think this was justice, if he gets found guilty, that's fine. If that helps them, brilliant. But I'm telling you now, it should scare you that people could be convicted on so little. Wow. He put his client into possible theories on how it could have been done. I've never heard of. It's all literally he'd be better off just standing and saying no closings. Yeah, from the get go, I felt he should have found a defense team with a little bit more spunk and drive. Personally, I think the jury zoned out and missed 90% of what he said. Well, that would be a good thing, I think, if he did, because what he said was shit. A jury could have been saying not guilty, and the defense team just made a puzzle piece match for you. Insane. That's what I'm saying. He would have literally been better off saying nothing than what he just said there. I generally think that he could possibly have convicted his client right now by doing what you just said he did, giving them possible scenarios. The jury's job is not to think how it happened or who did it. It's just, did he do it? Do I trust the jury? No. We know from other trials when they come out, jurors like to think, and if the piece doesn't fit, they will not acquit. Because in some jury's mind, we had this when that juror from the Karen retrial said, well, if it wasn't Karen, then who was it? She's the only one that had the motive or whatever. It's like, dude, it's not your job to think like that. And unfortunately, there will be jurors that will think of scenarios, and he's just helped them, and he's placed his defendant in those scenarios. I just hope that the jury 100% rely on their notes and not on these. Obviously, they're not supposed to rely on the closings, but they're human, so they're 100% going to rely on the closings and the openings, so because they are human. So if we're saying this, that means a jury. There will be some on the jury that will be saying it as well. So look at Zach. We thought no way they would find him guilty, but here we are. Yeah, I've spoken to a few people that said that they thought he was guilty, but once they saw the evidence that wasn't admitted and what the lies that were said, or the speculation that was put in on closings and stuff like that, they 100% would have found him not guilty. But yeah, people believe stories, unfortunately, like Zach. They believe the DA because the DA spun a story of this gruesome crime scene with blood everywhere, bleach being purchased, all this. But when you see the actual evidence, it was dirty. It wasn't clean. It was just dirty. So it's corrupt DAs, and this is a corrupt DA because they should never brought this forward. Never in a million years they should have brought this forward. And if he's found guilty, then this DA has to sleep at night, and they probably will sleep, but they shouldn't. We can't convict people on so little people. We can't. This is a really dangerous road we're going down, because this could be any of us. DA said they found the body but didn't. I know, it's disgusting. And if you look at just the Karen case, when they said they had ring cameras and stuff in the lead up to it all. Jury coming back in, right? I'll unmute you when they start again. It's dangerous. And as I say, I think that the three of them, this guy, his wife, and the daughter, were probably heavily involved in this killing. But you still have to prove it. Rather have 100 guilty people on the street than one innocent person in prison. That's why I'm saying I don't care. He should be let go based on no evidence.
Everybody good on the jury? You may make your final close for the state.
Thank you, Honor. At the break, I was talking to Carson Moore back there. He's a ADA with our office. We were talking about, how many times have we tried a case where alibi was claimed as a defense and never heard from the alibi? And in all my years, since the year 2000, in all of his years, zero. Where's Karen? Where is she? And that's really important too, because I've heard David Hill up here, and there are some things I agree with about Chris McAllister. I don't know where he is. He should be in here. Anyway, Chris McAllister is a good investigator, and what he did is investigate this case. And he followed the leads, and everything that you have before you is because of his hard work. And he, according to David Hill, he's a straight up guy. And that's what he did. He followed the leads, and that's why you have this evidence here. And we'll get into that. The first thing that I want to disagree with David Hill about is when they want to drag Kirby Carpenter through the mud even greater today, and in this case, than they did when they dragged his dead body and put a curtain over it and then placed a toolbox on it. They drug him through the mud. Guess what? When Enola was born, Jeff Spence and Karen Spence were there for 4 months. In October, you heard testimony that they all went up to Pennsylvania to meet the family up there. Does that sound like a drug dealer, that they would want him to go and meet the family up there? Does that sound like somebody that was abusive? And he said he was a good father. Anyway, be thinking about those things. We'll come back to them. Now, I want to disagree with the fact that he called Jeff Spence a good father. This case is a story as old as time itself. It's about the lust for gold and what somebody will do for that gold. And I submit to you that when that text, you'll take it back there, you'll be able to see it. A year before this happened, when Jeff Spence, they're talking in a group text with Karen, Jeff, and Caitlin, and they say, hey, what am I going to do, about work? I want to start a business. Jeff Spence lights the fuse. He lights the fuse and says, Assassin's Inc. And she says, I don't think I could do that. And he said, you hire the talent. Now, that may be fun and games, but you've got to take that into context of his other daughter, Carolyn, who he said was filled with hate. Do you believe that? Do you believe Carolyn, his other daughter, came up here and took the stand and testified to you motivated by hate? She told you that she lived in fear of her father, Jeff Spence, and what he would do to her family and her husband. That moment in the McDonald's when they met, and she said, I saw an aggressive side of my father that I had never seen before, is important because it corroborates what Caitlin said. And that shift. The lust for gold and what people will do. And I submit to you that, David Hill says he has 2 daughters, I have 3. And there's I don't want to get too philosophical, but, your daughters are a joy in their youth, and they are your companions in your old age. And what have you heard here? You've heard some main character delusion by Jeff Spence that perverted that whole idea and saw his 2 daughters as opportunities, a scheme. You heard Carolyn talk about him making notes on these shows, schemes, and different opportunities. And David Hill, you talk about discovery. We downloaded Jeff's phone. We gave it to him, all the contents. We had witnesses up here that could testify about all the contents of his phone. If they would have asked him about beehives, you would see photos of beehives and paraphernalia with beehives. You'd see dogs where he raised dogs. You'd see junk, consistent with Carolyn's testimony. She had to move 3 tons of it out of her yard. You would see all that. He could have asked him. You heard Carolyn say that they want you to believe that he had a lifelong interest in silver and gold and coins. If he would have asked him about what was on Jeff Spence's phone that was supported, there'd be nothing. No gold, no silver. You'd see junk cars. You'd see junk. You'd see washers and dryers and old junkers, but no coins, no gold. If he was a lifelong dealer in silver and gold, why not bring receipts? Why not bring the people that he dealt with? You didn't see that. Do you buy it? I don't. I believe all this that you see, all the valuables that are here that have been kept in the bank vault during the proceeding of this trial because of its worth, has nothing to do with Jeff Spence, who declared bankruptcy, moved in with Carolyn. They bought him a car, gave him a car, tried to get him on his feet. He saw him as an opportunity. Do you believe that she testified out of hate? Or do you believe that she was testifying out of fear? She doesn't want her whereabouts to be known because of Jeff Spence. That text, Assassins, Inc., lit a fuse. And then he wants to talk about the waterfall conversation between Caitlin and Jeff. Well, June 3rd, 2023, S48, Caitlin sends, and this is
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
She testified that waterfall conversation took place in April. And this was sent June 3rd. Thank you, Daddy-O, for making it where I can just take care of our Noah. June 3rd of 2023. She has been sleepy, investigating, laughing, snuggling, nursing, lay with mommy, baby since she left. We're on our second nap. Having the ability to allow her to be all those things on her schedule is just so awesome. This is the bookend to when he lit the fuse a year before with Assassins, Inc., hiring the talent. And you know what he said in response to that? I mean, does this sound like, to me, this is an admission. It's not a normal response from a father who David Hill says is a good father, and we'll get into that too. No more important use for my life or anyone's. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? It only makes sense in the context of the fact that we know that he drug Kirby Carpenter's dead body through the mud. There's an old lecture by Russell Conwell called Acres of Diamonds. I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard that, but it's about this farmer in Persia that sells his little farm and goes searching the world for treasure. And what he doesn't realize is that his little farm was where all the diamonds were all along. Why is that relevant here? Because I think it's profoundly, critically important for you to understand that as it relates to him being a good father, his only 2 children came in here and testified against him. Both of them. And that goes back to his main character delusion, and that delusion and his schemes poisoning their families. He did it with Carolyn, and he was doing it again with Caitlin. And he was successful with Caitlin. You know, if he would have realized that his daughters in and of themselves were his crown jewels, we wouldn't be here today. If he had spent all his schemes and efforts and energy into giving them positive examples and advice, we would not be here today, but he did. He saw them as opportunities, exploited it, and poisoned it. And today, ladies and gentlemen, you are the antidote. I am neither foolish nor confused about David Barnes. What we had, what you heard from Chris McAllister, was that he believed that they were all in on it together and they were all charged. Jeff, Carolyn, and Karen, all charged together with the murder of Kirby Carpenter, right? Now, there's one thing that we know from the proof, and that is Caitlin could not have pulled the trigger. Could not have pulled the trigger. We had surveillance of her at the Walmart parking lot shortly after she texted Kirby, "When are you going to be home?" And that was at 6:37. And he arrived, and when she came home, his truck was there, no Kirby. And we already know his body was hidden under the curtains and under the toolbox. If you were to ask Chris McAllister or Maddie Jane or Wendy or Casey whether they were all in on it together, they would say yes. And there are 10 or 11 facts that we can point to that would show that. The Assassins Inc. group text, Caitlin identifying when Kirby was going to be home, Caitlin being at Walmart for 45 minutes on camera, her alibi, Jeff's phone radio silence all day long on 11:30. Now, David Hill wants to talk to you about how difficult that would be for a man of his age to make that trip. You know, on 11/29, going back to Saltville, 8-9 hour trip, rest. The next day is November 30th. He could drive back to Ripley, 8-9 hours, be there between 6:37 and 8:15, probably 7:15, that time frame. We know that if you remember on voir dire, I thought it was a peculiar question that was asked of the panel. How many of you are truck drivers? Well, I don't think any of the truck drivers made it on the jury. But I don't think that drive is as difficult as he wants you to believe. And then I think you can add, he made a big deal about us giving this to him on Discovery. Where's the beef? Where's Karen? Where's the hamburger? there was something really interesting that she said in there. Dad and I are eating hamburgers in a few minutes. He just got up from a good nap. He worked hard today, inside and out. The hound dogs are back on the porch now. And if you remember, he was reading that to you, and he just said, I don't know what that means. Well, Maddie Jane knows what that means, and some of you hunters don't know what that means. That means the hunt is over. The dogs are on the porch.
Objection, Maddie Jane hasn't testified about anything. Maddie Jane hasn't testified about anything, and I object to him quoting what Maddie Jane said or what it said. It's not in evidence.
Leave it to your testimony.
Well, it's an old expression. Some of you may know what it means too. It's an old expression. Group text, well, actually just between Karen and Caitlin, because as you know, looking in the A1 storage, this man's phone wasn't working that bad. Faraday bag. Number 6, Caitlin telling cops a list of people that could have ill will toward Kirby. That was significant to Chris McAllister. That's where all that, who could have done it? It took a year before search warrants were issued. Chris McAllister was working this case doggedly during that whole period of time. There was just nothing there. Nothing led back to any of those people. His testimony about what Jeff Spence did to their surveillance system in Virginia. He cut the wires, stole the tools, good father. Are you kidding me? They had another camera up there that caught him in the act. Caught him cutting through the fence where they had tried to secure it because they knew he'd come back and trespass and start taking stuff. This was the controller. They had been there for 4 months. This was on the mantle on the TV, if you remember. And Maddie Jane, you heard, called Chris McAllister and said, this was behind a bunch of boxes, just thrown off into the back boxes. That was the controller of that surveillance system. Hiding Kirby's body, Caitlin not finding it over that period of time. That was significant to Chris McAllister as well. It gives just time and distance before you can begin the investigation, first 48, whatever you want to call it. It gave them a head start, gave him the ability to get back to Virginia. And you know what happened when he went back to Virginia? They want to make light of it. But man, that Shield Howie opening of lockboxes. I mean, he's got lockboxes all over the place. And on December the 2nd, almost 2 hours before Maddie Jane's on the phone with Caitlin saying, where is Kirby? Nobody's going to ever get in touch with him. 2 hours before that phone call to 911, we'll get into that. Jeff Spence is opening a lockbox, 11:40 Virginia time, 12/2/22. And you know what was in that box? A bunch of cash, a bunch of valuables, and then Kirby's stuff. Now this is important. It was important to Chris McAllister. It's important to me. It should be important to you because nobody disputes that Kirby carried that bag around with him everywhere. It had his business that he was doing that day. Wherever he was going, whatever he was doing, it was in that.
Mr. Creekmore is
Come
arguing
talk to me,
facts,
please.
not in evidence.
Talk to me,
There's
please.
Talk to me up here.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Objection. Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
There's no legitimate explanation
Relating to that article.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand.
to be in this man's lockbox. No value to him at all, but it is of value to us. And these are receipts. And you can look at the receipt where Kirby would withdraw money from the bank, and it's the same account number as this check. It's Kirby's. You can compare them. It's open. You can open this and look at it. Also in here, there are some empty bands of cash. Empty. And the irony is not lost on me that it's Kirby's money that actually paid for the defense.
That's highly improper, Judge, and I object to it.
Y'all come here.
That was inappropriate. He did not. She should never have said that. It's now becoming a bit dirty, you know, but right. I liked it as well. I like to shut the fuck up.
I meant no offense to Mr. Hill. I think there was money in that account. It goes back to bands that were from the People's Bank in Ripley. There's no legitimate reason for Jeff Spence to have those empty bands in his lockbox. And I submit to you that you can come to a legitimate conclusion, and that is that the contents of his bag on December the 2nd, Kirby Carpenter's bag, were dumped in that lockbox. Also, and that's right. Also, you've heard testimony, and you can come to this conclusion too, legitimately, that he carried around a .22 Magnum because of what he was involved in and what he did and what he protected. And he had on his person 22 Magnum rounds. There was no gun. That is property of Kirby Carpenter that was never found. And I submit to you, it's robbery. Whoever killed him, and we know it was Jeff Spence, took that gun and took that bag. And on December the 2nd, when he was opening that bag, he knew that he was going to get a call, that they were going to come back, and that crime was going to be a continuing crime. And you heard testimony from Chris McAllister that during that period when they came back, that Sunday when they were back, in his Cadillac, they were putting silver coins in the back of that Cadillac. How about that? How about that? Mattie Jane's son killed, Casey's brother, Wendy's brother killed. And what's on his mind? What's he doing? He's taking bags of silver that he had nothing to do with in acquiring and getting and obtaining and working hard and putting it in the back of his Cadillac. Number 9, Caitlin happening to find Kirby at the moment Mattie Jane was coming over because no one could contact her. They were worried about him, trying to get him. And Caitlin was on the phone, if you remember the testimony about going up to the deer stand and coming back, on the phone with Mattie Jane. She knew something was wrong. I'm coming over. And Caitlin, instead of saying, come over, says, I found it. That was significant part of the investigation to Chris McAllister. The delayed emotion on the 911 tape was significant to Chris McAllister. Yeah, you know, it records. Y'all keep that in mind when you call 911. It's recording as soon as you dial it. And then the dispatcher answers and she begins to wail. I'm not foolish and I'm not confused about that. The other thing that is in the Saltville branch lockbox are these wheels. These wheels were in that lockbox. They're in evidence. You can look at them. You know, whether they're working together, who lit the fuse. You can see in Jeff's wheel, these were done in December of 2022. You know, and I submit to you that this is a consolidation or consummation of agreement. And I think that would be what Chris McAllister would say. You know, in these are the words in the Caitlin's will. This life has been a beautiful one. Anoa, you are your mother's savage daughter. That was significant to the investigation. And all these 10, 11 things suggest they're acting together. And makes you wonder, you know, where Karen is. Alibi. That was what he told you from the beginning. Opening statements. Where's Karen? But a year after Kirby's death, around a year after Kirby's death, David Barnes gets arrested for stealing almost everything. Well, that's an exaggeration. But he stole a lot, broke into a lot of businesses in multiple counties. Ends up arrested in Union County. And, you know, I can tell you what they didn't find. They didn't find all this. If he had all this, he wouldn't have been breaking into all those businesses. But what he did say was about a conversation that Jeff was there, Caitlin was there, and he gave Chris McAllister enough for an arrest warrant. So the Mississippi boys had enough for an arrest warrant, and the Virginia boys had enough for a search warrant. And that is what led to the check, the receipts, no legitimate reason for him to have. And it led to a gun, 12-gauge shotgun in his house. And you got a picture of it right here. Buckshot. I mean, at what point do the coincidences and the circumstances taken all together make it beyond any doubt? And wrapped up and dirt on it. Not only did they drag him through the mud on November 30th, not only did they drag him through the mud today, it was wrapped, put under the bed. Yeah. And I submit to you, I mean, we've all
You have 2 minutes, Mr. Creek.
Heard David Barnes testify. He's burned up on drugs. He's got criminal history that's embarrassing and long. Would you find that compelling? Caitlin Spence was given an opportunity. She was given an opportunity to do the right thing. She did it. She took it. She had a conversation with her daddy. You can corroborate that with that text where he says, nothing better for my life or anyone's. That is confirmation that that conversation took place. And that brings us here. The judge has said, you have to use your common sense and sound, honest judgment. I'm looking at, 500, 600, 700 years of experience collectively among all of you. Together, you'll go back there, you'll find, whoever your foreman is, you'll use that. But I think that's what it means. Your life experiences, dealing with family, understanding, what it took for daughters to come up here and take the stand against their own father. And not only that, talk about a good father. What struck me was that David Hill would ask for the court's indulgence. He would go over there and get advice from Jeff Spence on how he can attack them and attack their testimony. And I submit to you that Kirby Carpenter, is well known. He had a silver and gold shop across from the courthouse. Oftentimes, when we tried a case in Tippah County, I'd go over there while the jury was deliberating, and I'd look at his guitars. I'm a guitar player. He had a set of country gentlemen Gretsch guitars, and he had a passion for these things. And Chris McAllister, he didn't have anything on his radar about him being some great drug dealer. He testified to that. And I submit to you that those 4 months, Karen Spence didn't come up here and tell you that she witnessed any kind of domestic abuse. It was full of joy for the birth of Noah. And he will never be able to, experience the joy of her being young, nor will he have her companionship in old age. I submit to you that we've given you everything that Chris McAllister and the Virginia boys did, and that's proof enough. The totality of the circumstances, I'm neither foolish, I'm practical. And Caitlin did the right thing. And she had that conversation with her daddy, knowing that he had killed Kirby Carpenter. And she came in here and told you about it. She raised her right hand and submitted herself to cross-examination, and Karen did not. She did not come in here and raise her hand.
It's time for this.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Because she knew that it was a lie. It was a lie, and she could not withstand cross-examination or your scrutiny. That's not who the bell tolls for. It tolls for the don't let him get away with murder. Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have 3 alternates, and thankfully nobody got sick. Back to you today. They've got some lunch ordered for y'all, and y'all just stay there, and begin your deliberations. But if y'all would go on, head back to the jury room, and we'll wait your decision. Okay?
Okay. So We'll call it 12 o'clock. We'll call it 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock Eastern then. Let me just do this. It's a few minutes afterwards, but jury. Deliberating since we'll call it 12:01 then. 12:01 p.m. Eastern time. I'll do that. Put that on there, and then we'll go there. Then I'll put this here. Then Lady Di is in my mind, which is a pain in the ass to have Lady Di in my mind. I will put a poll up now, this very second. Start a poll. What would you vote? Guilty, not guilty. What would you vote? Star poll. It's those news you keep sending me, Lady. Fucking hell. You're on my mind. Right. Before she starts screaming at me, like hysterically, I want to play this because it's a Tyler Robinson hearing. Because otherwise, Lady Di will be like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Right, here we go. This is it. Let me get that off. Put this on. No, get that off. And I'm going to have to put the other one on another place. So there we go, boosted. There you go, there. There we go, there. So this is the status hearing for Tyler Robinson. He is not present from what I understand, but here we go. This is the alleged assassin for Charlie Kirk. So, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oi, all of you, shut the fuck up. Duh. Let me put the other one on. Hey, shut the fuck up. Then what I'll do, they're not right. I will find it. I just need to get this first. Need to get that trial on first before I could do it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Everybody, do you know what? Everybody, shut the fuck up. Then I'll just do Jeffrey Spence. You're not my dad. That's true, but Daz, I'm not. You're right. I'll just send Sarah P over to give you spanking. I need to put that in here. I'll put that there, put that there. Right, hang on. That's another trial. I don't want that one. Oh, I'll do law and crime instead. There you go. I got law and crime on. Fine. Right. Hopefully this will make sense now. There, and now there. Right. If I say to my boss, I'm blaming you, then that's fine. You can blame me. I'm not there, so you can blame me for everything. Or blame Dana. That's more plausible if you blame Dana. Blame him, and they're fine. Who was this? Asking for a friend. Before I shut the fuck up. What, Mexi? Your banner's misleading, as people in the East Coast might think they've been deliberating for an hour. Okay, shut the fuck up. I changed it. Thank you. Don't worry, Sarah P. Tomorrow, instead of whipping me, you can whip Badaza instead. May. Okay, I can deal with that. There you go. I want to do, because most people in Eastern, so I want to do Eastern. Hamburger's gone. Right, let me fast forward this a little bit then. I was just trying to do some bits and pieces.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're good to go.
Here you go. I can't, but that's unfortunately.
Please be seated. Good morning. Court is now in.
I am seated, but thank you for your politeness, Judge. No worries, Jersey Jen. Get your ass back here within 29 minutes, please. Thank you very much, Jen.
Session. Calling the case 251403576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, could you enter your appearances, please?
Chad Grunander, Jeff Gray, Lauren Hunt, Ryan McBride, and Chris Ballard for the state, Your Honor.
Good morning, counsels.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, and Richard Novak on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
And to the jail. Do we have Mr. Robinson present?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Robinson, good morning to you as well. Counsel, as we begin, I have entered orders allowing the admittance of Mr. Michael Burt, Mr. Richard Novak, pro hoc vice, and appointing them along with Ms. Catherine Nestor to be Mr. Robinson's counsel. The court enters findings that the combined experience of counsel meets and exceeds the requirements of Rule 8. Counsel, do we have, what would we like to accomplish today?
I have two items, Judge. I just wanted to make a record that under Rule 16 of the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure with respect to discovery, the state is required to provide to the defense within 5 days of the defense's request the discovery that we relied on in making this charging decision. We'll be prepared to do that, so we'll look for defense counsel's request or the next day or so, and we'll provide that to the defense.
Thank you.
We also, for the court's information, we met this morning with the defense team briefly in our office to talk about discovery and the process, so we'll be working together. There is a substantial amount of discovery in this case, Your Honor. It's voluminous, to say the least, and we're working on a process where we can exchange information as quickly as possible and be efficient in that process. The other item I had, Your Honor, I saw that over the weekend there was a protection order, pretrial, and trial publicity order entered by Your Honor. And I just was seeking some clarification. On page 2, at the end of the first paragraph, it reads, "To that end, lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of the prosecution or defense teams that the prohibitions contained about the prohibitions contained in this order. The state, we're seeking some clarification with respect to the phrase "all witnesses," Your Honor. There are a number of witnesses that have yet to be identified that will likely be used in the state's case. This occurred in front of 2,000 to 3,000 students at Utah Valley University. So we're in the process of identifying those witnesses. And so those individuals are presently unknown right now. So we're looking for a little clarification from the court. And I suppose we're not going to make any arguments today, but there may be some follow-up pleadings that we may need to file.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, did you want to be heard about that issue?
No, Your Honor, we would defer to whatever the court wants to advise them on that matter. I think it's fairly obvious that we don't know who all the witnesses are in this case yet. I think it's just important that if anyone is identified, that they have information about this order. So I think other than that, we wouldn't weigh in on any other matter.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that question. That's an important one. The court will rule that as the witnesses become known to each side, that information is conveyed to abide by this order. Obviously, there are potentially many witnesses, and so it's not the expectation that you would be able to do that up front, but as they become known, I would ask that you would inform them of this. Anything else, counsel?
Nothing from the state, nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recognize that we are here today for a waiver hearing. It is not our intent to waive a preliminary hearing in this matter. We are going to be seeking that one be set. However, based largely on what the state just referred to as far as the voluminous nature of the discovery materials, we do think it would be prudent to simply reset for another conference, another waiver hearing, a little bit down the road, where we have a better idea once we start seeing the discovery as it rolls in. I do recognize we're going to be getting that first batch in 5 days, but it's my understanding from our meeting today that there is massive amounts of digital that is going to be coming. And until we can kind of get our heads around exactly what we're dealing with and how much we need to process, it's going to be difficult for us to give you a reasonable expectation of when we will be ready to do the prelims. So we're asking today that we put that decision off, and maybe we could check in 30 to 60 days and just kind of let the court know where we're at and how much we're looking at and how much time we may need to set a preliminary hearing. Also, as far as a detention hearing, we are not asking the court to address that issue at this time. Under the statute, the issue is going to come down to the question of whether there's substantial evidence, which right now we're just not in a position at all to be able to even argue to the court. So we are probably going to ask that the court delay that decision possibly until the time of the prelim. But if it's sooner, we will ask the court for a hearing. But at this time, we are not asking the court to make any decisions on that matter.
Thank you, counsel. In regards to the next hearing date, how about October 30th at 10 a.m.?
That works for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
That's fine for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Now, as we're at the beginning, anything further from counsel from either side?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
As we're at the beginning of this case, it is my intent to only speak when I'm needed or it is necessary. But today I do wish to provide guidance and expectations that you can have for this court and wish to enter an order as well. As this case moves forward, Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights will be protected at every stage. He sits before this court presumed innocent, and that presumption remains unless and until each element of every offense charged against him is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. At the same time, and as applicable, victims are entitled under our Constitution to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, free from harassment or abuse. Justice demands that both of these principles, the rights of the accused and the rights of victims, be honored without compromise. I remain steadfast in my oath that I made 56 days ago to support and defend the constitutions of the United States and of Utah. I will carry out my duties with fidelity, transparency, and impartiality, treating every person who appears before me with the dignity and respect they are inherently due because they are human beings. Let me be clear. I will not put my finger on the scale of justice. These proceedings will be open to the public, conducted in accordance with the law, and handled with diligence and competence to ensure that justice is never compromised. It is the standing order of this court that Mr. Robinson shall be allowed to appear in person so he can fully engage with his attorneys and participate in these legal proceedings. Counsel, regardless of who is watching, whether it is the nation or a single individual, we must fulfill our roles with integrity, civility, and diligence. I encourage each of you to give your very best to this case. Neither Mr. Robinson nor the people of Utah deserve anything less than the fair and impartial administration of justice. In regards to the next hearing, counsel, on that October 30th date at 10 a.m., it's the court's intent that be in person if it be the wish of counsel for the defense for Mr. Robinson to be present.
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, anything else that we can address today?
Your Honor, we appreciate the court's comments with respect to Your Honor's role in this case. In like matter, we commit to approach this case with integrity, with professionalism and civility. We are truth seekers. We will aggressively pursue the truth in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, counsel, unless there's anything else, thank you for being here. This court is in recess.
Okay, I think Lady Di has a off.
Okay.
Judge. Lady Di will be sending some pictures to the judge, that's for sure. Hang on, I think my chat has just gone down. I don't know what's happened, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. To be fair, Lady Di has got some really nice pictures, so she's not scared to flaunt it. So I'll just put it like that. You got another package. No worries, Dennis. No worries, Dad. Thank you. Dennis is having Christmas time. Rhonda was checking if her package arrived, and I think it has. So there's a lot of packages arriving now in Boston. Some of them are mine. That's which I know what they are, but some are not mine. So thank you for those that have been buying and sending stuff as well. Because you're talking bad about me. Bad girl, bad girl. No, we just. Do you know what, Mexi? Do you know what, Mexi? Sometimes.
Hey, man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Right. Oh, happy days. Right, let me know. Right, hang on. Let me do a few bits and pieces here. Well, even if they haven't, oops, Dave, I will not be going to a game anyway. So, no, they're not all for me, Robin. They're not all for me. I explained that to Dennis. A lot of them are gifts. Lots of the packages are gifts that I bought for people, you know, as in the Sweeneys and stuff like that. So, my packages, there's not many that's coming back with me. So, all right. Let's go back here. What's happening? What are we doing? Hello, everybody. What are you all doing? Are you all enjoying? Oh, Danny boy. Oh, Danny boy. Oh, Danny boy. Right, I'm just trying to. Oh, what's the poll say? Right, what's the poll say? The poll currently says, so 1/3 of you, exactly 1/3 of you, say guilty, and 2/3 of you say not guilty. My team has won 8 in a row, while your team lost last week and drew against the Cowboys this week, Dave. I thought you were going to be Super Bowl champions, Dave. Not if you can't beat the Cleveland Browns, Not if you're going to draw with the Dallas Cowboys, Come on, Dave. Jeepers. Dennis go for shit. Spreading the load. Be back. This is what I shipped to me. I can't get at Dennis's Dash. We had a deal to sell everything. My TV won 1,200 on Detroit losing. What? Oh, for baseball. Right. Let me just check something here. There's there's obviously trials going on, but there's no new trials that I've got ready to stream. Hey, I am though, Dave. I am. You can't do that. You can't go off there and hack and not talk about the Packers. The Packers suck, dude. What's going on, Dave? Come on. Bears did well. Blocked kick. The Bears did well. The Patriots smashed it this weekend as well, which is always good. I am looking for something. So we are on trial watch. I have got the stream on another one. So you're not far behind them. The Bears will be passing you before long, Dave. The way the Packers are going. I still think the Packers are really good, but still. They need to pull their fingers out. Right, why can't I find? Oh, where's it gone? I need to refresh the page, that's why. Well, you're lucky there was nearly no ties at all, Dave. What were they thinking, throwing that pass at the last minute? Mm-hmm. Oh, Dave Hamburger. He's such a burger. Right. I'm just looking for something to play, I am now. And I just found a hole in my shorts. Don't ask me how I found it, but in my crotch, I got a hole there. Jeepers. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what is going on here. Oh, shut the fuck up. What's going on here? Right. Yes, I know. It's right in the crotch area as well. There you die. I just felt it now. It's a nightmare. But it is what it is. Right, let me... There's loads of stuff I could play, but I just don't want to play too many things. There was a case. Where's it gone? Do you know what? I had it just now, but then it's gone. Ooh. It will not play. Dee, 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 dee. Damn it! I will find it. Hang on. I put it somewhere, and I don't remember where I put it. I'm actually about to be under the page. That's maybe why I haven't got it here. Hang on. Let me open another page then. Nope, not that one. Not this one. Not that one. Maybe this one. Nope, it's not that one. What's this? No, it's not that one either. There was a hearing today, and it was a hearing, a plea deal hearing. So that's why I was like, oh, I'll track that. I thought. But now I can't find the fucking thing. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Right. So this is a plea hearing. Right. So this is a woman charged in connection the crossfire shooting that claimed the life of a 6-month-old boy. So let me just put this up here, and then you can see where I'm. This is why. Hang on, I need to put in another one. Let me change this into this. Is it this one? Here's that one. So why can't I see it here? No, it's not that one. That's why. Okay, hang on then. So, right, here we go. So, apparently it's a bond hearing, but I don't know. We'll look at it anyway. So, woman accused in shooting that claimed the life of 6-month-old boy. So, let me make this. So, the woman charged in connection with a crossfire shooting that claimed the life of 6-month-old boy faced a judge today, Monday. In January 2022, Kerry Gray was driving up to a food mart on Anderson when her son Grayson Fleming Gray was struck by a stray bullet. So this is Grayson, picture of Grayson Fleming Gray, struck by a stray bullet from a shootout between two other vehicles. The infant died of his injuries. Police identified Sharice Michelle Ingram and DeQuasi Jonathan Little as suspects in the case, both 22 years old. Ingram, who turned herself in, is believed to have been driving the vehicle while Little was riding in when he allegedly shot the gun that killed the child. Prosecutors previously outlined a plea deal for Ingram that included a 20-year prison sentence for a second-degree murder charge. Other charges were dismissed as part of the plea deal. If convicted, Ingram could face a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole, plus 45 years for her alleged role in the fatal shooting. On Monday, a judge weighed whether or not to grant a bond to Ingram or call the case to trial. So I don't know whether it's a bond hearing or a plea deal. I thought it was a plea deal. So bear with me whilst I go and get the actual hearing as well. the hearing is here. Judge. So hang on. The judge is off. Right, here we go.
All right. This is indictment number 23SC187794-01, the state versus Sharice Michelle Ingram. Ms. Ingram is before the court on that indictment number and charged with various counts of violation of the Street Gang Terrorism Act, murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, criminal damage to property in the first degree, criminal attempt to commit criminal damage to property in the first degree, criminal damage to property in the second degree, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a first offender probationer is how the indictment reads. Yes, Ms. Ingram is also before the court today for a motion to revoke bond. And as I understand it, Ms. Ingram has opted to enter into a plea. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. If both counsel, first and foremost, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
If both counsel will please make appearances for the record.
Deputy District Attorney Asia Besa on behalf of the state. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matt Tucker here for Ms. Ingram.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Ms. Ingram.
Good morning.
All right. So as I understand it, this is a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so let me say this, the way non-negotiated pleas work in this courtroom is that I will hear from the state, Ms. Ingram, about the facts of the case as well as any record that you may have. I will hear from both parties as far as what their recommendations are as far as sentencing. On a non-negotiated plea, I will tell you what I'm inclined to sentence you to after hearing from both the state and your attorney, okay? At that point, you will have the opportunity to discuss it with your lawyer to decide if you want to enter into the plea or if you want to proceed to trial. It is your constitutional right to go to trial, all right? If you opt to go to trial, I will proceed with a motion to revoke your bond today. You understand? And you've had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Tucker about the motion that the state has filed to revoke your bond based on new arrest? All right. Okay. If you'll please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Make sure you keep your voice up for me, please. Okay. Ms. Besa from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ingram, are you at this time?
No. The microphone, if you'll point it towards you. And if you will tell me the factual basis as well as.
Appropriate this time. I think the state was only going to go forward with a few of those charges.
That's what I was about to say. The factual basis as well as what charges the state is proceeding on, if not all of them.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the factual basis, if this case were gone to trial, the evidence would have shown that Ms. Ingram and her co-defendant, who was DeQuasie Little, met each other on Instagram a few months prior to the actual incident. They were in the beginnings of a dating relationship. As to procedural history, with Your Honor may know already, DeQuasie Little pled guilty already to one gang charge and the rest of the indictment and was sentenced to life in prison. On January 23rd of 2022, Ms. Ingram's windows in her sedan were busted open. It was parked at 224 Anderson Avenue. The next day, January 24th of 2022, Ms. Ingram and her mother filed a police report to report that her windows were broken. Her co-defendant Little went to a neighbor's house across the street, got doorbell video, and determined that his ex-girlfriend is the one who busted Ms. Ingram's windows. The defendant Little had Ms. Ingram drive to his ex-girlfriend's home. Defendant Little then busted out his ex-girlfriend's windows. This is all on January 24th of 2022. Later that day at 2:35 p.m., Defendant Little and ex-girlfriend are going back and forth on Instagram video call, and ex-girlfriend says, "I'm at your house." Defendant Little tells Defendant Ingram to drive to 224 Anderson Avenue here in Fulton County. They see ex-girlfriend's sedan, their car, and Defendant Little tells Ingram to follow the car. That is when a high-speed chase down Anderson Avenue, progressive, DeQuasie Little is shooting out of the passenger side of Miss Ingram's Jeep. He shoots, at least 26 shell casings were recovered. So he's shooting at the sedan, his ex-girlfriend's car. Sedan is shooting at Miss Ingram and DeQuasie Little. In the midst of the fire, as DeQuasie Little is shooting at his ex-girlfriend's car, baby Grayson is driving with his mother, Miss Carrie Gray, who is sitting here in court today. He's driving in the back seat of his mother's car in a car seat facing backwards. So as Defendant Little is shooting, one of the bullets hits baby Grayson and he passes away. Subsequent to this incident, Miss Ingram and DeQuasie Little drive away.
Right, I'm just going to have my dinner. I got turkey stuffing and sandwich, so I'll be off. This is very sad, isn't it? Very sad. That's why I want to show where it's very sad.
DeQuasie Little tells Miss Ingram to then shoot another firearm in another location, I guess, to distract the police of where the crime scene is. She does that. She turns herself in with her attorney, makes a statement to the police with Detective Sluss in the presence of her attorney. It's not Mirandized because her attorney is there the whole time. And DeQuasie Little, even though he pled, he's arrested at a traffic stop. Those are the facts of the case.
All right. And what is the state's position as for sentencing?
The state would be recommending a sentence of 20 years for Ms. Ingram. As far as the indictment, we're no prosing counts 1 through 13. We'll be moving, Your Honor, to no pros. Counts 1 through 13, and further count 28, which is possession by a first offender probationer. Ms. Ingram does not have any felony convictions.
Okay.
And in addition, as to count 14, where as part of the negotiation, we are reducing to murder in the second degree, which is 16-5-1, subsection D. And Your Honor is familiar with that, I'm sure, but in the commission of cruelty in the second degree, a child is. So that is why we're getting to the number of 20 years.
All right. And what's the minimum and maximum for murder in the second degree so that Ms. Ingram is made aware on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The minimum is 10, maximum is 30, and that is under 16-5-1E2. Minimum 10, maximum 30.
Okay. And you said that the state is recommending 20 years to serve?
20 years to serve, Your Honor.
No probation?
No probation, Your Honor. However, if, in regards to sentencing, if Your Honor were to sentence less than that, then we would ask for probation on the back end to reach 20.
And so as I have it, well, let me make sure I understand. So are you saying that the state is no prosing counts 1 through 13 and 28, and then Ms. Ingram would plead to counts 14, which has been reduced to murder in the second degree, through 27?
Hey, man,
Yes, Your Honor. Some of those are made.
Sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Remaining counts vacate by operation of law and merge, and I can get into that as well.
Okay.
But yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Tucker.
That was my understanding, Your Honor, and I just want to add a few more facts in there and clarify one or two. That Miss Ingram was finding this guy on Instagram. They were talking a lot, and I believe it was the first night that she stayed over at his house that someone had busted her window, and she came out and she told her mom, and they both called the police, thinking that was the end of it. And it appears that it was not her that was driving her car to her baby's mom's, or to Little's baby's mama's house. It was him who drove it. They thought they were going to some seafood place. But upon that, it did escalate. There was a lot of conversation back and forth with Little and his baby's mom. She was never involved in that. She only said that she heard a couple of times him complaining about it. And then when they were out driving the next time, that he sat there and she, that's them, get up there so I can see him. And she moved closer, and then the car shot back. He pulled a gun out, hanging out her window, shouting at her to drive, and shooting the gun, putting her in a state that she said she'd never been in. She'd never been in an environment like that. She'd never been in a situation where somebody's got a gun shooting and screaming at her to go. And I'm not sure if the video has been shown to the court or not. There was a sizable amount of, space between the two cars because she didn't really want to get too close to get hit, but he kept screaming, go faster. And you do see the cars going at high speed. She felt terrible about the situation when it ended. She pulled off and got away. She had to drop a little off at some apartment complex, which she did. She went home. She was telling her parents, she said, you've got to go tell what happened. Upon seeing the news and hearing that a life had been taken from that, a small child, she called me immediately and said, I've got to go tell them exactly what happened. I can't live with this going on, knowing that something I was helping the guy drive and this occurred. So we went to the Atlanta PD and we told them everything that she knew that was going on. There were some pieces because of Instagram going back and forth, the argument. She didn't really know that. She only knew what he was telling her. But she did come in there and she told him everything to be taken into custody right then and there. As the case proceeded on and Mr. Little was caught and incarcerated, he was sending threats to her. And at one point, I believe he on the jail phone, he reached out to a couple of his members of his gang and placed a hit on Miss Ingram and said, she's running her mouth. We got to stop this. She found out about this and she was concerned, but when asked by the DA's office to come back in and clarify some issues, knowing that she had this hit on her, she still did because, as she said to me, right is right, wrong is wrong. So we did come in numerous times to speak with the DA after the hit was placed on her, and she knew that this possibly could affect her and her family, but she wanted to do the right thing. She wanted to tell everything about it because this was not right in her eyes and how she felt. She said, this is not right. I must tell everybody what really happened. And from there, we've been talking with the DA and finding, what was going on with Mr. Little, what was going on with the other people. And she even explained who the people were in the front car that was shooting back. That she gave names, addresses, everything that she knew. She came and gave, not only to the DA's office but the Atlanta Police Department after this occurred. And she has basically had some unfortunate situations come to her. She had a baby, it was a blessing. The baby, and he's 4 months old.
He's one now.
No, he's one. Mm-hmm. And she had the baby's daddy drive her. And that incident in Fayette County is what happened with the baby's daddy. And he finally came up and confessed after a lengthy period of time that she had no knowledge of it. And she basically was there in the car with her baby. And when the police asked somebody to get out of the car, she was reaching for a purse, saw a hand sticking out of it. She kind of backed up a little bit, which the police saw. And then they said, all right, step back with me. And the man reached in her baby's mom, reached in and grabbed the gun and the purse, ran over 4 lanes of traffic to throw away the gun, but then came back with her purse so she could have her purse. I believe that they're going to take in consideration that and handle that case later on, but we're here for this case. I just wanted you to understand the grounds before the motion, if the motion is continued with. And she comes here today to say that she knows that she has explained sometimes that she, like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to do this? I thought I rectified it by coming and telling the the court everything I knew because she never anticipated, never thought this would occur. She's never been in an environment where this stuff kind of happened around her. And as she said, he was screaming at her and telling her to go. In one sense, she was trying to hang back so her car wouldn't be shot. But in another sense, she was afraid of what might happen to her, not knowing him for 3 months. So she comes here today to be accountable for her actions and prays upon this court to take all of that in consideration of what has happened. And initially, when we were talking with the DA's office and agent, they were saying, well, what are you thinking about? And of course, I was thinking about, a lot of consideration for what she'd done, and we're looking at the 5-year range. However, when she came up with the decision of murder too, we knew our hands were tied, and it would have to be 10 years. And we were looking for something for a first offender because she has 2 young children she has to take care of, and understanding that she hopefully will get through everything that's happened here and start her life over again. She didn't want something that would hinder her from getting a job and taking care and being the provider she could be for her children. Now, I understand that murder 2 is not eligible, and that's my humble opinion that is correct. And it's not eligible for a first offender, so that's going to hinder her in life. However, she understands it, and to not have to revisit this situation again, her heart goes out to the victim's mother. I think we've expressed that to him a couple of times. And that she stands here accountable and prays upon the court to take all of that in consideration and look at it in her perspective of she kind of was in a situation she really didn't know how to handle. And every time she would try to back off because she didn't want to be shot or didn't want anything to happen, he was yelling in her ear, shooting that AK right there. And I think it was 28 shots that eventually were let off, as well as shots coming upon them, that she did what she was told to do, hoping it would end over quickly. And then when she left, she knew nothing about anybody being hit. It was only on the news that she did finally hear about this, and she immediately came to the APD to tell them everything she knew about this, to try to assist them to make justice be had. And we would just respectfully request the court to understand that's what happened in that situation. And she's relatively young with 2 children that she has to take care of. She does have a support group, and her mom is present. And that's, everybody else from her family is either living out of state. But she does have a support group that has been by her side this whole time and has been helping out with the children. But, having 2 young children, being in her golden years, it's difficult for her to handle that. With that being said, I would respectfully request this court to take all that in consideration. She does have some time that I believe the state was going to grant to be used toward discharge and these sentencing that we used. And if the court would use the 10-year minimum with all the other charges, I believe they're going to ask for it to be run concurrent. The 10-year minimum, giving her credit for the time she's already been in jail, that would I think would accommodate and show to Ms. Ingram that you need to pick your people a little bit better. You need to understand that there's always an option. It may not be the best option. It may not be the one you think of right then and there, but there's always an option to avoid getting put in a situation like that. And then we would respectfully request that the remaining charges as she puts up there be run concurrent, so that she would, when she finishes, I believe murder 2 is parolable, but it's one of those high levels that's going to make a sizable amount of that time of service in jail. But we would respectfully ask the court to take that in consideration and be more towards that type of sentence instead of just a straight 20 years to serve and kind of hinder her from being able to be part of her family's life and take care of her children. And she's going to have an uphill battle no matter what. From now on, she's got to basically find a job that's not going to overlook this type of charge on her. And she's going to have to be a special person to be out there and show capabilities and who she is. And as I explained to her, that she basically defined herself, how she makes it through this adversity and makes it through this situation in jail time and be able to come out stronger. Instead of being bitter, she needs to be better. And she has put her faith in God and put her faith in the court system to look at it through her position and hopefully come to a lesser sentence than the state is recommending.
Okay. And I do see that the victim's father is on the Zoom. Looks like
Yes, Your
Grandma
Honor.
may have fallen off, and then I do see the victim's mother is present in court. And so I will give the opportunity to make a victim impact statement if the plea goes forward. Having considered everything that I've heard, and I will also know that I was the judge who took the previous plea, so I also recall the previous impact statements that were given. Having considered all of the argument of counsel on both sides, I do believe that the 20 years to serve is more than appropriate, and certainly the state's option to reduce the murder charge to voluntary manslaughter is already a reduction in and of itself, because murder carries, excuse me?
It's reducing to
Excuse
murder
me,
two.
to murder two. My apologies. Murder carries a penalty of life in prison, and you would not even be eligible for parole if you were paroled until you serve 30 years of that. So I do believe that the 20 years is appropriate based on the facts and circumstances. And so that would be the sentence of the court if Ms. Ingram would want to go forward with a plea. I think the state is being more than generous. Absolutely, yes, sir. And just for the record, Ms. Ingram spent 206 days in the Fulton County Jail from January 26th until August 19th of 2022, and so she would get credit for that time. I am not aware of any other time, and so to the extent that there's any other time that Ms. Ingram spent in jail, then you all would just have to let me know that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you need to step back or? Yes. And then Ms. Besa, it looks like 22 SC 182211 and 23 SC 187794 need to be null pros.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Tucker, you can take her outside and talk to her if you like. And Mr. Aurora, well, hold on one second. Is Mr. Aurora coming up? Okay. All right, Mr. Aurora, your client's up. All right, so we will stand in recess momentarily. Do you need to speak with them?
No, we're good.
Okay. Does anybody else need to speak with their client? The females are not up. Only the guys are up. All right. May I have Mr. Wright, please? Ernest Wright. For who now? The guy in the DLC? Oh. But I thought they were going to talk. To see if they Who was the DLC? Is your 22 years? Do they know that? Do they know that? All right, before the court is Mr. Ernest Wright. Mr. Wright is before the court on a probation revocation, a violation of probation that was reset from September the 5th, 2025 to see if Mr. Wright could be accepted into an inpatient program. And that is on indictment number 15SC136795. Good morning, everybody. If counsel will please make appearances for the record.
Manny Aurora for Mr. Wright, who is present.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good to see you again. How are you feeling?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you for asking. All right. So I understand that you all have gotten Mr. Wright into a program. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the Freedom March program. We provided all the documents to the prosecution a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And so I think it's acceptable. I'm sure Mr. White will lay out some special additional terms. It's going to be a 1-year inpatient program.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the fact that it's the one affordable program that we could find that we could actually pay for.
Mm-hmm.
They don't pick up at the jail, so I'd ask probation who was okay, and Mr. White was okay if he could have 24 hours after release or 12 hours after release to turn himself in to get his bed space.
The jail can't directly transport, Mr. Wright?
I have not been told that they would.
Judge, typically to this program, and I have actually been in contact with the program, they don't really have, they're not really set up to receive inmates directly from incarceration facilities to their program. In deference to.
So are you saying that the jail cannot transport it?
Well, the jail could, but it's just the program isn't set up normally to do that.
What does that mean?
Programs where there's direct transport usually have a means where they're.
No, that's not, I know that part. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is you said the program is not set up to receive Mr. Wright directly from Fulton County, dropping him off. So I'm asking, what does that mean? Because
Well, what that means is that the programs that are used to dealing with inmates will actually have protocols set up to deal with the inmates. This program doesn't deal with inmates typically, so there's no protocol set up. They just asked, could he come in off the street? They didn't use that term, but that's the term that we're used to. In deference to the program, I don't really have an objection to that, especially as Mr. Aurora and I have essentially negotiated that Mr. Aurora will pick his client up from the jail and transport it directly to him.
oh, that's not what Mr. Aurora said.
That's what he said to me.
Yeah, it's fine. He could either take it, his family's here, could take him, or I'll take him if that's what makes
I was going to say that Mr. Aurora did not say he was going to the jail to pick Mr. Wright up.
We did talk about that, but his family's here. I'd also asked if we could have 24 hours. I didn't know how you felt about that. Otherwise, once he's released, I can take him myself if that's gives you more comfort. But he's got too much to risk at this point with the probation. So, like I said, his child's mother and other family members, his son, they're all here today.
Tell me about this program, please. I'm not familiar.
I
know you said you gave the information to the state, but they didn't give it to me. So everybody's telling me now.
I think, frankly, it's just like any other drug program as far as that goes. It just doesn't.
Shh. Y'all are loud. Y'all are whispering like my grandma.
They have a good inpatient facility. I think Mr. White has talked to them. He'll go through the program after he gets evaluated with them as to what all he needs specifically. They understand there's a drug problem. Bed space is somewhat limited, so we were able to secure a bed on September 15th. And so that's why I called your office to get this scheduled so we don't end up losing out on the space. We've got it currently, and he should be in there for the year as the government has asked to get himself cleaned out and get the resources that he needs. And then he understands he goes back on probation for a handful of years after that.
So talk to me about like what the program does. Are folks allowed to come and go? Is there a work component? Is there that? Back. You see that 360?
Yep.
So you got a 360 circle of folks having your back, but you got to do your part, okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Good.
They told him that? Oh, you told him? See, you got another one over here. All right, Mr. Tucker. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Aurora. Oh, Mr. Aurora, I didn't answer your question. I don't care who takes him as long as he gets there. In the words of Alita Adams, get there how you can. Yes, sir. Can you hear Miss Jolie, right? Jolly. My apologies, Miss Jolly. Welcome. My particulars?
Yes.
Recommendation. Okay, welcome, as they say in the old church, you're welcome once, you're welcome twice, you're welcome, okay? All right, so we are back on the record in Ms. Ingram's case. So, Mr. Tucker, what has your client decided to do?
Your Honor, with a remorseful heart, my client will accept the punishment that is issued today based on the fact that occurred. She wanted to have me bring up a couple of things that me and the state were talking about as we walked out. That the situation is when I walked outside with the sergeant, the family.
Turn the microphone towards you. There you go.
So
I see people with their ear to the Zoom. So
the family was asking outside certain questions, and as I explained to them that
when you say the family, you mean Miss Ingram's family?
Miss Ingram's family, and I explained to them that situations happen, and that we have to deal with them when they happen, and there's always a repercussion for an action.
Any questions that I can answer?
I think that basically she's come forth and she's talked with the family, and they were asking, specifically, why if she was, with this person and she did.
I can't answer that one.
I told her, I said, God can answer that for her, but
Okay.
I can't. But she stands here accountable and she understands the magnitude. And as the family was out there asking, well, don't they take in accountability? I said, they take in accountability that there was a loss of life.
And I actually took into accountability everything that was said to me, including what you said as far as how Ms. Ingram turned herself in and certainly was helpful to the state. And again, I think part of what the family, Ms. Besa, had Ms. Ingram gone to trial, what was the maximum that she was looking at if she was unsuccessful?
Oh, wow. Life without the possibility of parole plus, and I can get the plus for you, Your Honor, but it will be over, actually I can get it right now.
That's
20,
30.
It's 260 plus
40, 50, 55. We're not going, it'll be life without the possibility of parole plus at least 55 years. And that's not including counts 1 through 13.
Well, that's the 260.
Okay,
That was
260,
what-
then yes, it'll be 260 years, yes.
plus the 55. So
And that's
for
understandable.
the benefit of the family, and that's why I said that, and certainly for the benefit of Miss Ingram, had Miss Ingram gone to trial, she was looking at life without the possibility of parole plus 200, approximately 50 years in custody.
And she understands the magnitude of that. And she understands the magnitude of what occurred and who she was hanging with and who, as she's taking accountability, that's not trying to point a finger at anybody. She understands that she was put into a situation that she put herself in. And she's not trying to blame anybody. And she wanted me to turn to the family and apologize for all that has occurred. This was not something that was intended. This was not something she ever thought. She'd ever been in a situation like this. And as the family was outside asking certain questions, as I explained to them that the law has repercussions for actions, whether you
Party to a crime.
is whether you were the main participant or the other one or the person that assisted, that the law and the judge has a duty, and they swear into that duty that they are going to protect and have justice served. And as she's standing here today and she's going to accept whatever punishment comes to her, she did want to apologize to the family that she never intended any of this, and that the person that she was with, she didn't know him as well as she thought, which is another learning lesson. And throughout this whole procedure, that she has come to a conclusion that her family is the most important thing. So she really mourns and wants to give sympathy and apology to the family of the child. And she never expected this to happen. She only did what she said in a situation she's never been part of before. And at this time, she would respectfully request the court to accept her guilty plea and take into consideration all the factors that happened here, because she immediately came to the police to tell them what happened when she heard there was a loss of a child, because she has 2 young children herself. And she felt that was necessary. And throughout this whole process, she has maintained that she wanted justice. She wanted this story. She wanted this all to be heard, because sometimes there's ambiguity and the family may have these questions of what if or wonder. And she says that she prays to God that the family finds their own.
Thank you, Krista. I'm not sure who gave it. Was it Dan? Who gave them? Was it Dan or Terry? But thank you for popping in. We're not. This is just a plea deal thing. We're just on verdict watch, so don't worry at all. But thanks for popping in, though, Krista. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Saying it to you and accepts that this was nothing that was planned. It was not intended. It just is something that happened. And she wishes the best to the mother and the family of the deceased, just as she wishes the best to her family who have supported her through this whole procedure.
Okay.
And she understands there's repercussions for actions. I mean, you've heard this also, be careful who you hang with because something may come up. She understands that, and she really just respectfully requests the court to understand her circumstances and what happened, her ability to be able to come forth immediately to tell what was going on and who participated. She doesn't know the reason why. It was something trivial, it was busting out windows, and she didn't understand why somebody would do something like that. But I think as the case progressed and we found more about Mr. Little, that she understood now that she was with the wrong party in the wrong crowd. And she just apologizes to the court as well as her family on what has occurred, and only prays upon this court to understand her circumstances.
This is a good point by Mexi. You know, it took a child losing their life to come to these realizations. I mean, I understand it's a tough choice in terms of she doesn't think that she's done anything wrong because she was the driver. She did not kill the child. But a 6-month-old child died. You were a part of it, whether you like it or not. But 20 years seems, considering she was facing life in prison without the possibility of parole. And I presume that Georgia has the 85% rule. And if they do, she'll be out 17 years. So she's already spent nearly a year. So she's got about 16 years left to spend in there. She was 22 at the time this happened in 2022. So she's about 25 now. So she'd be about 41, 42 coming out of prison. So still young enough to make an impact in the world. The 10 years, I understand why she wanted 10 years because we all would want 10 years. But considering what she was facing, I think 20 years is good. Katie, appreciate the guy begging. I thought the women liked Ben begging. But this is Georgia. Judge said 20 years. Let's move on. She ain't changing her mind. No, I totally agree with you.
And the circumstances of working with Miss Basha, we've come many a times to speak with them to try to fill any gaps we could, fully understanding that there's going to be repercussions for her actions. And she still came. And then hearing the hit.
I mean, I've got to have to play it, dude. Stop.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
She's already ruled. This is a waste of time. You're putting the family through this now. Let's just move on, counselor. Move on.
Put on her, and knowing the fear that happened to her family, she still would come to speak and let them know exactly what was going on. And it's painful for the family who's here today to see this, but they understand that the court has a job, and their decision is to take fairness and justice with the loss of a life and the incident that occurred. And we only pray to the court that they accept her plea and show any consideration they can within it, because she came out, I think it was like the next day or the day after, once she contacted me, my first availability, we went to explain, tell everything to them. And she has done that throughout this whole process, even though knowing that there were hits put on, even though knowing there was a harsh repercussion, that she was going to be accountable for her actions. And we respectfully request the court to accept her plea and to show any leniency they can based on her coming forth and being honest with the court and with the prosecutor throughout this whole process.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Besa, any victim impact statement before we go through the colloquy?
Yes, Your Honor. We do have a victim impact statement from baby Grayson's mother, Miss Carrie Gray, and I believe also his father, Mr. M. Deshaun Hayes, as well.
All right. Let me start with Mr. Hayes since he's on Zoom, okay? Mr. Hayes, if you will please come off of Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you will
Good morning.
please state your name for me, okay?
Yes. My name is Marlo Deshaun Hayes. I am Grayson's father.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Well, you heard my previous impact statement. Not much has changed. It saddens me that there are so many lives impacted by this young lady's decision. Mine, his mother's, her family, her children. We can't undo those things. The only thing we can do going forward is prevent. A bad decision happen, an event, and I hear the counselor speaking about damage control, what happened after the fact, but nobody is addressing what happened before the fact. Please, Judge, I beg you to punish her. For what she's done. Protect the community from her. And to deal the minds of anybody who commit similar actions as her. To let her know that this is unacceptable on so many levels. I'm sorry, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Nick, you can have her come right here for me, please. That's fine. Yes, ma'am. And make sure you state your name for me first, okay? Oh, I think that well, they were supposed to fix that microphone, but maybe it's not.
Hi, my name is Carrie Fleming.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Fleming, whenever you're ready.
I have sat up every night for 3 years, 8 months, and 5 days, wondering if this is real or if I've gone so far into a psychotic break that somewhere Grayson is fine, we're a family, and this is all in my head. But I look at the bag, the one which holds my bloodstained sweater and shoes, or the chain around my neck that pulls a little hair, and I realize that necklace has his ashes. Or finally, the bin, the one that holds everything I have left of my one and only child, that still holds the bib that has the remains of food on it from the first salad meal, or his Tigger he slept with every night. And I cry. I cry every morning when I realize he's not fine. We are no longer a family, and this is not in my head. This is not the life I chose for my son, for me, for his father, or for his family. But let me tell you about some actual choices made that day. A choice was made to accept a phone call. A choice was made to purchase a firearm with appropriate bullets, knowing they were going to end someone's life that day. A choice was made to drive to a location, and a choice was made to drive at law-breaking speeds with zero regard that anyone could have been on those roads, walking, riding a bike, or like my son and I. driving in a car. As we can see on the video footage, these choices led to the direct targeting of the back of my vehicle, where my trunk was pierced, along with my son's left eye and the right side of his skull. These choices were not forced upon anyone. They were consciously made. And in making those choices, I was left unable to choose how my son was going to be raised. Those choices took away my ability to ever hear my son tell me he loves me, or whether he is proud of the mother I was, still am, and will always be to him. I have watched this court show leniency throughout this case, and watching my son become part of patterned behavior for the defendant who, while in trial for Grayson's murder, couldn't respect the law enough to follow her rules and stay out of trouble. This court has also failed to keep in mind that for my family and myself, this is not just a job for us, that once this is over, we move on. This is our son, grandson, friend, family, our lives. And in forgetting this, you have reduced my son to a nameless victim. So please allow me to reintroduce him. His name is Grayson Matthew. He was born on July of 2021 and was taken from his father and I January of 2022 at only 6 months old, at the hands of two reckless, careless, remorseless human beings. Grayson has missed 4 birthdays, 5 complete sets of holiday seasons, his first day of school, learning how to walk, learning how to talk. And never a chance to make a choice of his own. My son does not know the joys of being celebrated, only mourned. For over 3 years, the defendant has lived her life with the choices she made, and now I'm asking the court to hear me when I beg you to put an end to the possibility of these choices being made again. If the law is supposed to protect the community, then I'm asking for you to protect them with every inch of it and hold her accountable, because Grayson was not her only victim that day. My partner and I lost a son, our parents lost a grandson, and the community lost a precious member, all at the hands and efforts of everyone involved that day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anything further?
And Your Honor, if we could both tell the father the condolences from my client as well as the mother. It's been a tough time for them. I understand they've lost a wonderful child, but my client just wanted to hope that somehow they can find the faith in the way to make it through this and realize that God is good. No matter what happens, God is good.
Okay, understand. All right. Anything further from the state?
Besides the plea litany, Your Honor?
Correct.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Ingram, you are under oath. If you'll make sure you keep your voice up in a loud and clear voice and answer Ms. Bass's questions as they are presented. If at any time you do not understand the question or you need for us to rephrase it, please just let us know, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I just have one request before sentencing, but I'll wait till the appropriate time.
Okay, all right. Ms. Bassa.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ingram, are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
She already swore her in.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor swore her in the
I already
beginning.
swore her in.
I just want to make sure.
I swore in at the top of the
Yes, ma'am.
interaction, yes.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 26, I'm college.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses that we read on the record prior?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have the right to either plead guilty or not guilty to the reduced charge of count 14, which is murder in the second degree, through counts 27? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Tucker, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need more time to speak with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
I do.
Counsel, do you waive any and all defects in the indictment for purposes of this plea?
We will.
Currently, the state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you, counsel, or you, Ms. Ingram, know of any outstanding warrants related to these charges?
Not to our knowledge.
Okay. Has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
Yes.
I'm going to go through them. Counts 14 reduced, the minimum is 10 years, maximum 30. Counts 21 through 23, the minimum is 1 year, maximum 20. Counts 24, criminal damage to property in the first degree, minimum 1 year, maximum 10. Count 25 and 26, minimum 1 year, maximum 5. And possession during the commission of a felony is 5 consecutive. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a non-negotiated plea? And you heard what Your Honor has stated that her sentence would be. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including federal court?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on you entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot possess a firearm?
Yes.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
Now, do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or Board of Pardons and Paroles, and no one can guarantee that to you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, the guilty plea conviction may affect the right to vote, the right to hold public office, right to serve on a jury, right to obtain a passport, right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, and the ability to obtain employment.
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? You're giving up, and I'm going to list them. You're giving up the right to trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at a trial of your case, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence, the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence, the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you for you to enter this guilty plea?
No.
So in indictment 23 SC 187794-01, how do you plead to count 14 reduced to murder in the second degree and counts 15 through 27?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
You understand that you may only have a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction.
Yes.
So because they're felony charges, you have 4 years from today to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this plea. Do you understand that?
Yes.
In your honor, the state does not have any felony convictions for Ms. Ingram, and that is all from the state.
Question from a vacation. So I understand that counts 21 through is it 26 would vacate as operation of law?
No, your honor. 15 through 20 would vacate by operation of law.
Excuse me, I meant 15 through 20.
Oh, yes, your honor.
No, I meant 21 through. So counts 15 through 20 vacate?
Yes, your honor. And counts 21 and 22 merge into count 14.
So 21 and 22 merge?
Yes, your honor. And then the rest to run, 23 through 26 to run concurrent, and 27, if your honor, allowed to run consecutive but suspended.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, and I want to add on to something that Ms. Basis said. Ms. Basis said while you are on probation or parole, you are not allowed to have a gun. But I want to make it clear, as a convicted felon, you are not allowed to possess a gun, period, regardless of whether or not you are on probation or parole. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. And so you understand that if you were found in possession of a gun, that would be a completely separate charge, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. You understand that?
Yes.
And depending on how that's charged, that may carry a mandatory minimum of custody. You understand that?
Yes.
And because your underlying conviction, which is this conviction, which makes you a felon, is for a forcible felony, i.e. the murder in the second degree, you would likely be facing a mandatory minimum if you are ever in possession of a firearm. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Have you understood, you have the indictment and the plea of guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you understood everything that's transpired here today?
Yes.
Have you understood all of the questions that have been asked of you?
Yes.
And were all of the answers that you gave truthful?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any further questions for Mr. Tucker?
No.
Are you satisfied with Mr. Tucker's services? Do you need more time to speak with Mr. Tucker?
No.
All right.
She's already signed.
I know.
Okay.
Handing the court the signed re-indictment and plea of guilty statement of rights form.
Thank you. Ma'am, I have in my hand the plea of guilty form. Did you go over this form with Mr. Tucker?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth in this form?
Yes.
At the bottom of each of these pages are initials. Are these your initials?
Yes.
And did you understand everything that was within this form?
Yes.
Okay. On the bottom of page 3, is this your signature where it says Sharice Michelle Ingram?
Yes.
Did you sign this form after going over it with Mr. Tucker?
Yes.
Did you understand everything that was within the form?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Tucker, on page 4, you did not certify the does and does not qualify question on number 5. Okay. Ma'am, I am going to accept your plea. I do find that it is knowingly, voluntarily entered with a full understanding of the rights that you are giving up by proceeding in this manner. And so I am going to sentence you as follows. Counts 1 through 13 have been null pros by the state. Count 2, which has been reduced to murder in the second degree, I sentence you to 20 years to serve. Counts 15 through 20 vacate by operation of law. Counts 21, 22, and 23, I sentence you to 20 years to serve to run concurrent with count 14. Count 24, I sentence you to 10 years to serve to run concurrent with all other counts. Count 25, I sentence you to 5 years to serve to run concurrent with all other counts. Count 26, I sentence you to 5 years to serve to run concurrent with all other counts. And count 27, I sentence you to 5 years consecutive suspended for a total of 25 to serve 20 with the a special condition of your probation, as a special condition of your sentence, you are to have no contact with your co-defendant, Mr. DeQuasie, DeQuasie, Jonathan Little, the family, or any other witnesses that were involved in this case. Are you clear?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, one thing, Your Honor. Counts 21 merge into count 14.
The
ag assault will merge because it's for the shooting death of.
Okay, so count 21 merges.
Yes.
All right, so that makes counts 22, or count 22 also merges, does it not?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so counts 23 through 26 will run concurrent with one another as indicated in the breakdown. All right, and let me say this to the family. Oh, she left? Never mind. Well, mom and grandma are on, grandma and dad are on the Zoom.
We're getting her to come back, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did want to state that, She understands clearly from every action there's a reaction.
Okay.
And she understands that she cannot go back and change anything that happened that day. But she does hope that the family can find the peace to move on with their life, that this was nothing intended from her. I've explained through the laws that when you do a substantial step to help and assist, that's when you get held to the same standard. She understands that. She prays for the family of the children. She prays for her family to allow them to get through this time that she's going to be away from them. But she did want to respectfully request that the court understand that this was nothing she really ever intended to happen, but it did happen, and she stands here accountable for those actions, whether it's in her favor or not. And she just prays to the court that she understands, that you understand the circumstances as they occur.
Understood. Thank you. All right. So
I'm sorry. And that because she was recently released from FACE, she has not been able to get her affairs in order because her mom has been moving from her house and she's been helping, that she would possibly be able to get, of course, I would ask for 30 days, but 15 at minimum, that she would be able to get her affairs to sign over. And I've drafted.
Oh, sorry. Miss Ingram is being taken into custody right now.
Okay. I guess I can visit her at the jail. I just need to come and get her to sign power over to her family for her children, and that she does pray to the court and to the family that they can move beyond this, and God will help.
Understood. Thank you. And so to the family, and I have split attention because, of course, you're in front of me and on Zoom. So certainly I heard, and this is the second time I've heard both of your victim impact statements. There is nothing that anyone can do to bring back your baby. There's nothing that anybody can do to bring back your child. And I oftentimes tell folks that the justice system is not closure, because you can never have closure when you lose someone who's close to you. But hopefully you are able to now put this part of the grieving process behind you and move forward, understanding that certainly baby Grayson had a purpose, and he still has a purpose. And though his life was cut short, that does not mean that his purpose cannot be fulfilled and continue to be filled through you all, okay? So it is never the court's intention to make any person feel as though the court does not care or the system does not care, etc., or that it is just a job. And anybody who knows me will tell you that this is not just a job for me on either side, because at the end of the day, I try my very best to treat every single person who comes before me, whether it's on the prosecution side or the defense side, as though it were someone who were my loved one, my family, my friend. Because at the end of the day, certainly we all seek justice, but justice looks different in a myriad of ways, right? And so there's nothing that anyone can do to bring back baby Grayson or to remove the hurt or pain that you all feel. Nothing, right? But I do hope that the completion and the conclusion of this process will allow you to complete this phase of the grief process and move on to the next the next phase of the grief process. All right. So good luck to you all. Good luck to you, Miss Ingram. And Miss Ingram, I say this to you. I've heard Mr. Tucker plead on your behalf multiple times to say she didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. She didn't know, etc. Well, you too have a duty now in this process of honoring baby Grayson's memory. So use this as an opportunity to do better, to be better, to make better decisions, such that from what you can do, and we can only control what we can control, but from what you can control, that no other family has to feel what this family is feeling based on your actions, and so that you don't have to feel what you were feeling based on your actions, okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. And with that being said, Ms. Ingram is remanded to the custody of the Fulton County Sheriffs.
And I'm handing the plea of guilty statement of rights form to the court.
Thank you.
And may I be excused, Your Honor?
Hold on. Your Honor, may I hug my mother goodbye? No, ma'am, I'm sorry, you can't.
Here's a card.
Right. Let me just check one thing. 2 seconds.
New at 4, a man accused of murdering his wife has a medical emergency in court and then he dies.
Yeah, he actually collapsed in court. Aniele Ruiz live in our newsroom with exclusive video and new details about what happened. Aniele.
Well, guys, James Paul Anderson was on trial for allegedly killing his wife, 34-year-old Victoria Anderson, inside her home. And today he was expected to take a plea deal, but witnesses tell me things escalated quickly. Take a look. This is video obtained exclusively by KHOU 11 News showing James Paul Anderson being wheeled out of the courtroom on a gurney. Witnesses tell me James had just been speaking with his attorney and asked for a few moments alone. When he returned, they say he spit something into a trash can, and minutes later, he started vomiting and was visibly ill. Officers moved him into the back room and more law enforcement arrived. Eventually, paramedics were called in. We're told Anderson's attorney looked into the trash can and reportedly found a small bag with brown crystal-like substance believed to be meth. Because of that discovery, the judge allegedly declared the courtroom a potential crime scene. Anderson was taken to Bentop Hospital where he was pronounced dead just before 11 a.m. And according to the district attorney's office, we've learned the DA's office was prepared to offer him a plea deal. He would have served 35 years in prison. Now, bailiff reportedly administered Narcan before EMS arrived trying to save his life. Anderson had been out on bond on $300,000 after he was arrested following a lengthy SWAT standoff tied to the murder of his wife back in 2023. The couple did have a toddler at the time, just a terrible situation for both families involved. Again, we hope to bring you guys more information later on today. We'll send it back to you guys.
Well, that's one way to go. That's one way to go. So, thank you for that, Mexi Texi. Right, hang on. Where's the other one I had here? All set up, ready to go. Let me cancel that now. So, can we get out of that one? Right, let me make this one there. Try to get one here. Is this the one? Here we go. This was Mewtham Massage Parlour. So today, Mewtham Massage Parlour. Human trafficking. This happened a few hours ago.
Are you ready to get started? You guys good?
What's up?
Awesome.
You guys all ready?
Yes, and as always, if you could just start with name, spelling, and title.
Sure, yeah. All right. Good morning. My name is Chief McNamara from the Methuen Police Department. That's spelled capital M, small c, capital N, A-M-A-R-A. And I'm here with Mayor Beauregard.
Mayor DJ Beauregard, B-E-A-U-R-E-G-A-R-D.
So good morning. I'm announcing a major step in our fight against human trafficking here in Methuen. Following a thorough investigation by the Methuen Police Department, sparked by residents' reports, we've shut down Beauty Garden Spa at 5 Wall Street and arrested its manager, Supine Zoo on charges of human trafficking, prostitution-related offenses, and maintaining a house of ill fame. On Saturday, September 4th, the Methuen Police Department executed a search warrant uncovering illegal living quarters in the SPAR's basement, violating multiple city codes. Reports indicate women were forced to work 12-hour days, 7 days a week, under the most exploitative conditions. The city's Department of Health and Human Services and inspections ordered the business closed. Seized evidence and interviews with the two women working there are driving our ongoing investigation. Zoo was arrested on September 26th and faces arraignment today. This marks the start of our...
You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
Our campaign to end human trafficking in Methuen. These crimes exploit the vulnerable, and they threaten our community. We want to say to the people running these operations, and we know that there are others operating now within the city of Methuen, we want them to know that we're coming for them next. To the Johns that fuel this despicable trade, we want to say that you are not invisible, and we intend to target you with the full force of law. I want to say thank you to the Methuen police officers that have worked this investigation and continue to do so. I want to thank our partners in law enforcement, including the Lawrence Police Department, the Essex County District Attorney's Office, Homeland Security, and the IRS. Above all, I want to thank our vigilant residents who first reported this suspected activity and pointed us in the right direction. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor for a brief statement.
Good morning. Today marks an important moment in Methuen's fight against human trafficking and sexual servitude. This is just the beginning. The city of Methuen has zero tolerance for these terrible crimes in our community, and we are making that clear with decisive action. I want to acknowledge the people and departments who made this possible. First, Chief Scott McNamara and the Methuen Police Department. Their determination and professionalism in pursuing this case has been extraordinary. Also, Director Kaylee Teagan-Jampap in the Department of Health, Human Services, and Inspections, who acted immediately to enforce our laws and protect public safety. And of course, the concerned citizens of Methuen, our neighbors and small business owners, who came forward with information that helped launch this investigation. Without you, this operation might still be hidden in plain sight. Let me be clear. From a policy standpoint, we are declaring war on human trafficking in the city of Methuen. We will identify and apprehend traffickers. We will shut down every business in our city that profits from this evil, and we will hold landlords accountable if they enable it. If you are engaged in these crimes, we will find you, and as the chief mentioned, we are coming after you next. Methuen is a community that stands for dignity, safety, and justice. Human trafficking has no place here. Today is a first step, but it will not be the last. I'm also announcing today that I am establishing a human trafficking task force in the city so that we can continue to work together and combine our efforts to tackle this issue. Together with our police, our public health professionals, and our law enforcement partners at the state and federal level, and of course our vigilant residents, we will root out this exploitation and protect the people of the field. Thank you.
So with that, we'll answer any questions that you have.
I have one. The resident we interviewed said she'd been working with you guys for about 2 years on this. How did you guys get to the point that you were able to issue the search warrant? Was there like a catalyst after these past 2 years that allowed your officers to actually go inside?
Well, I can say that, yeah, this has been an ongoing investigation, and we started to develop more in the last 90 days or so. Obviously, we conducted surveillance operations that led to us stopping a number of patrons that were coming and going from that business. From that, we developed some specific intelligence. Ultimately, we were able to actually put a an undercover police officer into the establishment, and we allege that officer was in fact solicited while in business. So with that, we were able to apply for and obtain a search warrant for the premises, and that's more or less how that investigation developed.
And there were 2 women found in the basement, but again, this resident tells us she's been seeing this for years, so I have to imagine there's more victims.
Well, there were two women that were working there, and one of the reports that we're getting from concerned residents was
walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
that they had seen women entering the business, but they never would see them leaving the business, which suggested that they were there overnight, of course. And that's what we found. We found in the basement, essentially was made almost like a residential apartment, that they were living there long term.
So there's just 2 women when you went there, but it's believed that women have been coming in and out of this business.
It's possible that there are other people that were working there, but these were the primary 2 victims that we found working at the business.
Could you tell us about where those 2 women are now?
We believe they're in New York City. We, of course, reached out and offered to provide whatever services that they're willing to accept. But of course, they are adult females, and it's up to them.
I mean, this is what happens, people, when you lay on your back all the day and out on the streets all night, you get a bad back. So good luck with the chiropractor. Hopefully he can fix you, Spacey Stacey, so you can walk the streets at night. But ladies, be careful if you are walking the streets at night, not to do too much on your heels and stuff like that. I know Spacey Stacey's got like a 6-inch heel, so be careful. And make sure when you're lying on your back, Stacey, that you do it in proper places. That's all next time. But yeah, hopefully you get back fixed. The streets will be waiting for you when you get back, my darling.
Whether or not they want to avail themselves of any services that we're able to provide.
So after they were interviewed, they were free to go?
They were, yeah.
Can you tell us just about the severity of human trafficking here in Methuen? The fact that you're going to set up a whole task force now means that this must be a big issue here.
Yes, so there are definitely some additional business entities that are suspected in our eyes to be engaging in this activity, and our plan is to focus on those next. But I think broadly speaking, it's really critical for us to do everything we can to work with our federal and state partners, and I think also on a regional basis with other communities in the Merrimack Valley, even here at the local level, to do more, to do things like overhaul business regulatory frameworks, unmasking shell companies that could help reveal business owners, supporting effective survivor-centered law enforcement, and also finding ways to close loopholes in the commercial real estate industry. So there are a whole host of things that I think we need to do. But in terms of the next step, my plan is to convene this task force. It would include, obviously, the Police Department, our Department of Health, Human Services, and inspections, and also, of course, the city's legal department, so that we can begin to really hone in on these issues and the reports that we receive from residents, and get at this from a broader standpoint. Now, I think the most critical thing here is I want our residents who see this type of activity or suspect it to be forthcoming, to reach out and share their concerns with us, so that we can have, in essence, a path forward by way of leads and the like. So this really is a combined effort.
And Chief, how would you go about charging the Johns in this case? Is there a client list that you found?
In terms of future operations?
Or if from you, garden spot?
Well, in some cases, to develop this particular investigation, we were working with some of the people that were patronizing the establishment to develop information that allowed us to get a search warrant. So we believe that we do have to attack this from the demand side of the equation, absolutely. That's something that we're looking to do in terms of future operations.
So any of the customers, will they be charged?
Any of the customers?
Yeah, the people coming by this business.
Not at this point, not with respect to this particular investigation, but that something like that could develop in the future, absolutely.
And was the manager also the owner? If not, is there an owner that was aware this was going on?
Yeah, the person we arrested, we're referring to as the manager, but we believe that there was actually a co-manager, and that we also have a warrant for that person's arrest. I can give information on that.
Do you have their name?
I do. The name of the person who we also have an arrest warrant is Yi, which is Y-I-U-Y-U, Hung, H-U-A-N-G, and that person has an address out of Brooklyn, New York.
What's their age, if you have it?
I'm sorry?
Do you have their age
Of
the co-manager?
Gentlemen, do you have that approximate age that I want? 34. Age 34.
And that was the co-manager. Is there an owner or a landlord of the building? What do they own?
There is a landlord, and that is something that we're taking a close look at, not just in this investigation, but others that are developing throughout our city. And I do want to say, just to follow up on the question that was asked previously, how pervasive is the issue? Well, as we said, we suspect there are other operations in our own city that we believe it's happening now, but it's clearly happening in the Commonwealth. I think it's pervasive problem across the Commonwealth and frankly across our nation. Cities and towns that tolerate this activity, what you see is the first one will pop up, and if it's being tolerated, before you know it, there's a half a dozen or more. So we're committed to doing what we can on a local level to eradicate human trafficking here within the borders of the city of Methuen. That is our collective obligation, Mayor and I, to do everything we can in our power to eradicate that, and we intend to do so.
Any indication that any of the victims were minors?
There's absolutely no indication of that whatsoever.
Okay, those are all our questions. Thank you guys for taking the time.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
So I think it goes without saying that, please, ladies, be careful out there when you're working tonight. Hippie chick, lady di, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. We always want them to be careful, but apparently Spacey Stacy's been on her back too much. And that's the problem. Do you know what I mean? But there you are. What can you do? Right, okay. I shall not be going there. No, Robin G. Right, hang on. I don't need to go there when you got hippie chick, lady di, Spacey Stacy on their backs all night. Right. There was that. There's no movement in the trial. It has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's been 2 hours. 2 hours of deliberations. Well, roughly 2 hours deliberations. Let's have a look at the poll. And not that poll, ladies, before you start. So still 60% basically say not guilty. And so 42% say guilty, 50% say not guilty. So majority of people still think not guilty. I'll end the poll there. Oh. Okay. So I just need a couple of minutes just to refocus. So what I'll do is for those that missed the intro today, I'll play the intro again for you, just so we got a little bit of I get about 6-minute break. So I'll be back.
Sidewalk. Hey now, sidewalk. Hey now. I love a darling. Hello, sis. How are you? I
Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Manager of a Methuen massage parlor is expected to face a judge today on human trafficking and prostitution charges.
Police arrested that woman after an undercover operation at the business. Boston 25 News reporter Ryan Breslin is live in Methuen. And Ryan, we are expecting to hear more details from officials later this morning.
Ray and Catherine, that's right. That massage parlor, Beauty Garden Spa, has been shut down. Methuen police going undercover into the business, finding two women living in that commercially zoned building and arresting the manager. Police say 38-year-old Suping Zhu of New York was trafficking women who were living in the basement and providing sex acts for clients. A neighbor says she's been documenting activity of the business for 2 years, taking notes and pictures. She says buses dropping off women was a regular occurrence, like the bus in this picture. She also took this picture of people in and out of state cars, bringing supplies and leaving women there with suitcases. The neighbor says men of all ages would frequent the massage parlor, and she reported the activity to police.
There would be a new group of girls coming in, and they were very blatant about it. They put them in these buses, and they brought them in and they brought them out. And until they start going after the guys that are doing this, we're never going to resolve it.
Now, Methuen police say that they are continuing to investigate and do believe that they will try and bring charges to the Johns involved. At this point, Zhu will be arraigned this morning in Lawrence District Court. For now, live in Methuen, Ryan Breslin for your local station, Boston 25 News.
So do not worry, that was not where hippie chick Lady Di and Spacey Stacy work. That's not the streets that they frequent. So they will still be working out on the streets tonight. So we don't have to worry about them. Just be careful, ladies. That's all. Yes, she would fit in to this stream. That lady there. She loves vacuuming her grass. Absolutely. She is basically, if I was to say to the chat, if I was to say to people what the chat is like, I would post a picture of her. This is El Chatty, nosy bitch. Absolute nosy as fuck. But that's why we love you. That's why it's great to be here. If you weren't nosy, the nosiest person of them all, Erin Hack, she must be busy because she's not here today. Do you know what I mean? So you don't get much nosier than her. So we have a really good nosy leader, and we all follow her lead. So yeah. Anyway, that's what's going on in Boston. Oh, hang on. Oh, you saw your neighbour. Hang on. screaming "fuck" on the phone again outside, and then his buddy came over to console him. Shit, it's all going on. It's all going on. Right, for those of you, hang on. For those of you, let me get this. Let me get this bad boy. Mexi, so far behind. It's unbelievable, Mexi. Come on, Mexi. These are stories from last week, Mexi. Come on. You're a nosy bitch as well, so you should know all these things. They split up, and she kicked him out and packed. She left him. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Show. I'm making songs up. Put the Chevy to the levee, and the levee will go. Here we go. Right. Oh, no, it won't let me go in. Fuck. Oh, no, I've frozen. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, we're back. Okay. Faye. Ooh, this is not a good sign. Everything's taken. Jury still deliberating. Fine. Right, let me look at this. We all know it's Dana's fault. All of this is Dana's fault. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Put the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys are drinking whiskey and rye. Thinking this could be the day. Right, so this is for those of you that are in Boston. I mean, some of you know this, some of you don't. So that's why I'll show you this. So I arrive in Boston on the 21st, Tuesday 21st. And on the first night, sorry, not the Tuesday night, the Wednesday night, there is a barbecue. Hey now, save the date, barbecue dinner with Dylan Davis, me. Wednesday, October 22nd from 4 till 9. So it's not like a 4 to 9 event. It's like some people obviously don't work and they will be there early because they would rather go early, like Dennis. And then some people work and then they'll come in later and leave later. Some people might be there all day. So I don't know. Anyway, that's happening on the Wednesday. It's at Blondie's Barbecue, Walpole, Massachusetts, which is the old Red Wing restaurant. This is not a private event. Everyone is responsible for their own food and drink. Yeah, so we just want to, if you don't want to eat, if you don't want to drink, that's up to you. Everyone's responsible for their own stuff. So Kurt does need a head count to help with food prep. So please let me know. So please your name. So if you do want to go, or if you're aware of somebody who wants to go, then all you need to do is go on to Resistant to Silence. And then, yeah, just find this post. Search for Kurt, hey now. And then, yeah, there you go. And this is some of the photos. This is Kurt's car with a hey now. I like big tits and big butts, cute question. I like big butts, question mark. I like barbecue. I was supposed to go to this place last time, but I didn't get a chance. So some of the food. That's what they use. There you go. Blondies. Chicken. Ugh. Blondie's Barbecue is the page on Facebook. And that's some of the people I think that have confirmed. Janice, Tina, Leanne, allegedly. Just taking 2, Colleen, Anne-Marie, me, Naomi, and Colleen, with 2 people, and Deborah, Terry, Lauren, Sacco. And obviously there will be, I know Tim is going, I know the Sweeneys are going, the Wades are going. I'm not sure if Erica's going. Erica Walsh, I don't know about Erica. Tracy and Dana, well, unfortunately, Dana's coming as well, so they're not on the list, but they're coming. I think there's a couple more people said they're coming, and then whoever else. Just put your names down for this, and then whoever wants to go can go. I say it's open to everybody. I know Rhonda, you said you either go to this or the Thursday night, so we'll see whichever one you want to go to. Some people might go with both. So the Thursday night one is just going to be crisp sandwich pizza shop. Just going to be there for like an hour, 90 minutes or so, and then go for ice cream. Which one is it? This one. That's the one. So this is a bit of a longer event. Some people want to do the longer events rather than because the Thursday night's not really an event. It's just a couple of people meeting up to chat or whatever, and then go for ice cream. So it won't be a long night. So, but if people do want to meet more people, obviously, as I say, there'll be a lot more people there. Peter Murphy will be there, and all sorts of people will be there. The usual crowd, will be there. Kurt, obviously, his wife, Maria, I think is going. Trisha will probably be. Yeah, it's a fucking shit ton of people that will be there. I even think maybe J Mac will be there. We'll see what she does. Oh, so whatever, isn't it? Whatever. Oh, I gotta give it a yawn. Oh. Beck says, I'll be with you in spirit. There you go, my darling. You be there in spirit with us. That's fine. Thankfully, Mexi will not be there. Robin and Rhonda Merrimack. So that's because when I get out of work, that's rush hour time. I mean, look, it's a long distance. I mean, some people have said the same, that they might not be able to make it because of the time, but it's absolutely fine. There's plenty of other stuff that'll be going on anyway, I'm sure. It's just absolutely impossible to get everything tied in for everything, but it's all gravy. I think a couple of people are coming like 7 o'clock and stuff, so it's we understand. I think. Yeah, whatever. Whoever makes it, makes it. Do you know what I mean? It's all gravy. It's all good. Right. So that's that. There's more coming. We'll advertise that as we go. Along. Hippie Chick says Robbie G is going with me that Saturday. Oh, where you going Saturday, Hippie Chick? What's going on Saturday? Well, is there anything good going on? What's happening? I'm joking. I don't even know what's going on. I have no clue what's going on Saturday, to be quite honest with you. I've just said Marshfield and Plymouth, but I have no idea what the fuck. I think it might be lunch in Marshfield, and then early dinner in Plymouth. I ain't got a clue. I'll go see the Rock in Plymouth, I suppose. But I don't have no clue what's going on. I'm just turning up. I don't know. We'll see. I'll go around. I'll just go around Marshfield for a while. Me and Timmer holding hands, and whoever else, and then we'll probably make our way to Plymouth then. Have a early dinner. So. There's no plans, really. Just no plans whatsoever for it. I have no idea what's going on. I think it'd be quite cool though, just walking around, and then if people want to shop, do shop, go for coffee, go for lunch, meet up, whatever. So yeah, it is good. Okay, that's fine. Right. So what else is there? Oh, we got our tickets as well, me and Dennis, for the I think it's is it the Falcons game, the first one? Either the Falcons or Browns. We got the tickets already. Good spot. We got a good spot behind the end zone in the corner, lower level. So that's quite good. I don't remember which. Oh, hang on. Let me check though. Shit, where's the stream gone? Oh no. Oh no, I'm completely crushed now. Oh shit. I am completely. Oh no. We might go down, people. We might go down. Oh no. I can't hit anything. I can't bring the chats up for a minute. I'm frozen. KD, Dylan, I'm sorry. What are your Boston dates? Again, just found out our friends from the UK will be in Boston for a game in November, so now my husband's considering it. I am going to be there between October 21st to the 12th of November. So I heard not to get excited about The Rock. No, I've heard that I've heard women get that reaction when they see it. It's like when you see a man, it's like, oh, is that it? So I look forward to feeling what you women normally feel in your everyday lives. The disappointment's real, I heard. Bex always goes down. There you go, girl. Bex loves it. Always goes down. We're going downtown. Da, 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 da. Pound Town. Always go down to Pound Town. Pound Town. Right. Yeah, I can't do anything. If this trial comes back, I'm fucked. Because I can't. My curse is fucked. All right, hang on. How low can you go? Cheap two. All right, I'm gonna have to close some stuff here, so bear with me. I don't want to close this one though. Right, I got 132 pages open on Edge, 39 pages open on Norton. All right, let me close Norton then. End task. Oh, I'm back. I think I'm back. No, I still have batteries. I haven't got. I've stopped using thingy. It's the tabs. It was not the mouse. It's got a cord. The mouse has got a cord. What's it called? New England Patriots. New England Patriots schedule. So my first ever game. So it's the fine Sunday, October 26th. It's the Browns Patriots game. That's my first ever NFL game. And then the following week, I'm going to the Falcons Patriots game as well. What? I just found something out. So the clocks will be going back when I'm in Boston. Because when's the clocks going back? Because the Browns Patriots game is at 12 o'clock my time. But it's normally 1 o'clock my time. So the clocks are going back in Boston when I'm there. How does that work? It's weird. How is their pages open in order? It's Norton private view. You know, for the titties and the titties and billies and whitey hi ho, hidey hi ho, boobies and hoes. They're on private on Norton. Oh, hidey hi ho. So November 2nd. Oh, so what is the UK must be right? Okay, so the UK is clocks are going back in the UK the week before. Then fine, okay. I need to check that actually. When is the UK one going then? Because is that going to be different for me? So clocks going back in the UK. Okay, that makes sense. So our clocks are going back on the 26th. So 26th in the UK is going back on the 26th. So on that Sunday then. That's why. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. So it won't affect me until November. That's fine. Oh, fine. So the UK are a week before the US then with the clocks. So that makes sense why the schedule was like that. That's fine. So it's it's November 2nd that I lose an hour then in the US. Oh, so technically, I gain an hour for a week. Ooh. For a whole week. Nice. I like it. Right. Okay. It's interesting. Okay, hang on. Let me check Court TV for a second. Did they do a poll? Let me close that then. So, fuck it. This is like, what the fuck, right? So, Court TV poll, right? 820 votes. 83% say guilty. And then 17% say not guilty, even though they say hung jury. And this, I'm not going down that road again. So, it's technically 70. So, basically, 80% against 20% are saying guilty. I mean, what do they watch? I mean, it's going to be guilty, obviously, but I mean, how? These people could be in a jury. How can you fucking prosecute the guy on so little evidence? Like, in this, to be quite honest, if I knew what was in this trial, I probably would ask for a bench trial. Because it's like, there's nothing here. So surely, hopefully, the judge would be like, I can't find you guilty of murder when there's so many, I genuinely think he should have gone for a bench trial, knowing now what we know. Because this is a shit show. This stream's a shit show, but this trial was a shit show as well. So I don't know. Then obviously we're preparing. Mexi's going to be preparing for Mexi. We need to see as well if you can set the streams up. If you know how to do that when I'm in America, it's literally a 30-second job, but I just want to make sure you know how to do it from StreamYard. If you can do that, that saves me doing it. Then after Walshy, then we're looking at titties. Who are we looking for? We're looking at.
Correct way of pronouncing this word is great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Once more time. Great tits. Great tits. Repeat it with me.
Great
tits.
Great
tits. I hope that the pronunciation of this word is clear to all of you. So, the correct pronunciation of this word is great tits.
Talk about great tits. We have Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans model, then on the first. So we'll be looking at that. The more I listen to that, I'm not looking. It sounds like great dicks. I mean, you can interpret it as you want, ladies. If you prefer it to be dicks, that's fine. It's just obviously for me, it's tits. Also, thank you for the kind comments on the intro. That'll be the intro now for a while. If you're on replay after this finishes, you won't see it because I have to edit it out. So if you're on replay right now, you'll be like, "What fucking intro?" I had to edit it out because of copyrights. So, but I think it's worth it just to edit it out so that I can celebrate, the people I love the most, and obviously the people I love, and also obviously Hippie Chick, Robin G, Dana, the chat, Sarah P, Erin Hack, the people I don't like as much, so it's good to be able to Lady Di, Spacey Stacy, celebrate them as well. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. What else have we got here? Oh, you've all seen the new. I took out the McAlberts one, and I put the "shut the fuck up" emoji now. So now we got the Gilf, we got the Erin's Taco, we got we've got Brennan, we got Erin Hack with a bus, we got the MILF, we got Paddington, we got Bosa for the girls, we got Karen Reed, we got Officer John O'Keefe, we have got Judge Bev, we've got Lally, we've got Zachary Anderson, we have the Speedo Men, we got Shut the Fuck Up, we got Dana's Fault, we got Rocky, we got Spicy for Mexi, we got the Stacy, Hippie, and Die, and we got the fuck around, find out with Josie and Murph. So those are all of them. I had to take out the McAlbert one. I had to take the McAlbert one out, and probably the next one I'll take out is maybe Lally or Judge Bev. So. Maxi Taxi, great does an enormous or just considerably above average. Ooh. Then there's me, Chop Liver. You are the shut the fuck up one. It's because of you I had to do the shut the fuck up. Bex. That's a question for the person who plays the clip. There you go. Well, considering that average is 5, I am so grateful to the Chinese that they brought the average size down to 5 inches. That is, thank you. Apparently they are getting credit for it, apparently. So I wouldn't know. So Bex loves a shut the fuck up, Bex. I do like this one. I will be honest with you. I do like the.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. I found that on YouTube randomly, so that was quite funny, I thought. So yeah, I'm glad I got that one. I hope they get copyrighted, but I know you do. That's why you have all the fans. I know. Your poor husband must be fucking drained. Bex likes to go downtown to Pound Town. It is funny, isn't it, Lou? It's just, as I say, I hope I don't get copyrighted, but it shouldn't do. It is funny. I agree. Still no movement in court, people. So, what do you want to talk about? What are we going to talk about? Give me some subjects to talk about. What do we want to talk about? Something, and then we'll see if we want to talk about it or not. If we don't, we don't. But if we do, we do. Lou says, I drove my ex-husband to drink. I bet you didn't. I bet you did, actually. But, still. I know this is why I'm single, because that's why I don't drink. Imagine if I was in a relationship with someone like Mexi. Fuck it, I'll be drinking every day. Johnny Sorrow, isn't it? Right. What do you want to put in something in the chat? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Let the chat decide what you want to talk about. You can dictate where the next. Let me go wash my hands, and when I come back, we'll talk about whatever's in the chat. There's nothing in the chat. We'll talk about nothing. Oh. Please, you'd be happy mofo in town. I would be. I 100% would be. I would be. If I got to marry or be with Mexi, I would be happy. I mean, I could tell you this. There's no doubt in my mind that Mexi be wearing the trousers. Absolutely wearing my trousers. My trousers? Her trousers. She'll be wearing trousers. But it would be spicy. Right, have a look into the D4VD. What the fuck's that? What is that? What does that mean? Guilty. Who's guilty? Oh, the D4V. I don't know who D4VD is. Who, what, where. Kidding, but not really. At least the dude is a PDF. Ooh. Gee, was the board? I was just explaining what the emojis were. We got rid of the McAlbert, so we're just explaining which one was which. Oh, and also, shout out to my GILF. The GILF had an operation, so I hope she is recovering well, but I hope she's doing okay. Hope she's doing okay. So get better soon, Gilfie. We'll see you back here soon, my darling. I don't know, is it something that I say or do with them? Because as soon as I start speaking, we all, and this is not just today, but we always lose people in chat. Do people not understand me, or they don't like me speaking? Because if you don't, that's fine. Because I don't really care. I enjoy speaking. So I ain't going to.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
I refuse to shut up. I ain't going to shut up. No, you're fine, Jen. You're still here, though. You're still here. No, I meant the people in the channel, because we got like 11 people here now. But there's other streams, so people like to pop in and out and then go to other streams, which is fine. But some reason it's always when I'm speaking. I don't know why that is. Maybe I don't know. Some people, I just always get paranoid that people don't understand me, my accent. You know, I do get paranoid about that. So yeah, sorry. Don't you fucking dare apologize. You never dare apologize in this stream, Jen. You have nothing to apologize for, my darling. Right. What other emojis do we want then? What? Oh no, I asked that question. Be some fucking stupid stuff coming up with all of you. So I don't want stupid fucking emojis. You are not hard to understand at all. Thank you. You are not hard to understand at all. Then Mexi comes in with your English is pretty horrible. Thank you, Mexi. I'll start speaking Welsh then, shall I? I'll just do it in Welsh. It's easier then. Okay. Dyma ni heddiw. Gobeithio chi gyd yn iawn. Ni ma aros I gweld beth yw'r canlyniad. Canlyniad yn... Beth yw enw'r boi? Sa'n gwybod beth enw'r boi nawr. Jeffrey Spence. Diwrnod 4. Ni wedi cael pawb yn siarad nawr a gweud... Wel, fi eisiau siarad dwlu nawr, sy'n rili siarad ti. Jeffrey Spence, y byd fel la. Fi jyst moyn siarad. Sa'n moyn siarad gormod o fel Wenglish, so ond so rhaid yn deall. So, diolch Rhonda. Diolch yn fawr Rhonda. Diolch yn fawr Jersey, Jen. Diolch. Hwna'n dda iawn. Just Mexi-Texi. Ni galw hi'n bitch. So, yeah. Ond da ni, di byd i wneud â hynny. Fel la mae Mexi-Texi as the venue. So, beth y ffwc? Beth y ffwc yw hwn? Ti ddechreuodd hwn? Ti wedodd bod Saesneg fi'n rili gwael, felly fi siarad Cymraeg nawr achos o ti. Ar ast. Ast equals bitch. Mexi-Texi yn ast. Mexi-Texi's a bitch. You see, you asked for it, but thank you, Jersey Jen. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Robin G, for your kindness. And fuck you, Mexi-Texi. But I love you. If I could turn back time. So, beth the fuck. That is what the fuck in Welsh. Well, the fuck is not, but it'll be FWC. Beth the fuck. Right. What else can I do then? I thought that Verdi would be in by now, to be quite honest with you. That's why I'm a little bit like, oh shit, I didn't really plan that much because I thought, well, this is going to be done in like less than 2 hours. And it's been, well, 2 3/4 of an hour, 2 hours, 40 minutes. Yes, English is Welsh is my first language, English my second language. So my education was always through the medium of Welsh. You obviously have like one lesson a week in English, but yeah, majority of it was always Welsh. Except for when you have to read in English and stuff like that. So yeah. I mean, to be fair, they do a good job. But you're a kid, you pick up English, obviously, so tell them, 100 caros, moron. Moron. That's what caros is in Welsh. Moron. Can't moron. Can't do moron. Yeah, caros is moron. They probably ate lunch for an hour. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if they stopped or not. There's no countdown clock, so I don't really know. Thank you, Lou. I mean, there's words I struggle with and stuff, There are some things I struggle with. I do better because I try not to now think in Welsh. I always think in Welsh all the time, so I'm surprised as well they have not come back, but it was that damn defense closing. The defense fucked it. Defense should have just sat down and said no closing. They didn't need to do anything, but I suppose you can't. You have to do a closing, but it should have been very simple and be like, "Hey guys, I'm going to stand up. This will be very short because at the end of the day, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not like guesswork and what do you think about these receipts? Why do we have to get the receipts? Why didn't they get it? That's their job. Why do we have to bring the wife up? She's got protection, spousal protection. We got nothing to prove. He didn't do it. They have the burden, not us. That's why we didn't put any witnesses on, because we didn't need to. There's literally nothing in. They have not proven it. So that's all I ask of you is look at your notes. Forget the jargon that you're hearing off these people about ifs and buts. He did not do it. You cannot put an innocent man in prison. Thank you. I'll rest on that. Thank you, everybody. So, everyone's English is better than Americans. To be fair, Mexi. But, you know, some Americans, like Mexi's got a sexy voice. First time I heard Mexi's voice is quite sexy, like, you know. They'll say, diwrnod hapus. But we wouldn't say that. Do you know what I mean? We wouldn't say diwrnod hapus. Happy days is just like, hey, great, you know, happy days. I didn't even realize I said happy days until people pointed out. I remember the day I said, I need some slogans for the channel. What do I say? Because I can't think of anything that I say all the time. And literally the chat just blew up, said happy days, happy days, happy days, happy days, happy days. I was like, shit, do I say that all the time? I didn't realize I said it. Quite a lot of American pronunciations and certain words are being used by younger people in the UK, maybe US TV, films, YouTube, TikTok, etc. Bruv, bro. I don't know if they're... My niece keeps saying, hey, bro. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I'll be disappointed regardless of what the verdict is. I will always disappoint you, Mexi. I'm sorry, my darling. I do try, though. But sorry. I know. I am disappointed for you, though, because I know how much you were looking forward to this. I generally don't think that if he is found guilty, that it's proper justice, because I think the American system has let him down. I don't think he deserves to be in prison. That does not equate that I think he's innocent, as in, you know, I just don't think the state did it. They presented nothing. So if you send people to prison on this, I'm really worried about that. So I might got to clip up the ear hole for it. I hate that. I know the word in my brain, but my finger types the wrong word. I was surprised how they say Peabody in Massachusetts. Peabody. Because we would say Peabody, but it's Peabody. We're going to Peabody for cucumber and steak tips, fries. Park the car in Harvard Yard. See, you still got it. They're very like tough. Cucumber. Peabody. I can't wait to get back up to Peabody. Oh, we not seen hate corrupt. Not seen Mel today. Hate corruption. Hope she's doing all right. Or Amy or Marky today. Must be doing something else. Strawberries and lemon. What's the song? Strawberries and lemon. Something the girls are salmon. You were lagging sometimes. Maybe. I have no idea. I can't see the lag, so I don't know if it's me or you. Yeah. It's pronounced Peabody. Yeah, I would say Peabody, but it's Peabody. We're going to Salem and Peabody. That's how it was taught to me. That's how they say in Peabody. Champions Pub in Peabody. The more you know. The more you know. The rainbow. Reach for the stars. Climb every mountain higher. Reach for the stars. Da. Who's that? Was that not Steps? It was starts with S though. S Club 7. S Club 7 that was. That's it. Ooh. Danny boy. Right, that's enough of that. What else we could talk about? Come on. This trial should be done by now. Yeah, what else we going to talk about? Let me put the trial up so we all can see it. In case you all thinking what the hell we're doing. Verdict watch. I got it there. Oh, the rainbows. Chris says I have an accent. No, he does, from being down south, North Carolina Army. South, that way down south. So what is south? Where does south work? Where's like where do people classify south? Is it the Carolinas down, like underneath the Carolinas? Is it like Alabama, like Atlanta down, Georgia, Mississippi? Badaza, my pet hate in the UK, people who were gotten, just no gotten. I don't think I've heard that. Gotten. Have you gotten? No, I don't think I've heard that too much here in Wales anyway. But maybe I have. I've not noticed. Tell us about things to do in Wales. Depends what you want to do. It's weird. Wales is just the same as everywhere else. Do you mean everyone's got things to do? You've got the coastal walks you can do around the seas and stuff for miles. You got the castles, obviously. You got museums, and same as in America, I suppose. The food culture depends what kind of foods you like, but it's all supplied here. Lots of adventures and stuff. Very coastal. Then our cities are a little bit different. I suspect it's very similar to other towns in America, Texas to Delaware-ish, I think. So Delaware is right next to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Look at it, what like I got on the beers in. People always say I have a very deep Michigan accent, but I just sound normal, honestly. Doesn't it have to do with the Appalachian Mountains? Ooh. Is that App State University, or what it's called? So, yeah, Texas, okay. Yeah, Lou. That's funny, Lou. It is, though. But it's like, I don't know what's to do with Wales. Like, we got the castles and stuff like that, but there's not, like, I don't think it's any different to anywhere else, Obviously, in England, you got the royal family, but then you got some of the National Trust stuff. Country houses, you can go visit, lots of food, but again, depends which areas you go to as well, so all parts of Wales is different. Sounds apart from when he says KD sounds normal apart from when he says milk. Ooh. I'd love to the castles. Can you take us one day? It depends what castles, did you mean? It depends which castles, because some of the castles are like relics, but they will, like, they're not like, well, I suppose, I wish I'd taken you to Carnarvon Castle now, where I used to live there. That's a nice castle, but it's also expensive. There's a castle in Dublin, not far from where I'm staying, I suppose, but it depends on time and stuff and weather. One day I might take us to the National Museum or something one day. One of the heritage parks or something, so you can see that. Conwy Castle. Yeah, Conwy Castle's all right. That's where the Ant and Deck thing is, isn't it? Get me out of here. I'm a Bostonian. Anything below the Mason-Dixon line is considered south. So yeah, Conwy Castle's up there, but Carnarvon Castle is nice. Because you take us to see the dragons. Yeah, I don't know where the dragons are. They're sleeping most of the time. They only come out to see the ladies. Yeah, I think so as well, Bad Daz. I think it was. The dragons. Mexi, I'll show you a fucking dragon. Check your messages. But yeah, I mean, the nearest good castle to me is probably about 3.5 hours away, maybe 4 hours away. Then you got Cardiff Castle, but they're just bastards. It's all towards tourists, They're expensive, you know. Same with Edinburgh Castle, lovely, but fucking expensive. They catch tourists out. It's such a con, unbelievable con. But it is what it is. Mostly Americans, they fall for it every time. They don't care. But I suppose I would be the same. I wouldn't care. You got to go and see the attractions, you know. So the dragons, yeah. The dragons. What else is there? Yeah, Wales is very beautiful. I will be honest, it is quite beautiful. I'm lucky to live here. And I'm lucky that I've lived in like big cities as well and stuff like that. But because where I'm from is very rural part of the world now. You know, there's no like, as I say, Starbucks is like 40 minutes away. McDonald's is like 35 minutes away. There's no Uber Eats here, no Just whatever you call them. There's no, I can't order apps and get deliveries and stuff. You know, we've got some takeaways here, but you have to go and get them. We don't do any of that Uber Eats. I mean, we do in cities, but where I live now, we don't do it. I can't order like a Dunkin's or a Starbucks and stuff. You know. So yeah. Do I got to zoom in? I see nothing in my messages. Careful what you wish for, Mexi. Otherwise, I'll send you a dick pic, and then yeah, you'll have to zoom in. Yes, quite considerably. Get your binoculars ready. Germany. I've never been to Germany, but everyone says Germany's nice. Everyone's saying Germany's nice. Beautiful countryside in Wales. It is, but again, it depends on where you go in and what you want to do. You know, tourists love Wales, Ireland, but again, it's like depends where you go and what you do. You know, Mexican passport. She wants to see the dragon. Yeah, but I suppose it's the same for everywhere. You know, you look at Boston. Boston's super busy to get into, but there's lots of really nice places around it. You know, even Camden's lovely. You know, parts of it anyway. There's some parts that are a bit run down, but there's a lot of really nice places. Scotland's lovely, Bexy. Scotland's gorgeous. They're all very similar, they're all very similar, but again, it's just different. The Scotland culture's a little bit different to Irish and Welsh, but they're all Celtic. They're all similar but different. Same, but different. So yeah. Where was your state? Oh, was that in Germany? Oh, there you go, Rhonda. Lovely. I wanted to say to you, thank you so much. I did not notice it until afterwards. Thank you so much for the coffees, my darling. I did write the thank you message on the page, but fuck Mexi, literally. But Lovely sent me some coffees and said, "Shake your pom poms. It's Friday. Enjoy." I didn't see until after the stream, so I did say thank you very much, Lovely. But I want to say thank you as well here. There. What are your views on English culture, Dylan? Mine's quite average. Like I like. Oh shit! I like the judges in there. I don't like London, but I like visiting it. I think there's really good attractions and stuff there. I like the north. I like what they do there in terms of some really good culture in different places. I've not visited that many places in England, but I do like. In terms of whether I hate England stuff, I only hate England when we play sport against them. I love England in the sense of a lot of the culture, the royal family. I've got nothing against them. I don't love them, but I don't hate them. I think they do good stuff, but also I think sometimes they're wasting money. So that kind of culture I do like. I think I can see the attraction towards it. But yeah, I don't think England is as cultural as maybe Scotland and all that. Just because probably I don't go there very often. But
the jury that said jury is not able to come to a unanimous decision. It's signed by one of the jurors, dated 9/29. He said 2005, but he doing his best anyway. He was 20 years off, and 2:55 p.m. I intend to bring the jury back in. I'm not going to let them off. I'm not letting them off this early. I will. Do y'all wish for me to ask the jury what their numerical divide is? I'm going to tell you now, whatever it is, whether it be 6-6 or 11-1, I'm going to send them back for more. But if y'all want me to ask them what the numerical divide is, I will. But either way, we've got too much time and energy invested in this case to stop the deliberations this quickly anyway. Do y'all wish for me to? I intend to. Does anybody have any problem with me giving the sharpening instruction at this time? That's the instruction that's normally given when they claim to be hung up. That's
I've never heard of a poll before. I've never heard.
The jury has sent out a note saying that they are unable to reach a unanimous verdict. I'm going to bring them back in. I was asking whether the parties wish for me to ask them what their numerical divide is, but whatever it is, it's going to be my intention to send them back for more, whether it's 6-6 or 11-1, 5-7 or whatever. There's just too much effort been put into this case to let them off this quickly. I will. That's my intention to give them the sharpening instruction. I keep one of those. I keep one of those in my back pocket anyway. I always give. What's that? Yes, he needs to be here anyway. I didn't realize he was here. Thank you.
I've never heard of a judge asking for a poll, because normally judges say to jurors, "Do not indicate which, a straw poll. Do not indicate which way or the other, no matter what it is, guilty, not guilty." So I don't know. Yeah, too much effort. I know. Fucking hell. Judge, I think you should have just dismissed it, to be quite honest with you, Judge. My only advice, if it was end up as a hung jury, is get this judge to decide it. They always poll it afterwards, lovely. It's after. What he's doing now is polling it now in terms of seeing what's a divide. So, is it 6-6? He doesn't want to know guilty, not guilty. He's just like, what is it? Is it 8-4? Which is, I've never heard of this before, to be honest with you. A poll before giving another instruction, yes. Just to see what it's like. Is it 11-1? Is it 8-4? It's very unusual. I've never heard of this before. But women in the jury might like a good poll here. That's weird, yeah. Now all attorneys in courtroom know the divide. Well, he's asking. He might not ask. He's asking them, do they want him to ask? They might say, no, we don't. He is. They're Jersey Gen. They're all going back. He said that. He's going to poll them. Well, I'm not sure if he's going to poll them. He suggested that they might poll. They're being sent back with instructed. He's going to instruct them to carry on deliberating. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've received your note that said that y'all were unable to reach a unanimous decision. I've got a question for you. But let me preface with this. Don't tell me how many votes you have for guilty and how many votes you have for not guilty. It doesn't matter which way it is. Can you give me a number of how you divide it? Just a number without any direction. Or do you know? You close to one, Mickey, go and tell me. What's your numeric divide? Is it percentage? Yeah, but be careful. Don't tell me if it's so many for guilty and so many for not guilty. Just tell me what the raw numbers is. 6 to 6, 7 to 5, 10 to 2, 11 to 1. Have you got a number? 6 to 6. 6 to 6. That's about that even as it can get. I know I've asked a lot of you. Y'all got things y'all want to do and places you want to be. But there's been a whole lot of work put into this case. And I'm not going to let you go yet. I ask you to go back and continue deliberation to try and resolve this case. If you can't, you can't. But I want y'all to take a little more time to do it anyway. We've got a lot invested in it. Go ahead and I'm going to give you a little while longer to deliberate, okay? I'll ask you to continue deliberations.
6 to 6. Fucking hell. Shit in hell. I've never heard of this before. Never ever heard of that before. Asking them what the... So we'll see by the end. They might do another poll, see where they were at by the end. You know what I mean? I understand the judge probably wants to see how close they are, whether it's 10 to 2, but 6 to 6 is like you're stuck, you know. He could give another instruction as well, probably, but you know. But let's also be very honest here. The Commonwealth could look at this now and go, "Oh shit, okay, let's do a plea deal." Can we do a plea deal? You know, they can still do a deal right up until the verdict is read. So yeah. So it's not against being crazy that they might get a deal done. I don't think they will, but I mean, you could look at this now and go, well, if they're split, why don't we? Because I imagine no one wants to take this to trial again. So let's come to some sort of resolution. Defender was smiling, but because he's like, well, this could be mistrial. So obviously he prefers not to have to go through it again, but a mistrial might be like, well, is that it? Is that all you had? So next time we know, yeah, it'll benefit him a lot more. He knows exactly what's coming next time. So him and his attorney will benefit more probably. I have a strange conspiracy theory that this was the goal all along. Muddy the story enough, everyone points a finger at each other, and the main charge of capital murder gets lost in the mix. Fair? Do you like what? So the mother's walked. She's out. The daughter will not serve time because she's already testified now. And then the father, he might get a deal. Would he do a deal right now? Would you do a deal right now? Considering the fact that it's split, is it worth doing a deal? But what does a deal look like? Probation? Time served? Stand your ground. If you believe that someone is innocent, don't change your opinion just because. I totally agree with you. What are you going to change it to the only people that should change is the people that's guilty? Because how reasonable, beyond reasonable doubt, is it for you to think that he's guilty? You know, if this goes back as guilty, then that's just them being annoyed. I hope they do stand their ground. I don't know what he would do if they went back and said, look, we're going to give you, same as your wife, 10 years, 5-year probation, and 1 year, time served. Would he accept that? He fucking should accept it, because he'd be like, it's all done. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure the family would be very happy with that. However, if you are the family right now, let me tell you, I still can't understand. I can't see the how the family were happy with all the testimony. Shit. Okay. And what I mean by that is that they are really happy with the testimony and everything that's appeared. And most people that don't know the case, they're all celebrating, thinking, "Oh, you know, this is slam dunk guilty." It's like, well, it shouldn't be. Okay, hang on. Yeah, people are. Yeah, I was just looking at the page for the Kirby stuff. Everyone's just like, yeah, I don't get it. I don't really get it. I understand most of these people have never watched a trial in their lives before. I just don't get it. How they can all think it's a slam dunk. I think he did it. Just they didn't. I just don't think they proved it. Same Dazzy. If they'll come back with a guilty verdict now, then that being said, since we already know the split craziness overload, it is crazy. It is crazy. But just remember, though, you know, when I suppose it's different. Actually, no, it's different. I'll shut my mouth. But it doesn't matter what we believe. I'm going to watch A Few Good Men after this. You're going to go for a perv, are you? After all this, going to go for a perv. Daughters in on it somehow. They're all in on it. Do you mean somehow? Yep. Did they not fingerprint the shotgun? Can't re-examine the shot. They didn't do fuck all, I don't think. I don't remember what they 100% did. But there wasn't a very good investigation. And they definitely pinned this guy towards it. But as Mexi said, I think these three have been pointing the fingers, and he probably thinks, well, if we muddy the water enough, we could probably get away with it. I hate to say that, but at the same time, I hate to see somebody go to prison when it's very obvious that they did not prove the case. Anyone who's got any common sense will know they didn't prove this case beyond reasonable doubt. But unfortunately, because people have got these blinders on, it's the same with the Alec Murdoch trial, when from day one, I came into it blind. But day one, everyone's like, yeah, he's guilty, no matter what happens. He's guilty, he's a son of a bitch. It's like, you can't leave your emotions at the door. And it's the same for this trial. People can't leave their emotions at the door and base it on evidence. They just base it on, you know, what the hearsay and emotion. And unfortunately, I think this is what most people have done on this one. Could have already been loaded. Also, how would we know, since they didn't bring any forensic experts in or anything in? Do you know what I mean? They brought in two daughters. One of them just started screaming. What the last daughter is so unstable. She's a first grade teacher and she's so fucking unstable. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable how unstable she was. She's teaching kids. Like, how can she go back and teach kids when she was so bad? She needs counselling, that's for sure. Some sort of therapy, that's for sure. Exactly, they didn't prove it. Sad but true. Yeah, we always say we would rather have 100 or 10, whatever analogy you use, 10 or 100. I'd rather have 100 guilty people on the street than one innocent person in prison. You have to prove it, because if he gets found guilty, what happens is someone could be walking down the street, picks up a ham sandwich, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you stole that, we're going to take you to court. Because prosecutors think they can just take anybody to court. Because a lot of times, these DAs and prosecutors don't care. If they win or lose, it's like, well, it's off our list now, we've tried it. Because they have to try X amount of cases every year, and probably this one's been building up, and it's like, fuck, let's just try it anyway, fuck it. So, true, but they found a shotgun under the bed. Was it the same make cartridge birdshot? Who knows? They didn't get into it, Ham sandwiches have entered the chat. Yes, I knew I shouldn't have said ham sandwiches. I knew I shouldn't have said it. But yeah, there you go. I'm just a little bit, it depends on what your morals are. I mean, I understand that 99.9% of people use their emotions, and in most chats they will be like, well, he's guilty, you've got to just prosecute him because I read about it. Yeah, he may well be guilty, but my stance always is, and I would say this about anybody, unless you prove it, you gotta let him go. We can't start or have a process in the world where we just go, fuck it, it's good enough. That's good enough. We should be discouraging prosecutors from this. The more we just put people in prison, the more prosecutors could be like, fuck it. Because prosecutors, without doubt, have got, when we say about the 100-yard dash, the 100-yard run, or 100 meters, the prosecutors always start at like the 20-meter line, or 20-yard line, which I want to use. And the defense are always behind. The prosecutors always has the advantage. That's how so many people always get convicted. So it's very unfortunate. And obviously, a lot of people deserve to be in prison. I'm not saying they don't, but when you have these special cases like this, I don't get it. How can he prosecute with so little? It's just joke. Honestly, I think he's involved, but they did not prove it, in my opinion. I agree. I don't disagree with that. I think that I don't know about the mother, because obviously we didn't see her, but the daughter, 100% she's involved. There's no doubt in my mind she's involved. Just didn't prove it. I'm on my soapbox now, so I will, shut the fuck up.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
I agree, KD. I think a lot of people have the idea, well, you wouldn't be on trial if you did. 100% they do. Lots of people have that idea. There's no smoke without fire. That's what people think. There's no smoke without fire. It's like, no, there's corrupt fucking DAs, there's corrupt police officers, there's corrupt all sorts of corrupt people that just want to win, and unfortunately we see it too often. And also, what I feel sorry for is people that have public defenders that don't give a shit. And I don't aim that at any, everybody, because some people do, but there will be some prosecutors that'll be like, I don't really care, just pick up the case, okay, plead guilty or do this or do that. It's very interesting. I'm watching some programs now about people who've been in jail, and a couple of them, pled. And they were like, we pled because we knew that the jury would never fucking get it right. So we pled for like 4 years in prison rather than 40 type of thing. So more and more people are pleading because they don't trust the juries. Because of exactly what Maxie said. Most jurors, and a lot of jurors think you wouldn't. You watch trials with a lot of people, right? With other streamers, and guarantee you that a lot of them will be guilty unless proven innocent, because they know that the advantage that prosecutors have is that they normally win more often than lose. So the majority of people always take the advice of they're guilty. Prove to us how they're innocent. So many chats. That's why one of the reasons I started this channel, because you go into every chat and they be exactly the same. It's like they're guilty. Oh, it's like innocent unless proven guilty. But unfortunately, most people don't work like that. So I'm on my soapbox again now. I blame Nel Chatty. KD0, shut the fuck up. Hey, I won't shut the fuck up. Bex will shut the fuck up. Lady Di, where the fuck's Lady Di gone? She has actually shut the fuck up, which is good. So I'm not complaining. KD, Rhonda, always great teams. There you go. Lovely. I was saying earlier on that you and Rhonda are the two lovely people in the chat. We got Sarah P, who's a fraudster, who calls herself lovely. But yeah. Oh, here we go. Now this person I can tell you to.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
So weirdly, Aaron Hack, you're a nosy bitch as well. So you'll see many trials. So it's the first time it might have happened before, but first time I recollect that the judge said to the jury, I don't want to know what you're voting guilty, not guilty, but I want to know the numbers. Is it 6 and 6, 12, 11 and 1, stuff like that. So and it's 6 and 6, so they're completely deadlocked. So they've just been sent out again to deliberate again. That was so they were deliberating for 2 hours and about 55 minutes, and they've been back deliberating now for about 20 minutes. So yeah. The defender was very happy when he heard he was 6 and 6. So I just think that the state should right now just offer him something, probation or something. Just take it. No worries, KD. You keep buffering in my hand. Oh shit. No worries. Pop in whenever you want, just Jen. Aaron Hack says, wow, I feel good. Wow, 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 wow. Because Aaron does no wow, 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 wow. Rhonda loves it. It's not you, KD. Oh, am I buffering, am I? Mexi, why don't you tell me one? Am I buffering? I didn't realize I was buffering. What's wrong then? Slightly buffering. Oh no. Oh, well, if you listen to the closing statements, his own defense attorney cooked him. It's the worst closing statements I've ever heard from a defense attorney. He'd have been better off if the defense attorney just shut the fuck up. That's why we did the whole shut the fuck up stuff. Erin, hey, lovely. Jersey Jen, safe travels. What's wrong with my internet then? Skip them then. Oh, he was awful. He was awful. He was awful. You keep pausing, but your voice comes in. I got a face for radio, not for TV. I got a face for radio, Mexi. You know that. So it's better for all of you if I do lag. As long as you can, hear my voice. That's fine. That's what I meant when I said you were lagging sometimes. So I was lagging a little bit. You were like, Wales enemy. Oh, I got a new objection. Hang on, where's it going?
Relating to that article.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Stop. Oh, so there you go. But the old classic, everyone. You know what the old classic is.
Erin
You know?
Hart, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hart, she drives a bus all day long.
All those were created during the closing arguments. That's how bad they were, you know. So it was just like painful to listen to them all. But yeah, 6 and 6. I don't think they could be much longer than an hour because, like, Judge was like, "Oh, we spent too much time on this." No, Judge, you spent fuck all time on this. That's the problem. It's such a poor investigation, and then the witnesses are so poor that, in some ways, I wish the judge could just go in and when they say, "Oh, we we're tied," that he just takes over. Like, I'm wondering if no, he can't. But I'm wondering, well, maybe if both parties agreed. I don't know Mississippi law, so if they just turn to the judge and went, you make the decision, Judge, because we're not going to waste more time. So, laughing, lol, but excellent. Think it over. What's think it over? What? What have I got to think over now, Rhonda? Or is that over my head? It wouldn't be surprised if I'm over my head. But yeah, what else? Come on, give me a topic. Oh, hey, Erin Hack, I had you back earlier on. Daddy was here, Dave was here, and I know he likes to give you ribbon, so I started to mention Green Bay Packers, and he very quickly wanted to change the subject. I was like, don't come in here giving my Erin Hack the abuse, Daddy. So, right, throw a subject out there. What else are we going to talk about? I'll wait for a subject. I prefer this. I like you when the chat asks questions. Don't ask a question, just say a subject. Tits. Right, let's talk about tits. What's your favourite size? Well, I don't mind. I'm not fussy. Do you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. We'll talk about anything. Whilst you think that over, I'm going to wash my hands again. My OCD is kicking in. I put weight on as well. I put weight. I can't stop putting weight on at the minute, so it's taking the piss. I'm back. Hopefully that fixed the buffering. No, apparently I'm the one buffering. Apparently, where are we going after this trial? I don't know. Tomorrow I'll have a look to see what I might. Do you know what I might? I honestly don't know. There might be a trial tomorrow. I don't know, but I'll have a think about tomorrow. We might do some court hopping, or I don't know. I want to do a stream about Courtney Clenny, if I'm being honest. I want to catch up all about Courtney, but I've done zero research. But I want to see some tits. So, is it show and tell about tits? I would. Do you know what? I'm so paranoid. I weighed this morning, and I'm ballooning. I can't stop putting weight on. Doctor said it's natural because obviously my testosterone level and stuff, but I struggle if I don't eat. I'm very slumpish, so I hate it. Music. Country music's my favorite. I still love country music. Country music and Christmas music. Love it. I love those. Those are my genre. But I also like Oasis and all that as well. But yeah, Christmas is my favorite music. Christmas time, Rhonda and wine. Erin Hack, she's like a fine wine. Could they hurry up at all? I only have a few minutes to get from this call. It only takes me a few minutes, Erin Hack, so I get it. I got you. 2 minutes is plenty of time. Rhonda Hinckley. Delaney's going into winter body star. No, so I got a specialist saying I need to try that injection, but my doctor says no, not until we find out what's wrong with you. Because he's like, it doesn't matter what I do. If I stop eating, I just don't lose weight. It doesn't matter. I can go 10 days without eating. I don't lose any weight. It's a nightmare. Hi, Erin Hack. Sorry, I meant to also say when I commented earlier. Hi, KD. You check your thyroid. I think my last bloods they did. Yeah, I think my last bloods they did. So I don't know. We just have to wait and see. Just a pain in the ass. It's just a pain in the ass. Because I'm trying. I genuinely am trying, but I got no energy either. Fuck it. I'll talk about it again. Fuck it. It is what it is. I don't want to whinge. Also, I was so excited to see someone I knew in TV chat, but I got out of there quickly because shit gets so busy so fast there. Lol. It does. Busy streams, you see. We got, 12 people here, but he gets, 6,000 or something? Or 8,000 or 12,000? I love Christmas music, lovely. I knew you would love Christmas music, lovely. I knew you would. I just adore Christmas. I find Christmas Day anticlimactic, but but yeah, it's not blood work to scan. No, I've not had a scan. I only have a CT scan of my sinuses and whatever, so I'm not sure if that would cover that. But I had a CT scan on my head. Do you know what I mean? So would that cover that? I don't know. Nothing. It's more for my sinuses though. So I know I've not had a test for that. No. I thought it was blood though, because they always say thyroid blood test, so are you on medication that has weight gain as a side effect? If so, you're kind of screwed. It's hard to overcome that. So I'm on steroids. I have to take steroids, as you know my condition. And my mods know the condition I'm on. So I have to take steroids. But my other medication, I don't know about it. I think the side effect of one of them is weight gain, but that's what she said. But also, my other doctor, my specialist for testosterone, thinks that it's the testosterone levels is the reason. So that's what she said. I know that's what you will say as well when I first meet you, Mexi Texi. Like, is that it? I'm like, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm blaming my weight gain on menopause. Everything is menopause. That's good. I should. I also love Christmas music. I've had my my Spotify playlist already for this year. There you go. I've not made it, but I need to make it. Steroids will make you gay. Yeah, but it's nasal steroids. Is that the same thing? Do you mean it's nasal spray steroids and stuff? Is that the same thing? Is that not different? Steroids, weight gain and fluid retention are the number one side effects of steroids. I have cracked the case. Yeah, but with nasal, let me have a look at my other tablets then. I need to look it up first, what it's called. Let me check where it's here. Now, my only question, would steroid spray be the reason? Okay, let me check this then. All right, hang on. Are we still confident? Let me check the other one I got here. Clit. Side effects. Let's have a look at these medicines, see what the side effects are. Dry mouth, sweating a lot, being able to sleep, feeling sleepy, tired, or weak. Well, that's part of it, yeah. Feeling tired or weak, yeah. Headaches, yeah. Feeling nausea, yeah, that's me. Serious side effects, it changes in heavy bleeding. Well, I bleed from my nose every day. You gain or lose weight without trying. That's me. Okay, yeah, that's just one of them. So that does have a my other one then. Okay, there it does have, yeah. Okay, let me just check this one. So, um, oh, it doesn't say weight gain in this one for my steroid spray. No, doesn't list it as a side effect. It's a common, but it does have steroids in it. But it doesn't say that weight gain is one of the. All right, let's try this one then. This might have more detail. Uh, okay, I don't know. So maybe, well, I mean, my other tablets does cause weight gain, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know. That might have something to do with it. But I'm surprised that the steroid one doesn't have a side effect or weight gain, though. But from me, you want pics from me, yeah? Right. Okay, well. No, so I don't know. Okay, it won't be that late because obviously they're split, so they might just deliberate for another hour and then leave it. So we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, it is what it is. We've looked at some drugs here for the last 10 minutes, but we'll close all of them down now. What else is there here? So I'm just going to look at. Oh, Jack Carney, he's just confirmed he's going to the barbecue as well. Joni and Robin might be as well. They're question mark in it. Cheryl's going, nice. There you go. There's more people going, which is nice. So yeah, in Mississippi, I don't know if they will go, how long they will go for, but probably for a while, I imagine. But I can't see us going that long. Do you know what I mean? I can't see us going all night long. I can't see it. I can't see it. Right, whilst we're talking about, I've just bored you all with some steroid talks. So whilst do you wanna we spoke about Christmas, which I love Christmas. Thanksgiving, I don't think I'm gonna do Thanksgiving video this year. I've done it last 2 years, but I don't think I will this year. I think I'll leave that. So you guys can enjoy your Thanksgiving. But the last 2 years I have done Thanksgiving videos, but I think I'm just going to enjoy this year. I'm looking forward to Thanksgiving actually. And that week there won't be that much on. But in terms of what's next in this week, I honestly don't know. If I'm being honest with you. I only look up my side effects when I have some lol. It says read before taking. I never read it. It says on the box how many times a day and stuff like that. That's what I normally do. I don't read it. You know what I mean? I don't get it. So it's like if the doctor signed it to you, just take it. As long as you're not allergic to it. They normally are. They know what you're allergic to if you're allergic to anything. I'm allergic to seafood. Seafood, and eat it. Oh, that old chestnut. But yeah, I'm looking forward to some of the. I'm looking forward to Courtney Clenny. I'm going to miss Brian Walsh because it's Mexi going to be doing it. But I'm looking forward to Courtney Clenny. And no, not just for the tits. No, I promise. But yeah. Oh, also, if it is streamed, which I need to ask Josie, Zachary Anderson's appeal is in court, I believe, on the 10th of December, I think. So that day we might be playing that as well, potentially. If it is streamed, I don't know. The problem we got is a lot of these. There was supposed to be another trial on right now, starting Friday in Florida, and it was advertised it was going to be streamed, and then the judge declined media coverage. He said, "Nope, pull the plug." The morning of the trial and said, "Nope, I'm not letting any media in," because media requests normally go in like the day before or something like that. And he was like, "Nope." And that's Florida. It's like, what? Florida always show trials, but they said no, 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 no. So it depends what judge you get discretionary for the trials. So yeah, we might do some court hopping tomorrow, or stuff like that. Do you know what? I don't remember what it's about. Lovely. Hang on, I can look it up though. I can look it up, my darling. For you, I will look it up. For anyone else, still, it's a thought that counts. Right, so let's have a look here. Let's see if it's here. I saw it. Bum, Where is it gone? Let me bear with me for a second. It is Daniel Stern's trial in Florida. So let me have a look what it was about. Because I did. He's accused of murdering his girlfriend, then burning her body and scattering her remains. That's what that was. It was one of those trials. So yeah. So if docs prescribe meds, they know what you're talking. I hope so anyway, because I just pop them. Once you pop, like Pringles, once you pop, you just can't stop. Robin G, she's back from the Glen. Made it home. Happy days, welcome home. It's always a thing when Lady Di goes quiet. So I'm not sure where she's at. She's found something to watch. Right, okay, there's that. Okay. Dennis Sweeney messaged me. Okay. Says the brisket looks good in the place. Oh yeah, I hate when that happens, Robin G. When you try and do that, get more air in, and it goes out. The thing is, most of you women here, you're all full of hot air, so you probably a lot of it goes out of you guys as well. So, oh, now I bet you're all timing it out, going right. How long do I have to listen to this son of a bitch before we get a verdict? I know. Sarah P's left already for the day. Sarah P had like a 10% day today. She came in early, she said. She didn't. She came in late, but we forgive her. Don't pay for the premium, everybody. But no joke though, in some places in the UK they charge you for air. They're bastards. They're bigger bitches than Sarah P. Oh yeah, here she is. How you doing, Sarah? I'm just saying good things about you, my darling. I was just saying you were early this morning. You've been here all day, working hard. Unbelievable. Wiper fluid. How much is wiper fluid in the US? Unbelievable. Jersey Jen's back. Hey, it's Jersey. Jersey Jen's back. Jersey loves doing it all from the back. $2.50. Oof. I think in the UK it's like equivalent to about probably more now. $1.50, $2. But they are like my local one doesn't charge, but I mean it is free. But there's some of the bigger garages, yeah, you have to pay for them. Like fuck off. Unfortunately, there are places that you have to pay. Unbelievable. And if you're desperate, you got to do it. Do you know what I mean? But it's unbelievable. Even wiper fluid for us is a lot. Electric running machines. But I'm not even talking about electric ones. I'm talking about normal ones that they charge you for in the UK. Rhonda, blinker fluid. But on serious note, yeah, how much is wiper fluid? I don't actually know how much they are now in the UK. Jeepers. Air compressors runs on electricity. Well, no. I think for around me, it's all free. It's all free, but there are some that charge for it, but only the bigger garages. But it's a con. You shouldn't have to pay anything for. for it. Hey. That's amore. That's amore. Right, let me look at this then. Right, let me check this then. Yeah, we have some mum and pop places that don't charge, but far and few. Air tire places are free here. If you go to a gas station with a self-serve, you pay for the machine. Yeah, ours is mostly free. You only get a few that you have to pay for. People, people tend to avoid them, obviously, unless you're desperate. It's normally the bigger ones, bigger places. But yeah, we're used to around where I am. They're all free. So. And I would only pay for it if I was absolutely desperate, so. Just checking. Oh, it's not too bad. Wiper fluid here for a good 5 litres is around $8, $9. That's not too bad. I thought it'd be more than that. I mean, that's for the basic ones, There are more expensive ones, though, to be fair. You can pay like $20, $25 for shit. Oh, that's for 2. Okay, that's fair. Oh, right. I'll get out of that now. Let me just see if there's anything in the law and crime chat. Yeah, to be fair, there's a comment here. Judge only said, please go back into the break. He did that. So he hasn't even given them a jury instruction yet. So they could come back and he could possibly give a jury instruction. Jeepers. My wiper fluid is freeze cold water. Shit. Yeah, no, you top it up with water, but I have to use wiper fluid. Fuck. It's just to I find, well, here anyway, I find that it doesn't clean them perfectly, just water. So I have to put wiper fluid in. I'll top it up then with it'll be a mix of both. Put a little bit in and fill it with water. A container would last a year basically. So no questions. When the people on the gas station do that for you, since in some places you're not even allowed to pump your own gas. Yes, lovely. Yes, in a lot of places they would. Everyone's different, I find, but obviously a lot of people have it at home as well. No, I keep freezing. As long as you can hear me, that's the main thing. But yes, I keep freezing apparently. So, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. So that is a pain in the ass. I blame Dana for this. Ever since I changed this fucking box, it's been freezing. I'm freezing, but you apparently should still hear me, just not see me. The screen freezes, but my voice still comes through. Mexic said so. That's some more. Hang on. Mexi sent me something, and I can't open it, so my Wi-Fi is playing it. Oh yeah, seen this, Mexi. I've seen that. I'll play this then for a second. This was over the weekend. I saw this. Right, let's stop that for a second. This is Paul Sandra Birchmore.
I'm investigative reporter Ted Daniel. A former police officer with ties to the Sandra Birchmore murder case has been barred from ever being a cop in Massachusetts again. As 25 Investigates previously reported, Joshua Heel was accused of lying about a sexual relationship he had with Birchmore when she was a young adult. Heel still maintains he did nothing wrong.
I'm glad that this is over and behind us.
Abington Town Manager Scott Lambiase reacting to the post-commission order. It says former Abington School Resource Officer Josh Heel can never seek or hold employment by any law enforcement agency in Massachusetts again.
It's what we had anticipated, what we had hoped for with our recommendation. I think it's probably what's best.
Heel met Sandra Birchmore in a previous role working for Stoughton's Animal Control Unit. His name was published in an internal affairs report that accused Stoughton police officers of sexually grooming Birchmore when she was a minor.
The deputy told me that Heel and the deceased woman were friends and that they had texted quite frequently. I believe it was daily.
In a recording leaked to 25 Investigates last year, former Abington Police Chief David Del Papa revealed that Heel had intimate knowledge of Birchmore's involvement with the Stoughton officers, and he said Heel admitted to having sex with Birchmore in Stoughton when she was a young adult.
The deputy chief had disclosed to me that he had received oral sex from a woman, and I basically told him that it happened off duty and extra marital affairs on any of my business.
Birchmore was found dead in her Canton apartment in February of 2021. State police and the medical examiner ruled it a suicide. Last summer, federal authorities charged former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell with murdering Birchmore and staging her death to look like she hung herself. Heel's law enforcement certification will say expired. We found nothing in the agreement that bars Heel from being a police officer in another state. Heel's lawyer tells 25 Investigates Heel is a government witness in Matthew Farwell's prosecution, and his agreement with Post is not and should not be construed as an admission of fault or liability for any of the allegations asserted by Post or any other entity. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
There you go. Pieces of shit, all of them. Pieces of crap. That's amore. Right, I'll put this back up. I just hope that, you know, that as everyone says, I hope they don't renegade now and go, oh, fuck, give in. Yeah, in America, people pump before you. We don't have that. It's all self-serve. You got to serve yourself. I don't think I've seen. I don't think there's any full serve places now in the UK. There might be a couple, but I don't think. I've never ever been in full serve before. It's always been self-serve. Never once I've had somebody pump my gas for me. Not even in America, actually. In New Jersey, it was self-serve. In Boston, self-serve. Never experienced a full serve before. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Right, what next topic? What's the next topic you got? Any topics in the chat? Put the chats up. Any topics in the chats? We're scraping the barrel right now. I did not expect it to go this long because I could have played the other stuff, but I don't want to play other stuff. But it's just like in 10 minutes the verdict comes back and stuff, you know. So that's why I'm delaying. Oh, someone pumps your gas in New Jersey. No, they didn't pump the gas. No. No worries, lovely. Someone pumped. No, they didn't pump. I've never. We stopped once in New Jersey. My friend had a car, so we were there for a wedding, and it was self-serve. And I went to the gas station with Erica and with Dennis Sweeney, and that was both self-serve in Boston as well. I've never seen a full serve before. Never seen anybody pump gas for other people. Never knew it was a thing until people said, "Oh, in America, they, you know," like, what the fuck, lazy bastards, what the fuck. So yeah, never seen it before. Wouldn't even know what it looks like. Never heard of it until people start saying they do in or seen American films and stuff. But yeah. Ooh, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Ooh. I don't know if I'll go live tomorrow. There's nothing on because I might just rest it up. Unless there's a trial or something starting. I don't think there is, so I need to do some more research about Courtney Clenny, so I might do that. I'll do something Wednesday instead then. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I blame Dana for this. It is all Dana's fault that we got nothing to speak about. I'm trying to think what else I can speak about off the top of my head. What can I speak about off the top of my head? That's not dirty or, you know, the usual stuff. Oh, right. So what would you constitute Dr. Pepper to be? Is Dr. Pepper, right, in America, is it like Pepsi, Coke, Dr. Pepper the same thing? Or is it different? Because is it closer to like a root beer than it is? Because I would say that Dr. Pepper is closer to a root beer than like a soda, like Coke. Or would you not? Would you just call it a soda that is just like Coke and Pepsi? Or do you think it's negative goes right? What's negative? So what, you just think it's a normal soda? It's not like a root beer. Well, I'm not saying it's root beer, obviously. I'm just thinking, is it not closer to a root beer than just a normal like Coke? And maybe I'm just way off on that one. Jersey Jen says yes, Dr. Pepper is closer to root beer in my opinion. Thank you, Jersey Jen. Nice to have some sensible people in chat. Maxi comes in on the other hand saying Dr. Pepper's a dark soda like Coke or Pepsi with 23 flavors. Pepsi product. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't. I just find the taste of it being closer to a root beer than I do to a soda. Dr. Pepper does not taste good. Not a lot of people say that. Dr. Pepper, they will drink Pepsi and Coke, but not Dr. Pepper. They don't like the taste. and it's too root beer taste, They say it's different, but I wouldn't know. I don't drink soda, only ginger ale once in a while. I don't like ginger ale. I find it too. I do ginger shots, but I don't like ginger ale. They used to make Mr. Pibb. That was like Dr. Pepper. Never heard of that. Mr. Pibb. Mr. Pibb. That was like a Dr. Pepper. Now, I like Dr. Pepper, but I know a lot of people that don't. They love Pepsi and Coke, but don't like Dr. Pepper. So, like I would prefer. I'm a Pepsi guy. When I'm in Boston, I'm going to be a 100% root beer guy. But when there's no root beer, I might have to look at Dr. Pepper or Pepsi. I'd rather have lemonade than Coke, I think. Texi, they do. Well, I have not seen it in years. Dr. Pepper's favourite soda. Yeah, I thought, because you are, to be fair, Mexi is a bit of an acquired taste as well. She is an acquired taste. Not everyone, so I can imagine Dr. Pepper being her thing. That's because it's quite spicy as well, peppery, Root beer too, but I'm not really big on soda. Yeah, I fell in love with root beer. Can't wait to have a root beer soda, root beer or anything. But then I know this blonde place only has only has Coke, I think, and Dr. Pepper. So Mexi Texi goes fantastic with spicy things like chorizo tacos. Right, what's chorizo? What's it like? Oh, don't tell me what's made out. I couldn't. Hang on, what's this? Okay, that's something different. I can't live without Diet Coke. I have one a day, and it's usually after real to piss me off. So I used to drink Diet Coke, but I stopped. I fell in love with Pepsi. So I'm a Pepsi Max, then Pepsi, then Diet Pepsi. But I've not had Dr. Pepper for years. But I used to be a Dr. Pepper guy. So when I'm in Boston, if there's no root beer, I might be a Dr. Pepper guy. Spicy sausage, there you go. Because I had a chorizo and honey sausage roll on the weekend. It wasn't that nice, if I'm being honest. It was okay. It wasn't that nice. I'll try that combo with Dr. Pepper and spicy stuff when I'm in Dallas. Oh, you're in Dallas over Christmas, Lou? Nice. It's nice to spend time with family over Christmas. Nice. Good for you. How long are you going over there for? A week, 2 weeks? I love it. I have to go over to that Texas way. I think next year maybe. You gotta be in Texas for Christmas, Mexi says. Jersey Jen, I love spicy. Spicy in the bedroom, spicy in the life. That's Jersey Jen. See there, Lou. Oh, Mexi's gonna be there over Christmas. Nice, Mexi. To be fair, Dallas, well, Texas is a big place, Mexi. So, I think Texas is probably bigger than the whole of the UK together and probably double it. So, spicy everywhere. Jersey Jen loves spice everywhere. Not just the bedroom fellas, everywhere. I'm talking about bedroom. What's his name? Will. No, not Will. What's his name? Bill. Never came back, did he? What the fuck? 3 weeks of Crimbo New Year. Nice. I love it. Good. That's good. That's nice for you, Lou. Yeah, that's good. 3 weeks just nice as well. I find 2 weeks not long enough, and anything over 3 weeks a bit too long. So, ladies, three is about average. People, just let you know, ladies, 3 is good. So don't complain if it's over 3. So. I think my next trip to America after this one, if I can do it, will probably be somewhere around Texas. Because there's a lot of people around that area, so I probably end up in College Station, staying with RP. So I'll just crash with her. Do you know what I mean? So she's got enough rooms there. She's got like a drop-in center there, massage parlor, so we can stay there. Not a problem. Bill never came back. No, fuck him. His loss. Jersey Jen. Mexi texted, yes, my twin sister lives in Dallas. She's a US citizen. Oh, nice. I'm back with my licorice and lemon iced tea. Oh, I will be on to you, lovely. That doesn't not sound nice for me, but I'm glad that is nice. How do you feel about Whataburger? That's towards Lou, because obviously not towards me. Lovely Sarah P. I'll come down. I'll come down on you. Oh, I bet you would, Sarah P. Come on down. The price is right. No, I need to be. I don't know where I'll go, but I'll be somewhere. Maybe go somewhere in Texas or Dallas. Dallas, Houston, something like that. 12 chorizo and eggs, breakfast tacos. Nice. Nice. I should do what I should do is do a visit to all the mods. Do you know what I mean? Go to Texas. I won't say where Mex is from, but go there. Go to Minneapolis and go to Arizona. So once a year, and then tour around then with Erin Hack in a yellow bus, the short bus. Mod Tour 2026. Can you imagine? It cost me a fair packet, but if we can raise the funds, I'd love to do it. Yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it? We should do one. I know everyone in Boston, but I should do one somewhere else next year. I love America, so if I could raise enough funds, I might go there somewhere next year. That is central. Dr. Pepper's nasty, Rhonda says. Yeah, it's quite taste. I've not had Dr. Pepper for years. Not probably 20 years. Diet Coke or root beer. Yeah, I'm a Pepsi and root beer, though. I am. I will drink Coke or Diet Coke, but I prefer Pepsi. My mother loves Diet Coke. My nephew likes Whataburger, I think, but could have that muddled up with something else. Chorizo and egg sounds delicious. Yeah, Mexi's into the Mexican stuff as well, you know. You could have a cruise meetup. Fucking that. The only problem with cruise meetup is it's so expensive because you have to fly to the meetup and then the cruise, and then, you know, that's the problem with a cruise, unfortunately. Papa Loca. Mexi likes a papa. Papa Loca, Papa Loca. I've never been on a cruise. I would like to go on a cruise. I wouldn't lie. I would like to one day. This court is it now or behind? Yes. KD, yes. I wouldn't mind going to on a. Please don't tell me this is coming back tomorrow. Get the fuck out of here if they're coming back tomorrow with this trial. But if they come back, yeah, I got you. Imagine they come back and go, yeah, we're now 11-1. Like, what? If they did that, you'd have to be confident it was for not guilty. Do you know what I mean? How can you, you know, I don't know. I don't know. It'd be quite interesting. I knew exactly what you meant, Katie. Don't you worry, I knew exactly what you meant. Oh, what's that, Robin G? Robin G said, oh no, yuck, Robin G, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Robin G, that's disgusting. I cannot. I cannot. I know, I deleted it. I can't show that. Ugh, no. No spiders. Nope. We are a no spider stream. I've been on a couple of cruises, but I prefer the shorter ones unless it was an Alaskan cruise. Why Alaskan cruise? Why is it? What's Alaskan cruise about? If it's back tomorrow, get Mexi to do it. To be fair, Mexi's busy. Mexi's working. I would do it though. I would do it if they came back. But she's a bit of a bitch, so I might get her to do it. No bugs period. No, I mean, I know that some people freak out a lot. I don't freak out, but I saw it and that's fine. But I know that a lot of you would freak the fuck out. So like, no, I'm sorry, you were my forearm, Dazzy. I wasn't aware you were the captain of volunteering. Dazzy, keep going, Dazzy. Keep doing you, Dazzy. Because Mexi, you can.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Right, Mexi, just shut the fuck up. Yeah, I had a truck. I can't even step in a boat yet, alone a ship. I have motion sickness really bad. So I traveled to Ireland on a ferry. When I went out to Ireland in the summer to Boston, I took a ferry, and it was fine, smooth. On the way back for 2 hours, I felt so sick. And this time I go in the winter where the waves are going to be higher, so I'm probably going to be seasick, unfortunately. Thank you. No worries, lovely. It's fine. I won't show it. I know lots of people don't like it. I know. LOL, it's freaking huge. That's what she said. Oi. I have been on normal Bahama, etc. cruises, but an Alaskan cruise I would expect to be a longer cruise. Mexi, you couldn't cope, darling, if I was your foreman. Mexi's met her match in Badaza. Mexi's my boss, Badaza, so I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this because she owns me, so you can own her. Yeah, I trick a poor baby. Jersey Jen, Alaskan cruises on my bucket list. Yeah, I have to look Alaskan cruise up. I don't know what it's about. I have motion sickness bad, but I used to use a patch behind my ear and it works. Oh, okay. I have to look into that because I'm obviously going in October and November where, we're obviously not the best weather. Says a person who's finally been trumped to number 2. What? Who's trumped to that's not me. What? Oh, you meant Dazzy. I tried a ferry. I couldn't get off quick enough. I was so sick. So my ferry is like 4.5 hours by the time I get off it. So, yeah, not looking forward to that. So only for a minute, Han. As to look at me, Dazzy. I'm your captain now. Ah, you fuck. El Chatty Alaskan Cruise. Imagine that. What is an Alaskan Cruise? Why are we... Hang on. Oh, I went through that. Jackson, yes. Right, let me just have a look here. Alaskan Cruise. Oh, you're talking about the number 1, number 2 stuff. I got you. Alaskan Cruise, 18 days, Arctic Cruise, £5,000. That's like $7,500, $8,000. Yeah, but why do people want to go to Alaska? I don't get why it's so special. Alaska is so special. Right, view cruises from Alaska. Oh, let me share this then for a second whilst we do this. Oh, the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Let me... Northbound, Vancouver, Canada, right, Alaska. Right, what if I do... Date and length, 6 to 8 days then, just for a laugh. Alaska, let's do it in, when do we do? September. View 7 results. Oh, departure port. Let's do the departure port from where? You'd have to do it, well, from Alaska, probably then. View results. 7 days interior from, okay, 7 days voyage. Seven-day voyage, glacier, southbound. Or to go to Vancouver. Or you can go Seattle, Washington to Vancouver. From round trip from Seattle. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So basically, you go from Seattle or Vancouver down to Alaska. Bye, my Miss American Pie. Show the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys are drinking whiskey and wine. Oh! Wow, you could travel sickness. Yeah. Wow, okay. Yeah. I used to travel on the ferries for a while, so I was fine, but there was one experience I had. I was really, really ill. If you caught in a bad storm, and it's like not nice. I'd say the last time I was caught in it wasn't too bad, but I was still seasick. To close my eyes and think of other stuff. Here's my problem: I have vacation blindness. If it's not tropical on a beautiful beach, not hot and sunny, in my mind, it's not a vacation. It's a trip. It means I'm required to do shit and sightsee. That's true. Katie wants to get her tits out in a bikini, flaunt them for all the boys, and just get that suntan, get a tan. I don't blame you. I would get my tits out as well, Katie. I don't blame you. Ginger snaps. Okay. Yeah, they say ginger's really good for travel sickness. I should. Well, it depends where you go, Robin G. If you go to Vancouver, then yes. But if you just go to Seattle, I imagine you won't, no. But if you touch Canada, yes, you would need a passport. Bye. So yeah, I need to get some ginger vitamins just in case as well then. Oh, actually, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, I might take some ginger supplements with me. This court, come on. They have been at this since 1. So that's fine. Over 4 hours now. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Told my husband we haven't been on vacation all year. He said we went to Vegas twice and getting ready for Nashville. All trips, no vacation. Katie, you are a fucking nightmare, aren't you? Katie, you are a nightmare. Tell him I need to go somewhere I can get my tits out to get a tan. Not a trip. A tan. Just relax. I even wore those pressure point wristbands and they didn't work. I'm sorry, yeah. Katie, well, left Jersey at the age of 5 and spent way too long, many years in Florida and had enough for the tropics. Vacation is okay, living there is crap. Yeah. Oh, come on. We've gone over 7.5 hours today as well. You can fly on a plane and I don't have any problems. Yeah, I think it's the emotions and stuff, isn't it? And yeah, lots of people get car sick and stuff. My cousin, his son gets very car sick. So what they started doing is putting copper penny in his sock under his foot on each one, and he stopped being car sick. That's the only thing that will stop him from being car sick is to put a penny copper penny in each of his sock. Once he's got that, and it works for him. See you later, hippie chick. Have a great night, my darling. See you tomorrow or whenever we're on next. Careful out on the streets, hippie chick. There'll be a lot going on the streets tonight, so be careful. Keep an eye out on Lady Di and Spacey Stacy. Make sure Spacey Stacy looks after her back and doesn't pull her out again. So that, be careful, ladies. Hippie chick, Spacey Stacy. Now, hippie chick, Lady Di, Spacey Stacy. Walking the streets at night. All these ladies on their backs as they work in the night shift. Let's go, girls. Jersey J must have that priority. KD, Michigan has a nudist camp, doesn't it? Oh, does it? That's where Mighty Meat goes. That's where Mighty Meat probably goes. Dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Oh, Robin G is having surgery next Friday. Pretty much all my days off this year have been for shitty things, except when I went to courthouse for 2 days. So Robin G, after next Friday, after a week of getting better, Robin G is back in the hand job business. Then a hand will be better. So, fellas, it's not just Sarah P who will be able to service you. Robin G will be back as well. Hand job central, Robin G. Nudist Beach in Dorset, not far from. Oh, this is there, Lou. There's Nudist Beach, a few places in the UK, isn't there? I've never been, but where's J Mac? She didn't pop in after school. She doesn't always because her son has sports and stuff like that, and she normally sometimes gets late coming in to get home to about 6:30 Eastern time sometimes. So. So yeah. Katie, well, after caring for my parents for over 26 years and being a single mom and no hubs, it's pretty much impossible financially. I know. I'm about to Google that. But there's Michigan. Yeah, well, if Bad is Mighty Meat is in Michigan and probably has been to the Nudist Beach a few times, I imagine. Mighty likes to sling it. Before you got married, he likes to sling it. Sling it. Just sling it. Right. I know, it's hard. Travel is hard, people. Yeah, I get it. This is probably going to be my last holiday for a very long time. Maybe my last holiday for 20 plus years as well. Yeah. So I get it. I get what you mean, Jen and Robin. Do Apple Vacations, you can book a vacation, pay a small monthly fee on it before you trip. No downtime. Oh, so you straight back then. Remove the cis, hand job, RS, Robin G, straight back on the hand jobs. Happy days. If you need any tips, Robin G, Sarah P is an expert. She's a hand job queen. Sarah P is, so. That's why I want to go to Texas. I want to get a free service, so. Oh. We'll be coming up to 8 hours streaming as well. So you might be bored of me, people, but just imagine me sitting here speaking to you, having to hear my own voice for hours on end as well. So I'm bored of my voice as well. I don't want to start something because once I start something, the court's bound to come back. Whispering Oaks, KD. Whispering Oaks. Oh, it's called Whispering Oaks. Let's have a look then. Whispering Oaks. Whispering. Oaks. Nude camp. Nude retreats in Michigan. Oh, court movement. 6-day gay naked touch yoga. Earth woman nude. Not Spain. Michigan. Wherever. I don't care when it is. 4-day guided meditative self-care yoga trip. Michigan. So Cherry Lane Nudist Resort. Michigan. Cherry Lane Nudist. Oh shit, yeah, there is. It's just loading at the minute, so. Cherry Lane Nudist Resort. Book today, the tri-state area top 21 plus clothing optional resort. Oh shit. I'm not going to go too far into it, but there you go, people. If you want to go to Cherry Lane, this is what Nudist Resort. There you go, Summer Sin. Nudist Resort Labor Day weekend. Happy days. Fat life. Swing life lifestyle. Start your sexual revelation. There you go. There you go. And look, fucking Badaza knows it all. And Katie's like, nope, nope, we don't have anything like that. We are prudes. We are prudes in Michigan. No, you're not. You're nudists. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. So KD's gonna go on a holiday. Oh, we're back. Like fuck for that. Come on. Right, come on, Judge. I'm gonna wash my hands and see what happens.
We cannot come to a unanimous decision at this time. Signed by one of the jurors, dated 9/29/2025 at 4:30 p.m. I'm going to ask that this be made a part of the file. My intention will be to ask if they've made any progress. Has the needle moved in either way, and whether it has or hasn't may influence my decision about. And that, once again, I'll instruct them not to tell me which way they're leaning. Okay.
So they said hung again, do they? What did they say? Did you just say this? They still can't come to a decision, was it? Thank you, Badaza. I wonder what's going to be now. Is it going to be what the score is? It 6-6 still or not? We'll see. Mexitex is around. Mexitex is working, so but yeah, she'll be listening to him. He said that he'll consider what to do next once he hears what the divide is. The court's muted, not so we'll see. Maybe he'll send them home and come back tomorrow. We will hear now. I think a lot of it depends on what they are. If it's 6 and 6 again, I think he'll call mistrial. But if it's like 8 and 4, he might go, well, you've had some movement, so try one more time. Oh, oh, oh. Bum, 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 bum. Rum, bum, 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 rum, bum, bum, rum, bum, bum, bum. I hope not, Jersey Jen, because they shouldn't, but they probably will. This is probably one of the judges like, let's, try and do that. No, she said earlier on she doesn't give a shit. She's not gonna be happy whatever the verdict is. But she'll see it. Bexi's very disappointed with this trial. Judge, you're muted.
I believe that's all of you. All right, I've received another note from the jury indicating that y'all have still not been able to reach a unanimous decision. I caution you again, don't tell me which side, for lack of better words, winning. But what's the score? Has the score changed any?
No.
Score has not changed any? Do you feel that, and I'm sort of directing this to all of you, or not just Mr. Williams, but do you think that further deliberations, do you think any chance of any further deliberations moving the needle anywhere? Any of y'all do you think further deliberations will be any of use or not? Don't be bashful. Speak out, shake your head, whatever you think anyway. I see some of you shaking your head no. I see a lot of you shaking your head no. All right. Y'all just bear with me one just second. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm not gonna send you back if the needle hadn't moved any and you don't think there's any chance of it. If it was a 10-2 vote, 11-1, 9-3, even maybe 6-6 as far apart you can get anyway. And I want to say I appreciate y'all's service. We all knew going in that this was going to be a tough case. It's going to take some of your time, and it's going to be a difficult case. I appreciate your service. Y'all be free to go. If you need an excuse for work or anything, y'all stop down in Miss Nowicki's office and see if they'll give you an excuse. If you want to talk to anyone about your jury service, you're free to do so. If you don't want to talk to anyone about your jury service, tell them you don't want to talk about it. I don't have any reason to think they would persist in asking questions, but if they do, you get in touch with me or one of these court officials, and we will put a stop to it, okay? I don't have any reason to expect any way to have any repercussions for your jury service whatsoever. But thank you. If you need that work excuse or anything, stop off in Ms. Nowicki's office, and y'all go. Thank you for your service, and y'all have a good evening, okay?
Okay, that's it. Yeah, it was the right decision to make. They haven't budged. I mean, it's different if they went 10-2, then you'd have to instruct them to go back again. But it's 6-6. They haven't budged. I mean, I do not understand why this guy's bail should be down to basically $1,000.
Still has any charge declared mistrial? I will. Y'all consult your calendars about when you may want to whip and in you want to retry this case. I will. I got my wagon loaded between now and the first of the year, but sometime after the first of the year, if y'all wish to have a retrial, I will. I'll get with you and get on calendars anyway.
Yeah, the Kip County terms in February, I believe that Hawkeye has a term at the same time. So they have to do a special session.
We burned through one Kip County term, but by this case, I don't know if we can sacrifice another term. It probably needs to be outside the normal Kip County term anyway. That's just my thoughts anyway. We've got y'all get together and look at your calendars and see this case I want to get disposed of. I'll move something on my calendar if I need to make time for this case.
Can we schedule it in the next week or so for the setting?
I'll be in Lafayette County. I'll be in Lafayette County week after next. No, next. I'll be in Lafayette County starting Monday all week. Mr. Hill will be there. I'm sure somebody at the DA's office will be there. If y'all need me next week, I'll be there all week. Okay.
We'll plan to set it.
Okay.
Plan to set it at a future date at that time.
Yeah, we'll see about a future date at that time. It's this time. Mr. Spence will remain in custody at this time, and I'll hear any motions you might have. We need to have some discussions about the matters that have been introduced in the evidence, specifically the things of value. We'll entertain those thoughts. We can do that off the record after we have excused the jury, but we need to decide how we're going to do those things. Okay. All right. Unless there's anything else, court be in recess. Okay.
Oh, right. So there you go. There you go. It's gonna be tough to watch this again. Hang on, they're still there. There's no volume though.
Clerk's office has put everything in containers and then sealed that container while they've been over the weekend. That's the proper way to do it.
Let's just take inventory of what we got and decide what we're going to do with it. Okay.
Yes.
And all right. Thank everyone for y'all's patience and attendance here with us today.
So apparently they're going to try meet next week about setting a new date. The judge initially said that his calendar's full until next year, but the state was saying there's some law or something that you can push something through. That the judge finally said, well, I mean, if I have to, I can move some stuff, a trial or something, and push this before the start of the year potentially. So I don't know, but apparently they're going to meet with the judge next week to try and see if there's a date. So that'll be interesting. So, but the next hearing they will discuss the setting a date and then obviously bail conditions and stuff like that. So, my memory's too foggy now to remember what the bail conditions were. I think that he had bail if he wanted to, but couldn't afford it or something. I don't remember. But also, I don't think they should bring it back. I think that if anything, they should be looking to work out a deal. I know that the family don't want that, but that's probably the best thing that they could do. But we'll see. Anyway, he's going to stay in custody. Lovely. I think so in the next hearing they will discuss a motion about releasing him. But Mexican confirm. I don't remember. I don't remember if he was offered bail or not. I honestly don't remember. So yeah, he's going back to custody right now. He said remain in custody, basically because the prosecution are gonna retry him. So if they're gonna retry, basically said today they're retrying him. So because of that, he goes back into custody. So if they had made a decision right now, he may have been left out, but no, they're retrying him. So yeah, so there's that. So all conditions are still in place. I don't remember if he was offered bail or not. I don't off the top of my head. So we'll see. Monday Night Football in 1 hour. Ooh. Yeah, we are investing. We will watch it again, but obviously very disappointing to see where it is. And yeah, we'll see when the next trial is. Mexi will probably tell us when the next trial is, and we'll take it from there. I live about. For me to get to the London game, Dave, would be about probably about 6 hours, door to door. But that's without any delays, obviously hanging about at train stations and stuff like that. You're talking probably about 6.5, 7 hours, Dave. So, right. So thank you for being with us. Sorry that today hasn't been that much of an entertaining stream. So I did try my best. I didn't expect it to take this long. Otherwise, I'd have prepped something different. I'm not sure if I'm going to go live tomorrow or not. We'll see. If I don't go tomorrow, I'll go live Wednesday for sure. So, but if not tomorrow, I'll see you Wednesday. So yeah, take care, everybody. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here, and thank you. I love most of you, not all of you, but most of you know that. So take care, everyone, and enjoy your night ahead. Take care. Oh, hang on. What message is this? Just in case it's something important. No, it was not important. That's fine. Take care and see you later.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole.